You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
How about this one?
Oh, that's Isaac's favorite.
Yeah, that's the corner I wiped out Nicodem in the Katowice major.
And now your teammates.
That was a bonding moment for us.
It was a bonding moment. We love the bonding moments. So hopefully we don't see too many of those bonding moments this season.
But you're not gonna tell me this has a name other than the hairpin, like.
I'm afraid, Kuba, the hairpin is not going to cut it.
Do you need to know?
Okay, I mean,
I guess the actual corner number doesn't work either, right? There's actually a name.
No, it doesn't.
I think we're just going to call it the Isaac hairpin. I think that should be
the Isaac hairpin. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there is a little story that goes along with it, so I can understand that. I think that makes sense. I'm actually going to say no to all your answers, by the way. We're going to call it Spitzker.
I've never heard that.
God. No chance.
Call yourself sim races. Okay, next up, what's this corner? Come on.
No, that's definitely
Marco, you should know this is your home track.
Yeah,
Hockenheim happened. But you should know the corner name, I think.
That is not the name, Marco.
Yeah, whatever.
That is not the name either, Marco.
Yeah.
Is it the Lowe's hairpin, or is that a different track?
That's Monaco, mate. That's Monaco.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, it's Monaco, isn't it?
Yeah, you're close. Not really.
Close.
Do you concede? I'm gonna it's Spitz curve, guys. It's Spitz curve.
Never would have got that.
Now, next up, something that might be a little trickier for you guys. Obviously, if you tuned in last season, you would have seen this segment quite a lot. It certainly offered many controversial moments, but can you name the corner, guys?
It's the bowling alley.
The bowling alley.
That is PTSD hairpin.
The PTSD hairpin. Are you guys speaking from experience by any chance?
Oh,
yeah. This is
I got killed here many times, and I killed many people here. So.
Any ideas on what it's called?
No way.
I get the feeling Thomas Tackler might know what it's called, or he's had some experience here in the past. Is that right, Thomas?
I have no idea what it's called. I just call it the hairpin.
Just call it the hairpin. Yeah, doesn't mix words, does Thomas Tackler. Matty, any thoughts?
No, I call it the first hairpin because the next left-hander is the second hairpin, and that's it.
I love this. At Monza we had first chicane, second chicane, third chicane. Here at this track, it's first hairpin, second hairpin, body. Again, do you want me to tell you the answer?
Of course.
It's Spitzker, guys. Spitzker.
Man, I swear Khrushchev is saying this, but I never like pay attention. I also remember.
Okay, now how about this one, guys?
Hockenheim.
Hockenheim hairpin. Does it have a name?
It does have a name. I can confirm. I'm pretty sure Yuri Kasdorf's been caught here a few times in the past.
The BMW M Motorsport hairpin. There you go.
That's not the car you're driving by any chance, is it?
I mean, that plus you can see a banner there, so.
Yeah, maybe.
And
I like the rationale of your thinking, but it's a no on that one. Anyone else? No.
No clue then.
Not a clue, Chris? No.
Nope. Nope.
Moritz?
No, hairpin. That's it.
Turn
Yeah.
5.
No. Okay. Well, I'll come out with it anyway. It's Spitzker.
I mean, that's hairpin in German.
Yeah.
It's Spitzker. How about this one?
That's Monza Pantry.
Yeah, so exit of parabolic eye. No, it's not parabolic anymore, is it? It's the
It's
Alboreto,
not.
Alboreto
No,
curve?
it is correct, Cooper Brzezinski. The Curva Alboreto. Right, next up we have this one, which is a bit of an awkward one. This is a tough one, it has to be said.
Monza pit
entry, yeah.
Yeah, but what's the corner?
Parabolic exit.
Change its name.
It's not even a corner, mate.
The pit entry.
That's not the nature of the question, Marco.
Exit of the Parabolica.
Is it the George special?
It's not even called a Parabolica anymore, is it?
That's it, yeah. It's what it's called now.
See, now James has discovered the
not
curveball.
No, it's after a legend of the sport, but I can't think who.
Oh, is it Fariner? No.
Oh,
Um,
no, it's not Scary.
No, it's not Scary.
Alboreto?
Oh, yeah, that sounds right.
Correct, Mr. Baldwin. Brilliant. Came in clutch with that one. That was absolutely fantastic. Next up, now this will throw you a little bit. What do you think the name of this particular portion of circuit is?
Is the exit of Curva Alboreto.
That is correct. Right, okay. Now this one is a bit of a trick one. Many people get this one wrong.
Pit entry Monza.
Yeah.
But where does it? Where's the corner? Where what is the corner that you come out from? To access?
Parabolica.
Is that the answer you're going to give?
Wait, let's check again. It's not Monza pit entry. It's not Daytona.
No.
It's not Road Atlanta. It's not Hockenheim.
Yeah, it has to be Monza.
Monza. Unless we have a new track now.
Also, like the
Price.
grandstands are old and Monza's quite old, so it must be Monza.
First I thought it's Imola, but then it's like not in the tracks. But,
I don't remember being in Spain on the inside, but maybe I'm wrong.
But like,
On
what
the
else
end,
is there?
pit entry Monza, don't you have the old oval you're in there? I don't see
It's
that.
not Orchard. Which one am I missing of the 6 that we have right now?
Nürburgring, but it also doesn't make sense. No, it's 100% Monza.
yeah.
There's a short green section before.
Or is it the pit exits?
But with the cone?
Oh, that's an
No.
entry.
Yeah, but the thing is there like that green AstroTurf before the pit entry? Because I just remember when I crossed like the white line, it's just asphalt, so it's a bit tricky.
No, it's 100% Monza. Don't think about it too much. It's Monza.
Ambience cooking.
Entry, exit, parabolica.
Is that the answer?
Ambience cooking.
If you ask like that, then no, but I guess it is, yeah.
No, I'm just asking. Is that the answer? No.
Yeah, locked in.
Exeter Parabolic is what you say.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you're wrong.
What?
It's the exit of Curva Alboreto.
Which one
They
is it?
renamed it though. They probably renamed it. It's the
It's
same
the
corner.
renamed. It's been renamed.
Oh.
So I'm afraid, Moritz, it's a big no.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. While the team championship commenced yesterday in ESL R1 and 6 teams have already locked in their spot in the finals for tomorrow, I wanted to take a moment to check out all the latest news in this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. Well, you can see the championship rankings behind me, and unfortunately, we already had to say goodbye to 2 teams yesterday, Virtus.pro and FaZe Clan. These are 2 big-name organizations who will not add any more points to their overall tally in ESL R1. Virtus.pro is concluding their EWC campaign with a total of 335 points, which is very unlikely to be enough for the top 16 of eligible clubs and will not net them any additional prize money. Now, of course, at the top of the standings is Team Redline. They were dominating, but this club also won't be eligible for the club championship because they have no other teams competing. Get more teams. Now, one winner of ESL R1 could be Team Vitality, who already secured a minimum 70 points with their finals appearance. Now, that has bumped them to 1,120 overall points. They are expecting strong finishes in Rocket League and here in ESL R1, so the club is looking for that last-minute run into the top 3 to increase a significant amount of prize money. Now, of course, the final club worth mentioning is going to be G2 Esports, who are on this side of my graphic in 10th place at the moment. They are competing in the second chance group today for a spot in the finals and do have other teams competing here in week 8. So who will be able to climb from ESL R1? We'll find out. And if you'd like to be kept up to date on all the movings and shakings and ups and downs in the EWC Club Championship, why don't you tune to our show, EWC Central. We broadcast Thursday to Sunday, 3 until 7, twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I've been your host, Quick Shot, and this has been another episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Well, welcome back to ESL R1, everybody. The final chance for those 6 remaining teams to seek 2 final spots for tomorrow's final to join the 4 that we currently have. The question is, though, who's it going to be?
Yes, indeed. And what that means is we're going to be saying goodbye to 4 teams. That's 4 keys and 4 dreams about to be crushed. Let's get ourselves ready for the final part of the Teams Championship here in the Esports World Cup.
Let's go!
Hello and welcome to ESL R1. We're here live from the Esports World Cup as well. It is day 3 and today we're going to see 4 teams knocked out of this competition and the top 2 will go through to fight for the championship tomorrow. Alongside me, of course, we have Zach Sweeney and Arjuna Kankavati. Guys, it's been an amazing competition so far. We saw 2 teams knocked out yesterday, of course. We'll touch on those very briefly. But Arjuna, what are we feeling coming in today?
We've talked a bit about how competing today is a bit of a benefit, right? More time in the rigs, more time to get comfortable if you're in tomorrow's final. But there are 6 teams competing, only 2 will advance from tomorrow to tomorrow, 4 keys to be crushed. There's a lot of jeopardy on the line.
The key crushing yesterday for FaZe and for Virtus was quite tough, wasn't it, to watch?
It was savage.
It was savage.
It was absolutely savage. Jeffrey Rootveld obviously got the pleasure to do that, and it's just so sort of just sentimental. They come here, they want to win, and then to see their, what is effectively a resemblance of their dream just being squashed. It's rough to watch after coming all this way for 2 races.
It was a bit rough to watch. Arjuna, though, the top 4 teams that got through, Team Redline for 1, were incredibly strong, weren't they? And there was a couple of teams that weren't quite sure if they were going to get through. It was a bit touch and go at one point.
I think we've talked a lot, right, about how BMW's maybe the strongest car, but the Audi and the Porsche maybe not the strongest. So I was really impressed to see both Team Vitality and Guild Esports make their way through to the top 4, not having to compete today. I was talking to some of those Guild drivers yesterday. They were saying they're feeling more comfortable in this LAN environment than they have in the online season. They're closer to the rest of the competition. That's quite remarkable to talk about.
It is indeed. Let's have a look, though, at the top 5 moments from yesterday.
Go, 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 go! And it's Job who leads with Bennett alongside. Great start for Joshua Rogers, who's looking to escalate his Porsche to the front end of the field. Look out for Jamie Fluke. Surely this will be no fluke. Rogers going for a sensational double. He's going to try and take them both. Fluke is round. Fluke is round. Jamie Fluke has lost it. Coming out of turn 1, it's Rogers who leads. He looks to try and unleash the power of the Porsche. Heading in towards turn 1, he'll take on the master of Monza. Shinchik, who took pole, is now under threat. The wheel-to-wheel coming out of turn 2. The Audi R8 started to grunt as now the Porsche makes its way through the inside, coming through the curve at Grande. A fantastic effort from Brzezinski at the perfect time. The run side by side. As now Job takes the lead. Through comes McCormack up the inside at Lakecom. Wheel-to-wheel with Luke Bennett, who tries to at least retain the status quo of a red line in 1 and 2. But McCormack wrestling him off now as they come out of Malmedy in towards Brussels at the heavy braking zone, and they'll remain side by side, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, fantastic race between the pair of them. McCormack was really forcing the issue there.
Porsche Coanda looking for a podium. They're going to go wheel to wheel, heading through the Ascari, through the final part of the Ascari. Will it be Coanda? It looks like it. Maybe not. Back comes Erhan.
And here comes Charlie Collins. Does he try and make it free wide? Does he support his teammate? He'll do the sensible thing. He'll push De Jong to glory here. He'll be third, and through he goes.
He could get Freight Train here and could end up finishing in 4th spot. Here comes Luke Bennett to the outside as we enter the Kemmel Straight. Kevin Lewis Jr. makes it 3-1 as he gets to the inside. Big move from the Apex Racing Team man, who's desperate for points. And Kevin Lewis Jr. could be going from 4th to 2nd. But a big move to the outside comes in from Luke Bennett and makes it a Team Redline 1-2.
Some incredible racing yesterday. Would you have picked those as your top 5? Are there any missing out, do you think, Zach?
I mean, we definitely, we had a lot to choose from, so it's always difficult to narrow it down, but those 5, I mean, such memorable moments from what was a very high stakes competition, especially towards the end, where you're getting to that point where it's like, hang on, we have a real chance here, or hang on, we are under real threat. That's then when the stakes are risen, and that's when drivers are motivated to go for moves like that.
We talked a little bit about teams that were maybe not quite sure if they were going to get through. Did you have a chance, Azuna, to speak to any of the teams yesterday?
A little bit yesterday, also a bit at the hotel this morning, just seeing the drivers grab some breakfast and lunch.
Butterfly, aren't you?
I was feeling a little antisocial, but you've got to go and get that scoop, right? And the one thing that I really picked up on was, you know, Maus. They were one team that we thought would be a favorite in many ways, right? Benica, we know how strong he is, our ESL R1 Gamers 8 champion last year, but also thinking about the rest of the drivers, the strength of the BMW, but they've been slightly on the back foot. And Yuri Kastorp, I've got to give him a lot of credit for the performance that we saw from him yesterday. He actually was a little bit under the weather even coming here to Riyadh. He's been feeling quite bad. His sleep score, or one of those apps that gives you exactly, out of 100 a couple of days ago, he was at a 5 out of 100. He's feeling a little bit better now, but that performance yesterday has brought them into today with a chance to try and improve. I think Maus is definitely going to be one that we've got to keep an eye on after the disappointment maybe that they had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. We will have a look at the group stage results very shortly. They'll pop up on the screen. Zach, it has been a real competition. Here we go. Here's the championship rankings as it stands at the moment. As we mentioned, Team Redline are leading the way and Vitality are 2nd. Porsche Coanda are 3rd, and then Guild Esports just managed to get in by 3 points from Williams there. And then from 5 down to, where are we at, to 10 as the teams that we are competing, that will be competing today. Rather, we will lose 4 of them and 2 will go through. Simples.
Easy as that.
Yeah.
Basically, the way the groups are decided, we'll touch on it in a minute, but it's just alternating championship position. So Team Falcons got really lucky in the end, obviously, to tip FaZe Clan. A lot of things can be said in hindsight about yesterday as well, and how many things, if something would have just gone ever so slightly different, would have gained 2 points here and 2 points there. In the end, it was a difference of 6 points between Team Falcons and FaZe Clan swapping positions in this competition.
And one thing that, you know, we had touched on at the end of yesterday was that move from Ulas Yildirim, right? At Jeddah. Was that the move that potentially stole some points away from FaZe? But also, think about 3 points between Guild Esports and Williams. James Baldwin held on to the win through that move from Ulas Yildirim. If he had dropped down to 2nd, that's 15 points they would have lost. Williams would have taken 4th position and moved on to Sunday. There was a lot that we had to talk about yesterday, more than we had time for.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned, though, this is the moment that Virtus and FaZe were officially knocked out of this competition, Zach. And we were talking about this just a moment ago. Brutal.
Savage. So savage. I mean, it's not exactly like they're just crumpling it up like a packet of crisps. I mean, they are literally hydraulically pressing it.
It is cool. Like, these keys are amazing, but to have one taken away from you and crushed in front of you, I mean, Azuna, that must have been a lot for the teams.
Yeah, but it's also something that has been so special about this Esports World Cup, right? I've been following it over this summer, not just our ESL R1 Wrenchbot competition, and all of the hopes and dreams, in effect, scattered at the bottom of the totem, right? That's something so cool. You've had this idea that some of the teams have been able to save some of the keys, and that's a rivalry thing that it becomes very important. The one thing that I did note yesterday, maybe it was a long day for Jeffrey Wheatfeld. He didn't seem very enthused to be there, did he?
Well, I'm sure he probably felt a bit bad actually doing it, because he thought, well, if this was me, I wouldn't want to do it. But yeah, the key basically is participants are given this special key. at the beginning of these Esports World Cup, and the winner then uses the key and they put it into a special totem. And our totem for ESL R1 is actually the last totem that's going to be added from these Esports World Cup games, and then we'll have the closing ceremony. So the games come to an end after 8 weeks. People have been out here for a long time, and Zach, it's really shown, hasn't it, how esports has been elevated into the world. We've got a World Cup.
It's been fantastic to see. I mean, especially in the last couple of years. In sim racing, more so obviously a little bit more relevant to ESL, and the growth that we've seen, obviously real world drivers, real world support coming in to really elevate sim racing status, because a lot of people then, and to be fair to an extent still now, we're just under the impression it's just pixels on a screen, they're just pretend race cars, you're not actually doing it. And then they come and watch it and it's, hang on, these guys are seriously good.
It's very different. If you're in that arena and you feel the tension and you feel the celebrations, you feel the tears, everything you feel just like oozing out of these drivers. Arjuna?
And, you know, we're coming to the end of the Club World Championship, right? It was something we were touching on at the end of yesterday. Team Falcons already have been crowned the Club World Champions. Very cool to see that. But the fight for second is still well and truly on. And Team Vitality, right? That performance to get them into the top 4 yesterday, very, very important. They're still in action in Rocket League competition as well. They need to finish first and second across of both Rocket League and ESL R1. That would bump them up to second in the Club World Championship. G2 is also a team to watch. They need to win both ESL R1 and in Rocket League to be able to move up to second. Maybe a little bit more of a long task there, but these are the things that these teams are fighting for. $20 million the prize pool in the Club World Championship.
I mean, it's a lot of money, isn't it? We've mentioned the money a lot, and for the teams winning, it's $140,000 for the team just winning in ESL R1.
Serious dosh. I mean, the fact that we've got such a big financial support is great, because it really incentivizes the teams to, you know, go and scout the best talent, come here, practice, arrive, and sort of just show up and really showcase their skills. And teams like Vitality and G2 that are across loads of different platforms showcases their sort of versatility and adaptability to go and scout loads of different talent across vastly different platforms and playing styles.
So let's take a look at the teams that are fighting for survival today, because we've got a couple of them fighting. So this is how it's going to look. We've got 2 groups, Group A, Group B, and we will have 3 teams per group.
These are some spicy groups.
Okay, tell me, go on.
Oh, there's some history between BS Plus competition and the Apex Racing team, mostly, of course, on the iRacing platform, but we've seen it, of course, in the last 18 months as well, the battle there. And being realistic, BS Plus, Apex, and Mouse, there are 3 teams that many could have seen competing in the final.
Heavy hitters.
Only one of them will go through. And you look on the other side, right, Group A, which will begin in, going on about 10 minutes time or so. That Williams Esports team, they are going to want to move forward. There is no shadow of a doubt about that. But then you think about the stakes, right? We've talked about the Club World Championship, Team Falcons and G2. They're also going to be battling in Group A.
And Zach, there's only 2 that can get through.
Yeah, there are. And like we were talking about in Group B, some really heavy hitters, like you say, really tipped to compete at the front. That's going to be an interesting group, because we're guaranteed to get rid of 2 of them just like that. That is how quickly the pendulum can swing and the momentum can swing. You can be right at the top of your game. One small mistake yesterday puts you into a very tough group to get out of, and straight away your competition could well be ruined. Williams in Group A, they have got to be looking to get themselves through. They're going to be devastated. A team like Williams to not progress into that top 6 final. But then, of course, you've got the underdogs of Falcons and G2, both of whom who do want to progress. G2, of course, taking that win yesterday with Brzezinski. Williams taking a win over the weekend as well. All of them have the capacity to compete at the front. They just need to make sure they're doing it today.
And as you know, we did notice Apex Racing maybe were... They had a lot of potential in all of their races. You know, we saw Ellis Jr.
on pole.
Exactly, on pole, nearly winning, but just always just slightly off the mark when it comes to being important. Can they make it happen today, do we think?
The pressure's on, isn't it? The players are making their way into the arena right now, so I'm sure that stress is building for them as well. There's the Williams Esports team that worked their way in first, but, you know, going to the Apex Racing team, Kevin Ellis Jr., that pole and then mistake into turn 1 where he overshot the corner at Daytona, dropped back. That was valuable points that they dropped. And then the next race after that, they got involved in incidents and had to try and fight their way back forward. And so, you know, while Team Vitality were able to bounce back from their misfortune, you've got to now look at the mentality for Apex. How do they come into this race? Will they be aggressive? Because for the first time in ESL R1 history, 18 months on, we're going to get all 4 team members driving at the same time, working together, trying to block off other drivers, do whatever they can to try and, you know, enrage some of their other competitors. This is going to be a testy day.
It's exciting. Obviously, 4 of the top teams aren't going to be racing today, but I do want to just briefly touch on Vitality because it was a bit concerning at one point, wasn't it, for Vitality, whether they would go through. And when you look on paper, the drivers that they've got, it was Chinchik that really managed to bring the points back for them yesterday, wasn't it?
Well, he's in our ESL R1 champion,
Yeah.
Chinchik, right? He knows what he's doing.
He did what he was told, wasn't he?
Exactly.
He got the, you know...
He showed up, right? And that is as simple as that. Obviously, took that win at the penultimate round in Monza, and the way the point system worked yesterday really rewarded a win. It was a 15-point differential between P1 and P2. So you are far more motivated, far more sort of enticed to go for that move, and that is what Vitality did right at the depth of it. Race 7, race 8, 2 back-to-back victories, and that is exactly what they needed. Now they're in the hunt for potentially the overall competition.
Arjuna, what's the atmosphere going to be like in that arena? Arjuna loves to head to the arena and give us a bit of the feel of what's going on, and we love it because you get us all the little juicy bits. What are you going to get for us today? How are we feeling the arena's going to be?
There's going to be a lot of teams that aren't there, and that is going to be
empty. That's a good point. Yeah.
So yesterday was full, right? We had all 12 teams, all 48 drivers. I know Porsche Kawanda, they won't be here. They're doing some stuff. FaZe, who obviously aren't competing anymore in the Esports World Cup, at least here in ESL R1, they're also not going to be here. They're going to be off exploring Diria, so it's going to be different. There may be less noise, but therefore that much more tension as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we are getting ready, so let's take a look at our schedule to see exactly what we can look forward to today. So we head out to Fuji first at 4:10. Then we're heading to Daytona, Jeddah, Monza, Spa, Hockenheim. Then we end Monza and Spa. Pretty much the same schedule, Zach, we had yesterday. But as we were talking about yesterday, there are teams that will prefer, drivers rather, that will prefer certain tracks over others.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously we do both groups, they get all their races done, so we do all of Group 1 and then all of Group 2. And as you can see, Group 2 gets Spa twice. So if you're in Group 2 and you don't like Spa, you've really got the short end of the stick. However, if you're in Group 1 and you lack that adaptability to go from circuit to circuit, Fuji, Daytona, Jeddah and Monza are all sort of vastly different in their own right. All of them cater differently to different cars. Both groups have their advantages and disadvantages. But arguably, if you're in Group 2, you need to be quick in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point because we've got Fuji, Daytona, Jeddah, which are 3 vastly different tracks, Arjuna, and then Monza, and then for, Group 2, Spa, Hockenheim, Monza, and Spa again, 2 being the same track, and Hockenheim and Monza being kind of old school tracks as well.
The thing is, we can't really look at form books, right? Because now we're, again, going back to 4 different drivers on track, and so if you have one driver with a great qualifying effort, they're going to be in a great position to try and move forward.
Don't forget, you can get involved with our predictions. Just head it to stcplay.gg and you can join in, of course. I'm Team Redline, of course, and I think we're going to do pretty well. I'm not going to give away too much there. You guys?
Williams are going through in Group A.
Ooh, we're doing predictions for who's going
predictions
through.
for the... Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay. I think I'm with you. Group A, Williams. That one I can see. Dara McCormack going to lead them there. Group B's the tough one, isn't it? And it's all going to come down to who stays out of trouble.
Yes.
So, Zach, I'm going to let you go after me because I am going to say BS competition.
Me too. BS Plus. Let's do it.
I was going to say BS Plus, actually.
That's
but now
why I said it first.
We agree?
No, we can't agree. Who else is in that one?
Mouse.
I'm going to go Mouse.
So then you get the final team, Apex Racing, just by default then, right?
Okay, that's cool.
Okay,
I can
but
live with
we
that.
all agree with Williams, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So we will get racing very shortly. We're going to head to the stage and Atik will be standing by and all the teams will come out. And what's that atmosphere like, just very quickly? It's electric, isn't it?
Oh, the walkouts are great because the drivers go and stand by their rigs waiting for everyone else. The lights are building. It's the time that they know we're going racing.
We are going racing indeed. So let's head over to our stage. The drivers and the teams will be heading out. So let's head over to our stage host. Atik is standing by.
The competition is heating up as we welcome our first group of teams fighting for a place in the finals. These teams have shown an incredible skills and determination, and they're gonna secure the final spot in the ultimate showdown. Welcome to Esports World Cup ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. get ready for some intense racing action. And let's introduce our first group, starting with Williams Esports. Williams Esports missed the finals by just 3 points, a razor-thin margin that only fuels their determination. They have been on the brink of success, and today they are ready to fight their way to the top and secure their place. Coming up next, G2 Esports. Fierce competitors who've shown incredible resilience are ready to dominate. Their aggressive tactics and unwavering focus make them a top contender. And now, last team, Team Falcons. After a near elimination, have soared back with incredible determination. They have proven they can overcome any challenge, and they are ready to fight their place in the finals. And here we are with our first group, Group A. So, drivers, please take your seats and get ready for some intense racing. And you, viewers as well, get ready for the race, and let's enjoy it with our casters.
One last chance for all of the drivers and these three teams to get themselves into the Teams Championship final. Hello everybody, welcome to the Esports World Cup again for day 3. It's ESL R1 action at Fuji. We haven't been here before this LAN event. We've seen it a couple of times so far this week. Now it's time for day 3, and I've got to admit, I'm probably looking forward to this race the most. Race 1 yesterday was electrifying, and if we get something even in a similar vein to that, we're in for a treat.
Well, they only get 4 races. As a team, all 4 drivers will be behind the wheel in each of those races. And in those 4 races, they have to top their own respective groups. It's about the top team in each of the groups that will move through into tomorrow's final. Now, the big thing is the form book of yesterday was kind of thrown up in the air. There was big teams that we were expecting to be in that top 4, the Williams, Mouse and stuff. I mean, look, the form book's here, and it's out the window, of course. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Did I nearly kill Cam?
It nearly swung back round us like a boomerang, hit us straight in the head.
That's how much the form book's gone, mate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic day of racing yesterday. In case you weren't with us, by the way, Mouse, who are one of the fancy teams for this event and who qualified through the group stages last year with flying colours, ended up 4th by the end of the event. Going into the last race, they were in the bottom 2. It was unbelievable.
I know. Honestly, it's been very exciting. I really enjoyed yesterday.
Yeah,
yesterday was absolutely crazy. Some of the teams and drivers probably didn't quite as much. But as they get ready for practice, this is the kind of day that you need to have. As much as you've got 4 drivers and you've got 4 races, that's obviously 16 times to score points, right? Which is still pretty healthy. And also the points, by the way, today are back to 25 for a victory, not 35 for a victory. So winning's not quite as important as it was yesterday because they only had 2 races on or something like that. If you don't start off on the right foot, if you start off with a bad race, like what we had with Vitality, where they obviously had that race, which was completely out of their hands at Jeddah, if you start off on the wrong foot, that can really unravel the entire day.
It certainly can. Let's talk a little bit about these 3 teams who are in this group then. We haven't even got the other 3 teams in the building at the moment because they are arriving a little bit later on. So it is a more relaxed day, and we're looking at pictures at the moment from inside the arena. It does feel a lot quieter than it did yesterday, where it was very, very busy indeed. I'm sure the crowd will build up over the course of the afternoon. Williams Esports think the most unlucky team to have not made their way through to the top 4. James Baldwin's pass, and I think it was Max Benneker for second in that final race on the final lap, ended up being the difference. They got through by 3 points. Baldwin's overtake there gained them 4. So that's how close it was yesterday. G2 Esports were unlucky to get caught up in a double crash at the start of the Hockenheimring race. That very nearly cost them their status in the championship as a whole, but in the end, they are here. And Team Falcons as well, who were a bit concerned about ending up in the bottom two, they lifted themselves out of that at least. However, they are in the last chance. I would say that the second group, Group B, is stronger. I don't think there's much debate about that for me. However, this is still a strong group. Williams are strong, and I know the analysts went for all Williams. I'm going to go for G2 Esports here, something maybe a little bit left field. I think they can do it.
I mean, look, I kind of feel that it probably will be Williams, but I think that the important thing here, right, is, you know, when you always hear it, where like every team that's entered this, all 12 of the teams that entered this, if you interviewed them all beforehand and you asked them, you know, can you win the competition? They'll all go, oh yeah, of course we can. And everyone sits there and goes, we don't believe you, because it'll be like one of only like 3 teams that can actually compete. The difference here is that in both of the groups, all 3 teams are fighting over one position, and all 3 teams are perfectly capable of getting that. I can 100% see Falcons go through. I can 100% see G2 go through. I can 100% see Williams go through. And that's the beautiful thing with this, is that we just don't know how it's going to go, and that's why starting out with such consistent form is so important.
I think especially in Group B, actually, each 3 has about 33% chance of winning as well, to be honest. It's so evenly matched. So looking forward to Group B. But in Group A, there are slight favourites and slight non-favourites, even though you are right, each team certainly does have a chance of going through. They're just waiting to go into practice at the moment, by the way, just to keep you updated. We're watching pictures on a separate screen of G2 Esports getting into a bit of a huddle involving the 4 drivers themselves. The only Tumblr's arrived, by the way. I don't know if you saw in the walkouts, but he was doing something else. He wasn't around at the time, but anyway, he's there now. Nick Dealey was there in the huddle. They were having a bit of a chat as well about something. I mean, what do you think they are chatting about in terms of strategy? Is it? I don't know.
No, I think it is. I think it's just a pep talk. It's you know, right. This is going to be a long day. As much as they've only got 4 races, it's going to be a long 4 races. You know, it's more about playing the team game. No heroes. You know, you're all a team. Work together. No infighting. Listen to what Nick says. Nick Dealey is the guy who's going to be juggling us. And typically speaking, when it comes to this as well, you've got to remember a lot of these engineers, they're only used to effectively, in this sense, juggle 1 or 2 drivers at a time. To juggle all 4, you kind of have to basically be like, look, here's the rules of engagement. You know, you're big boys. Go after and sort it out yourselves.
Yeah, you can see the. Sorry, you can't see. I'm talking about pictures that you can't see at home. Sorry, you'll see later on there are sort of desks behind each rig, where, especially in the drivers' final, when there were individual teams, you know, everyone was sat at the desk and you know it was all set out, laid out quite nicely. It's less laid out here, as you say. It is a lot of workload to actually look after 4 drivers, and as Arjuna was saying on the analyst desk earlier on. We haven't really seen this so much. 4 drivers at once isn't very common in ESL R1. Williams managed to get to the final at Daytona. Vitality managed to get to the final with all 4 at Spa as well in the regular season rounds. But that was through different circumstances to this, let's say. These guys have actually not got into the top 4, and so it's sort of a bad thing that they're all here, rather than that being a good thing for those guys to have got all into the final.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be very fascinating. I'll remind you, by the way, of the drivers. You saw them all on the walkout there, but it's Darren McCormack, then it's Daniel Pausdor, Dennis Schoeniger and Dominic Bly, Team Quad D, of course, for Williams. Isaac Price, Johnny Tormula, Cooper Brzezinski, and Nikodem Wisniewski, of course, will be taking to the G2 Esports team. And then Falcons is Jakub Matuszewski, of course, Matti Siepler, Przemysław Lemonek, and, of course, Tumis Tatler, who will be taking the Falcons team, who of course are our club champions, which means that you know, there are 4 teams that obviously have already moved through. I've had a couple of chat, bumped into Josh Rogers downstairs in the hotel, and had a good chat with Seb Hawkins last night as well, obviously the team manager of Guild, about what they're going to do today. And you know, it's for them, it's about relaxing, it's about getting themselves ready. Of course, they're not getting any seat time today because they're not here.
Yeah, are you a believer of the fact that them being away is maybe a disadvantage for them because they don't get the practice of especially for those drivers who weren't in the drivers' final? Some of them will be going into the team's final with just 2 races under their belt.
Honestly, I think it's actually very, very interesting that I personally, I wouldn't say that being in this is an advantage purely because the stress that's going to come with dealing with this is going to be really, really hard work. And if I was going to say as well, I would rather be in Group A than Group B. I'd rather get it out of the way early. That's fine. But you know, the important bit is there are positives and negatives. There are advantages and disadvantages to moving through. Obviously, you get a day off, you get a breather, you get to get out of this stressful environment. But as you're quite right, you lose seat time. You're no longer in this rig. All the drivers that will be going through into tomorrow's race, you're absolutely right. There were some that weren't in the last chance, or that didn't get through into the team's championship. They've lost 4 races effectively.
Yeah, but as I say, you'd rather without the stress of this last chance qualifier, which could be quite tricky for all 12 drivers. We're going to be seeing a lot of them. As we say, we're going to be going through the entirety of Group A before we see any, and then going through the entirety of Group B. There'll be no swapping out, so to speak. It will be all in one go, so we look forward to that. Into practice we go then, and it's immediately obvious and immediately a bit of a shock to the system, isn't it? Just how many of the same car there are following one another. I hope they don't battle with each other very much, because the teammates look absolutely identical. Not that teammates should be doing much battling anyway in the field. It would be going wrong if 2 teammates end up side by side for too long.
But they do have some. All of the teams, at least I'm pretty sure Falcons have as well. At least I know definitely Williams do, and I know definitely because you can't miss Yoni Tormula's car. They have the driver colours. When we get into Group B and we see BS competition, they'll win us over a little bit more, because all 4 of their cars are very different when it comes to their colour profile, and that will help tremendously. But of course, that's just how it is. I've always said that you want a driver colour. Mine was always, shockingly enough, lime green. Weird. Yeah.
Your what?
My driver colour.
On the wing mirrors, on the wing. Yeah, right.
I'd put way more on it. I'd put it on the wing mirrors. I'd put it on, like they say, little bits on the rear wing. I'd put it on the splitter on the front of the car. I'd put it everywhere.
You know what it's like to be a commentator.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone could tell it's like, oh, that's his car.
Yeah, that's a commentator's car. He's making it very obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't necessarily do that quite as much as we'd like. But as you can see, there are some slight differences between the different cars. As we were saying, the drivers actually have only just arrived here. It's been quite a turnaround for them. They haven't been in the arena for a little while before the event, as they were on the certainly yesterday. But the drivers are out there now practicing. And how much about this is getting up to speed? How quickly can these guys get up to speed? Do they really need this practice session?
Around Fuji and Jeddah, probably more so. If this was at Spa, I'd say they really don't, right? Because the thing is, at Spa and Monza and Hockenheim, obviously, those 3, and to be fair, to a certain degree, Daytona, which of course is slightly more recent in its addition. Monza was added back at the Munich Major that we had, obviously, well over a year ago. That was in May last year, and of course, Daytona was added at the end of the full season with Road Atlanta. Those are the 2 later additions. However, then obviously you've got Fuji and of course Jeddah, which were added for this event, which means they've had the least seat time on it. They should still be well in rhythm. It's more just about, you've not been driving since yesterday. It's more about finding yourself back in the rhythm, getting yourself in that kind of headspace, rather than finding any lap time. No one on this grid is finding lap time in this session.
No, that would be unusual, to say the very least. I want to talk a little bit about that Williams Esports lineup, because they did do well yesterday, coming 5th. They were only, as I say, 3 points off Guild Esports, who got that last transfer spot into the top 4. The only reason why I said that, maybe I'd go away from Williams and pick G2 here is because of the experience factor with Rensport. Isaac Price, Yoni Turmula, Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski, while haven't been on the same team for the entirety of ESL R1's history, they have been in the series in one capacity or another. They're very well versed in Rensport now, whereas some of those Williams drivers haven't necessarily been around for quite so long in the Rensport space. I mean, Darren McCormack has. Dennis Schullinger has been around for quite a long time, and he's done plenty of races, but I don't know if sometimes he doesn't seem to quite find his speed that we know that he has. And Dominic Blyer and Daniel Pastor certainly have joined later on. I know they have a decent amount of races under their belt, but it just made me a little bit concerned that Darren's going to be doing the heavy lifting, and, well, I think he is anyway, but, too much heavy lifting, and it could become a problem for them.
Potentially so. I mean, look, they only picked up 2 podiums of a team. One of those was, of course, in the hands of Darren McCormack. And you've kind of got to remember, is like, yeah, he was freight trained. He's been freight trained so many times this weekend.
He's getting annoyed.
I feel, honestly, every time I'm seeing it, I'm like, oh, here it comes again. Yeah, nice one. And yet, like yesterday, it wasn't even by the same team. It wasn't just the Red Line Express. It was a little cheeky sauce in that one as well with, was it Kevin Ellis Jr. or was it James? Well, I can't remember. It was yesterday. I will say, though, to speak highly of others, Daniel Panstor had a top 5 yesterday, which actually was a really, really good drive. Dennis Schrödinger had his second ever podium in ESL R1 yesterday as well. So there's been a couple of flashes. I would say the weakest link in the team was Dominic Blyer, who we do know has the pace to be one of the stronger links. So I think as a 4, they do have a really, really solid team. But I do fully understand your point. A lot of the team is lacking on experience comparatively to G2. They have, honestly, they have really bolstered. I know, obviously, when they lost Sebastian Job, fair enough, they bolstered it really, really well with Nikodem Wisniewski and Jakub Brzezinski. It's such a tall one. I don't want to be that guy. The one team that I struggle a little bit to see going through here is the Team Falcons. That said, knowing, I think like all 4 of their drives, you know, especially Tumas Tatler, and to be fair, you know, Laminek's proved it a few times as well. They can pick up wins.
Yeah, especially Tatler is one of those drivers I'll be looking at for Team Falcons if they are going to go through here into the final, but as I do think it is going to be a long shot for them, and their maybe lack of experience with Rensport could come back to bite them, but let's wait and see. The fans of Team Falcons will of course be in waiting and hoping that they can make it through into the final. Of course, we've already got Team Redline, Team Vitality, Push Commander Esports and Guild Esports into tomorrow's final, but who is going to join them? It's time to start finding out with our first qualifying session of the afternoon. Fuji, of course, ready for race 1, and 4 races for these teams to find out who will go through. We're back to 25 points for a win. It's going to be about consistency a little bit more. Yesterday, the race win was weighted so much that I don't think a team that won a race didn't make it through, unless I'm mistaken.
I believe that is the case.
I believe so. So maybe one team did win and didn't make it, but
I'll double check.
We'll double check.
I will say one thing to talk about there. In the practice session they've just had, it was Larry McCormack who was the one who topped the session. So McCormack is looking strong. The lap time yesterday was a 7:42 that was set by Sebastian Job. First qualifying session then, and it'll be Jakub Maciejewski, of course, for Team Falcons down into the first corner. Really long straight here. It's just 25 metres under 1.5k going down the start-finish straight into the braking zone that caused so much drama in the opening race yesterday.
Yep, Jakub Maciejewski making his way into the middle sector of the lap then, through turn 3, which is up on the curve on the right-hand side, then just missed the bollard on the left. Could have used a bit more on the right, maybe. Left a bit of time on the table through there. Now through 100R, such a long right-hander, a unique turn on this racetrack. Then get yourself to the right-hand side, ready for turn 6. The exit out of here important because it's a long run down into turn 10.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously, as you work your way through 8 and 9, 9 being 300R, courtesy of the radius of the corner, you get that view of Mount Fuji as you slam your way onto the brakes coming down into turn 10, up through 11 and 12. I always found this being a really awkward section, but the awkwardness continues into this final sector, and it's so tricky to find all the apexes round here.
So him just straddling the anti-cut curve on the inside line there. That's what you've got to do in this final sector especially. He really loses the rear end of the Audi through there. He's probably a couple of attempts away from getting a 35 at the moment. I think he's going to be a low 36 as we've got right now, goodness me. Out the final corner for Jakub Maciejewski, then he slides his way through again. So much wheel work required in this Audi. Not delighted with it. Hand to his head. He knows that this probably won't be a pole position. He'll just look to get on the grid, get somewhere so that he can provide some benefit in this race. Over the line for Maciejewski, it's a 36.6, dear me.
Yeah, indeed, and Matty Siepler will be up next. Actually, big kick of oversteer as he got onto the brakes there, coming up towards 14 and 15, just straddling the curb a little bit on the right-hand side, and it just trying to loosen ever so slightly in through the final corner now as he punches his way, and Matty Siepler is not happy. He had a slowdown yesterday in qualifying, which put him towards the back of the field. He's got to beat the 36.6 from his teammate. This is not looking good for Falcons at the moment as they come up towards the line. They might already be the club champions here in Esports World Cup. That is not an ideal lap time, though, for Maciejewski and Siepler to start out with.
It was the last sector, I think, for both of them as well. Here's Daniel Pastor, who was here last year, of course, and felt so disappointed he couldn't help Williams Esports to a Teams Championship final. Can he do it this time in 2024 as he makes his way up towards the line? First sector, right on the money. Second, maybe a tenth or so away. He might sneak into the 35s, but I don't quite think so. Over the line he goes. It is, no, he won't. 36-3 from him.
Yeah, these aren't too great, but let's see what Darren McCormack will do. The first sector, as he comes across, is looking pretty decent. The second sector's a couple of tenths off where we'd want it to be. Again, it was a 35-7 from Sebastian Job the previous time we were racing at Fuji, of course, yesterday in the very first race of it. McCormack will come up towards the line. We'll only see Fuji once today as well. He'll come out towards the beam. Let's see what the 86 can do. I'm sure it's going to be good enough to go ahead of Daniel Pastor, but it's not looking super fast. Doesn't even breach into the 35s. A 36-2-1-4.
Yeah, we're not going to see any 35s I wouldn't expect unless someone else can pull something out the back, like Isaac Price, of course, former iRacing World Champion, making his way out of the final corner, sliding with that Porsche. 3 different manufacturers, by the way, in this fight. Should be good and to see how the manufacturers interact with one another. This is looking good, though. As long as he's hooked the final sector together, Isaac Price could be on provisional pole here. Up towards the line for the first G2 Esports Porsche. Yes, he gets there. 36-1, and that's the new provisional pole time.
And will he be beaten by his teammate immediately? I think the answer to that question is no. Jakub Brzezinski into the final sector. The first sector is a couple of tenths down. The second sector is about 3 tenths down, but that was on a 35-7, but he's already lost half a second to that. So I think this is more in sort of like the Daniel Pastor. To be fair, I think it's going to slot into 4th ahead of Jakub Maszewski, but behind the 2 Williams. Let's see what Brzezinski will do across the line. He hits the stripe. It's going to be a 36-4, I reckon, by my money. Let's see what it is. 36-7, it's even worse. That's terrible.
Wow, brutal. He rolled his eyes at himself, though, to be fair, on the way out the final corner, so it wasn't going to be good, I'm afraid. Dennis Schoninger now into the final corner. Williams nearly complete here with their drivers, by the way. This is the 3rd Williams driver making their way up towards the line. A slight slam on the steering wheel, but the first 2 sectors are okay. It seems the final sector really providing the challenge for these drivers, as we so often see around this Fuji Speedway circuit. Up towards the line for Dennis Schoninger then, and it is 4th place. Williams 2, 3 and 4 for now.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not too bad. Here comes Lemon M, of course, who qualified in 6th position yesterday in that group. You can see, look, he's very concentrating as we use the ultra wides. He's spotting that apex as he turns it through the final corner. Again, first sector's a couple of tenths down, second sector's a couple of tenths down. I think it'll might be slightly faster than Brzezinski. It's going to be around his teammate Jakub Maszewski, but I don't believe it's going to be competing with any of the 3 Williams. It's certainly not going to be competing with Isaac Price. Laminette crosses the line. Where does he go? Straight up to 5th place. Oh, even to 4th. Never mind.
Yep, up to 4th. Best of the Team Falcons so far. Here's Dominic Bly, the final of the Williams Esports drivers, the former SRO Esports GT World Challenge Europe champion. I can say that 5 times quickly.
That's tough.
In 2022. He's not delighted with this, but let's see as he makes his way up towards the line. Couple of attempts away in both of the first 2 sectors, a few attempts away actually in the first couple of sectors, and so he'll be right in the mid-pack again here, I would have thought. Dominic Blatt, 6th place, no, 5th place, oh, late change, 200ths ahead of Dennis Schoninger.
Do you know Dominic Blatt won the first ever race I commentated on an Assetto Corsa Competizione? Fun fact.
He has been racing a long time.
He has indeed. No, to be fair, it wasn't that long ago. Nikodem Wisniewski will work his way through, of course, speaking of first times. When it comes to wins, of course, did win the inaugural Le Mans virtual race back in 2020 alongside his teammate Jakub Brzezinski. What's it looking like for Nikodem Wisniewski? He was actually very impressive in, I think it was DTM Esports a bit earlier on in the year. Obviously took a whole handful of victories in his debut really for G2 Esports. Finds his way up into 6th position, sandwiched between 2 of his old teammates.
Here's Joni Tomala, one of the F1 Esports Teams Championship winners from 2019, a few years ago now, turning his hand to GT3 racing for G2 Esports. Nobody's pleased with this, are they? No. Shaking their heads all over the place here. G2 at the moment on the pole position with Isaac Price. Actually, this is not a bad lap so far from Tomala, but again, I think it is that final sector where it's really starting to unravel, and it certainly did for Tomala there. He's 9th.
What race was it? Was it Orchard Road on the online where everyone was shaking their head coming out of the final corner? They all set exactly the same lap time, basically. So it's not quite in that vein, but there are a few struggles. No one's been able to breach the 35s just yet, and I'm not sure this is going to be the one to do it. 26.1, 10th off in the first sector, 35.7, 2 3 tenths off in the second sector. Timis Tatler will come come out towards the line. The final driver in this qualifying session, the final driver to go and challenge Isaac Price. Will he be able to do so as he hits the line? It's going to be a 36-something. It's good enough to move him to 4th. 36.322. Isaac Price on the pole.
The fastest of the Falcons there for Tatler, but the fastest of G2 Esports is Isaac Price in that opening session. Been here from the very start. I remember in Katowice, he was making finals despite not actually getting anywhere near a podium place. He kept being on the cut-off line between 5th, 6th, 7th position, battled his way through, and now it's a different format, of course, but he's still on top with that pole time. I think that session has showed us a little bit, though, that we don't have the very fastest drivers here in this group, I wouldn't say. You were just looking at the previous session that we had here at Fuji. It was a lot quicker than that one.
A lot quicker. I mean, those lap times, the pole time in here would only put them like 4th or 5th in that one. Although I have heard from some of the drivers, sometimes you join a session and it's not quite as quick.
Here's Isaac Price celebrating, sort of, his pole position, 900ths of a second ahead of Dara McCormack, with Daniel Pastor make it 2 Williams Esports cars inside the top 3. Team Falcons, 4th and 5th with Tatler and Lemonek, with Dominic Blyer in 6th place, Nikodem Wisniewski in 7th, then of Dennis Schoninger. That's the final of the Williams drivers. Then Jakub Mastiewski for Falcons in 9th. Joni Turmela and Jakub Brzezinski next, followed by Matti Siepeler in 12th. The entire session covered by 8.5 tenths of a second then, and that is not bad, but maybe not as close as we've seen in some other ESL R1 sessions. As we have a look at warm-up now, it's you're doing an Isaac Price.
I'm Isaac Price now. What a weird thing to happen.
You won't know that, but he was doing that for about 30 seconds.
I was doing it. I had photographs from our junior and everything. I will say, do you want to have a guess? How many races has Isaac Price won in ESL R1?
1?
Yeah.
About 2.
You reckon?
Yeah.
No. He would become our 35th race winner.
Has he never
He's
won?
never won
That's
in ESL R1.
Slightly unbelievable. Slightly unbelievable, but I do believe you.
Yeah, exactly. No, my spreadsheet doesn't lie, mate.
No, unless you've done something wrong.
No,
what would you do?
It's all manual input, so there probably is a lot of mistakes there. No, of course, we've not seen too many Porsches be victorious as well over the run here, so there is that as well.
However, Kuba Brzezinski was the Porsche winner, I think only Porsche winner from yesterday. Ulas Zudrum got quite close to FaZe. But Brzezinski managed to get it done at Monza, the most straight-line speed-heavy circuit, which they've been complaining they haven't got any of so far.
Are you telling me that sim racers complain about stuff that's absolute rubbish?
I mean, we complain quite a lot about stuff that's absolute rubbish, so I would argue that, yeah, that is very much true.
I've received many a message from drivers. The best bit is that on our side, sometimes we get drivers tell us one thing, and then another driver will tell us something which is the exact opposite of what we've just been told.
Makes you wonder really why we listen to them like they're some great fountains of knowledge, really, and they're just serving their own interests sometimes.
We're just trying to make people happy.
We're trying to please too many people at once. But
exactly.
There we go. But
exactly.
then we'll be accused of having favourites. So
I do have favourites. I've got a scarf in my hotel room.
That's true. To be fair, you didn't bring it today. Oh.
Well, I don't want to jinx them.
Okay.
I kind of jinxed them yesterday. I was like, the only 2 teams you've got to worry about is blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, here comes Vitality.
Speaking of that, and they're in this race, I know Luke Humphreys messaged you yesterday to explain that not happy with me for saying that Hockenheim is going to be a chaotic start. And lo and behold, it was, involving both G2 Porsches. In the end, I don't think it actually affected their outcome in the group stage. I don't know about you, but they were never going to get the top 4, I don't think, but and they never were in danger at the bottom 2. They were just mid-table, and I don't think that would have changed.
I'd rather you say that than me.
Okay.
That's fine.
It's just my opinion.
It's fine. Yeah. One man's opinion's another man's not opinion.
That phrase needs some work before we roll it out on a national scale. Anyway, out the final corner then, it's a long run up towards the line here as well. 10 laps at Fuji. As I said before, if this race is anything like race 1 at the opener of yesterday's proceedings, we are in for an absolute treat here. Josh Rogers and Sebastian Job especially were 2 main players in a wonderful race to begin day 2. We begin day 3 with the very same circuit. It's the last chance for Williams, G2 and Falcons to make their way into the World Cup Teams Championship final. Up towards the line, we're underway for the first time on day 3 as the drivers already pop out and try and get the lead. It's going to be chaos in towards turn 1, you'd expect. Big defence already from Thomas Tassler, who's on the inside of 4 wide. He's diving down the inside, but he's gone too deep, way too too deep on the brakes. Through goes Isaac Price and Dara McCormack fighting for the lead on the way towards turn 3.
Yeah, through comes the army of Williams on Timis Tatler as they try and fend their way through down into turn 3. But it will be Isaac Price fending off Dara McCormack, Dennis Schoeniger and Daniel Pajnor. Williams running second, third and fourth. Dominic Bly still trying to work his way through as we head into 100R. Now down into the hairpin. It's Timis Tatler trying to hang to the outside. Heavily onto the brakes. Can Dom Bly find his way through?
Williams in a great position at the moment, especially if Dominic Blyer can do something here. There's Daniel Pajnor. He's moved up to 4th place on this start as they go 2, 3 and 4 and maybe 5 here. As Dominic Blyer and Timis Tatler are right behind this, will be fighting away. He'll have to watch his mirrors here, Pajnor, as they dive down the inside. Oh, Falcons contact on each other. Oh, a big spin, I'm afraid, for a couple of their drivers. It was Lemonek, I think, it's Tatler, who's gone around down to 11th place from right up there in qualifying.
Yeah, there's a G2 in the middle of all of that, but what a disaster. Falcons and G2 tripping over each other. Meanwhile, Isaac Price will probably be asking the question to Nick Dealey, what are my teammates doing? Where are they? I've got 4 Williams behind me, and this is looking pretty scary right now, and yeah, not ideal for them. Let's see if Dara McCormack can take over the race lead from the Porsche as we head out into the 1.5k straight.
It's on board with Joni Tomala we are at the moment. I wonder if he's just going to push Tatler into line. No, there's going to be a battle here. There's going to be a lot of teamwork. Here goes Dara McCormack, though. You can maybe just see it with your binoculars down the front straight because it's a long way away. Dara McCormack makes his way through, and through as well goes Dennis Schoeniger, who very nearly hits his teammate. That would have been awkward for Team Williams as Isaac Price tries to fend them off. And now the slipstream games begin. Look at McCormack immediately pull himself to the right-hand side to allow Schoeniger the slipstream, but it doesn't work, and Isaac Price retains second at least.
Yeah, this is over the hands of Joni Tomala. Oh, sorry, Isaac Price. Joni Tomala. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I just saw the key. That was the important bit. Dara McCormack then to sneak up to the race lead. Very, very good. That was an excellent overtake. I think he actually went in a little bit deeper at turn 1 intentionally to allow Dennis Schoeniger to have a little bit more room on the brakes there so that he could try and set it in. Of course, it didn't work for them, but I get the feeling that the Williams team here can I think they could put themselves comfortably in a position of 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Where did he come from? Dennis Schoeniger straight down the inside and straight through. That was from a long way back, but a good move. And here goes Daniel Pajnor as well, starting to put the pressure on Price. As you said earlier, Price is going to be thinking, where are my teammates here? Not least because they need to score points, but secondly, if they were up there, they could help him and not get completely rolled as he is at the moment.
Yeah, I think Williams now, right, I'm going to say that they'll probably be sat there. Michael Preston, the team behind the scenes that are trying to organise all this. I genuinely reckon, because of the situation they're in, I almost think they'd be disappointed if they don't end this race 1, 2, 3 and 4. They've got a solid position. They know the Merc's actually pretty decent in a straight, relatively speaking. We can see here on the drone shot that Daniel Pajnor is closing right up to the rear end of Isaac Price. It's going to be another one for Price to drop back because Dennis Schoeniger is going to pass off the slipstream to his teammate.
Oh, look how late he is on the brakes, Isaac Price. It's too late. He's wide through turn 1 and through as well goes Dominic Bly. No, not quite. He didn't quite do it, but Daniel Pajnor does, and Williams are 1, 2, 3. They are loving this opening race.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, for Isaac Price, he'll be sat, there's just nothing he can do. He's sat in the middle of it. The Porsche is quite good on the brakes, but realistically speaking, there's just nothing he can do. And it's not about balance of performance on cars. This is pure numbers, strength in numbers for Williams. The fact that they have so many teammates, they can orchestrate this entire fight. You'll watch them on the start-finish straight. Daniel Pajnor will almost immediately try and give slipstream to Dominic Bly as soon as he gets even the whiff of getting alongside.
And yeah, you saw it at the back end of the last time round. We're going to see it again, that's for sure, as Williams try and aid one another to get as many points as possible. Team Falcons are regrouping here after big contact between themselves, really, in towards turn 10. They are starting to catch this group again. Matti Sieppela is the leader of them, followed by Jakub Masiewski and the rest. Let's have a look at what happened in turn 1.
Oh no, all the G2s made contact with each other.
Yikes.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, I think that was Wisniewski and Tomala. This is very big dive bombs down the inside. That was 5 wide very briefly there. That was never going to work.
That's just you know, obviously a lot of that was Falcons on Falcons, to be honest. There were some big dives in there. I think it was just a couple of people being a little bit too ambitious. Let's see then if Isaac Price is going to drop another position. I don't actually think that Dominic Bly is close enough to go for anything. He's not had a particularly good exit, but then Isaac Price is close enough to the back of Daniel Pajnor. So it will remain a Williams 1, 2 and 3.
How do you think Price actually... Oh dear, as Bly goes very very deep
My
there.
goodness.
Matti Siepela is going to enjoy that one as he closes in for Team Falcons. How do you think Isaac Price plays this one now? Because he's surely got an impossible job. If he pulls out of the slipstream of Pastor, he's never going to get any help from McCormack or Schoninger. He's going to have to hit that brick wall of air while Pastor continues to get a double slipstream at all times.
I don't know. Look, the thing is it's going to be a tall order for him to beat off Williams here in this fight, but I've got to say the three of them ahead, there's just no way he's going to be able to make his way past, and it's not even about making his way past, it's about making his way past and holding the position. I just don't see it. This Isaac Price is in a tall order. If he can grab anything in the top 4 at the end of this race, I'd be very impressed, and I think he will be pretty proud of himself, despite being very frustrated.
Yeah, at the moment, Williams would, it won't be a surprise for you to learn, the current group leaders, if this race were to end as it is, and they'd be leaders by quite some way, affirming their favourite status in the start of this group. Out through the final sector again. This is turn 16, looking for that run onto the very, very long front straight. Don't think Price quite got the exit right there. He was up on the curb on the inside a little bit, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Dominic Bly will try and get into the slipstream then. Don't think he's close enough. And if he breaks as late as he did last time round, then he'll be in trouble through turn 1, I would have thought, as the top 7, well, pretty much the entire field actually, in one long line, all drafting off of one another, trying to steal a bit of a march on the other, but not able to. And there's a look back from Isaac Price at what he can see. I mean, Matti Siepela here for me has got to be the instigator for Falcons. He's got to try and get into the top 5 and get some of his teammates up the order.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Thomas Tattler, arguably the heaviest hitter for Falcons, is not going to be hitting any numbers at the moment because he's scoring nil points right now, sat back in 12th position. Joni Tormela, one of the strongest for G2 down there, 11th. I do distinctly remember, was it in Munich where he made that incredible move? Was that in Katowice or at the Hockenheim ring where he made it? I think he had like a 3-wide cutback coming out of the...
it was
was it in Munich?
Yeah,
I was going to say, because that was definitely like move of the race on day 1. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Was it day 1?
It was day 2.
Was it?
Yeah, don't test my memory.
I'm pretty sure it was day 1.
Okay, I'll bow to your knowledge.
I don't think he was in day 2, was he?
I can't remember.
It was over a year ago.
It was, but even if it was yesterday, I still might not remember. Meanwhile, on board with Dominic Bly in 5th place. Matti Siepela just behind this camera shot. Isaac Price is the one you can see just up in front. Surely a front 4 all covered by Williams here is a huge statement at the start of this. I mean, even this is a big statement.
It really is. Honestly, like, Williams right now, they won't fight. Dara McCormack will come over, surely, victorious, since I know we're halfway still left to go, but unless there's some catastrophic error, I think Williams will be doing well to protect this. But look at this. Now Dominic Bly is closing his way in. They could be a send down into turn 1. Let's see if he actually manages to find it. He looks down the inside, doesn't commit to it, and now he has Matti Siepela sending his way to the outside at turn 1.
Oh, he's going to get pushed out wide there, and he certainly was. Matti Siepela trying to take advantage as much as he can. He's got the fastest lap now as well, looking to move into the top 5. The front 3 certainly getting away, and I think the front 3 for Williams now have decided, yes, we want to help Blyer, but actually that's not the most important thing here. Let's get away and cover these podium places, because if this battle for 4th continues to develop like this, that front 3 will have a gap pretty shortly.
As well, check out a replay as to the move as McCormack was able to work his way past, and this is where Dennis Schoninger was trying to make it down the inside of the first corner. You can see Isaac Price is going to go in a little bit too deep as well as he's trying to fend them off. Near contact between two Williams. To be fair, McCormack read his mirrors pretty well. This was the final move as Isaac Price sent it in a little bit too deep. Dennis Schoninger and a little bit of contact as well for good measure with Daniel Pajtor. I will say, by the way, you know how I like my stat of who's crossing 100 races. Darren McCormack will be the next driver to cross 100 if he does 3 races tomorrow, which is likely because we're going to have probably 5 or 6 races, depending on which one it is. He should have his 100th race as one of those tomorrow.
And we should have a 250th race too, if we get enough. We'll see. On board with Bly very briefly, because he's powering past Isaac Price. After pole position, He's been going backwards here, and Team Williams are all of a sudden in the money. Down in towards turn 1 they go. Here goes Matti Seipala, also looking to take advantage and burst into the top 5. On the inside, he's not really had the space there, and here comes Mastievski as well, as he follows his teammate to the outside line. In towards turn 3. Can Seipala get round there? He breaks late. He's going to go for it, and he's got it. Top 5 for Matti Seipala. That was a spectacular overtake for Team Falcons.
Yeah, but they're all battling over the minor places now because Williams are taking an unbelievable advantage. You remember what I said earlier? If you want to move through, if you want to get... Remember, only one of these 3 teams will be moving through into the team's final tomorrow. The other 2 teams will have their keys crushed and they will be out of the Esports World Cup. And right now, Williams are well in control. Straight to the outside, Jakub Maciejewski is going to go to try and commit his way past Isaac Price. He sends it around the outside of the first part of the hairpin, around the back end of the circuit, but cannot complete the move. It has to be a settle for 7th place.
What that has done, though, is allowed Matti Seipala a bit of space. It's also allowed Lemon M to join in, as well as Nikodem Wisniewski and Jakub Brzezinski as well, who are the 2 G2 Porsches. You can see further behind from that. Tumas Tatsela's passed Yuri Tumala, by the way, in an all-finished battle. Can't imagine many words being exchanged between those 2 at the end of the race, to be honest, even no matter what happens here.
That's all it is.
That'll be about it.
That is all the conversation
and it's
is.
only for 1 point as well, so it's not going to be too much. Here goes the pump drafting for Team Falcons. Will there be any move here from Jakub Maciejewski, who's going to get a huge bit of overspeed? Have a look at this. Premysław Lemonek is just pushing his teammate right up to the inside. He's not quite going to get there in time as we begin the 8th lap of this race. Isaac Price has got to stop the bleeding here. He's got to stop losing places.
Yeah, it's so frustrating for him again. Like, to be fair, that frustration will have built. He's done such a good job from pole position to battle, but of course, having absolutely no assistance around him. And this is the thing, is that when you are, this is how you have to play it in this. You again, what we said when G2 were having their little chat beforehand, to try and psych the team up and get them ready. You need team play, strength in numbers in this race, and that is exactly what G2 do not have in the important places.
Nikodem Wisniewski on his way through as well as he goes side by side with Premysław Lemonek, who was pushing his teammate past Isaac Price, or trying to, a couple of laps ago. Now he's protecting his own positions. Here goes Wisniewski to the outside. If he can stay there, he'll have the inside at 11, and he does. Here goes Kuba Brzezinski as well. No, he could only go through on his teammate. There wouldn't be much point in that. Here goes Tatsela. Where is he? There was contact. I'm sure he was looking down the inside, and in the end couldn't quite do it. Brzezinski had to have his eyes forwards and backwards there.
Yeah, indeed. Look, again, between Wisniewski and Brzezinski, those 2 will be working together in this. So if Brzezinski needs to go defensive, Wisniewski will instantly try and help him in that one. Those 2 have been teammates for a very, very long time, better part of a decade, and they've switched teams an awful lot. I distinctly remember the first time I ever got beat by Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski around this circuit, by the way, in 2015. As here we go with a switch of positions. Tumas Tadler using the slipstream, but I don't know if he's going to have the straight line speed, courtesy of Wisniewski helping out Brzezinski. Contact between the 2. Into the fight comes Yoni Tormala, who'll give a little bit of a bump coming down to T1.
Oh, that's late on the brakes from Tatsela. I'd be impressed if he can stop that in time, and he can't. Through goes Brzezinski, or he stays through, I should say. Then it's Yuri Tumala in the pink-accented Porsche. They'll stay single file there, and there'll be a lapse breather. We're on the penultimate lap then. It's a Williams 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to stay that way, I would imagine, as well. It's the positions from 5th on downwards here that are really up for grabs.
Yeah, it really is. Like I say, these are the ones that could switch quite a lot, but realistically speaking, is it all going to matter? I know it's very early to say that in the first race, but if Williams... This is the thing, is if Williams can do a very similar thing in the next race, then... things are looking very, very solid for them. To start out with a 1, 2, 3, and 4, you're taking such a heavy percentage of the points because they drop off so much from 4th down. You obviously used it's 25, 20, 16, and 13 is what they're doing, and behind that it's like 11, 9, 7. You just don't get that many for those points. They are going to have an enormous lead after this.
They really are. It can all change, of course, because just as quickly as Williams have built up this lead, they can lose it all over again. But it is a huge place to be after just 1 race of 4. Out of the final corner they go, with the leaders miles ahead. McCormack, Schoninger and Pastor have worked together here to run away with this race. Dominic Blyer's done enough for 4th as well. Matti Siepela will have to hang on from Isaac Price. Maciejewski's going to be defending, or trying to get involved, I should say, as well. Here goes Price, looking to the outside line in towards turn number 1, looking to make up some places and finally make some overtakes in this race. Can't quite do it. He knew he was going to run out of space, and now he's running out of opportunities to get through before the end.
They've struggled to get that Porsche stopped coming down into T1, which is not something that we've typically seen so far. It's not really looked quite good on the brakes as we jump back to Nikodem Wisniewski trying to get past Przemysław Lamanek, but unable to find that pass. There's just not many more from this point around this circuit.
There isn't really. Here goes Lamanek a little bit wide, and will Wisniewski go to the inside? No, not quite. That's very wide from Kuba Brzezinski. You can tell it's the last lap. You can tell it's the last chance. He goes down the inside, can't quite do it, and so stays behind. On the back straight they go then into this final sector. I think it's going to be difficult for things to change. It might be all happening at the final corner.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, my goodness, a little bit too deep onto the brakes as Wisniewski sends it almost into the back of Lamanek, but will not make contact. Lamanek saw that one coming. I say it's really the penultimate and final corners. We head into the penultimate one now. Can anyone be brave enough to send one down the inside? You're going to try and get them offline at the final corner to try and make sure that you slipstream your A pass, but this will be perfect formation flying and a perfect start for Williams.
Darren McCormack makes his way out of the final corner here to win at Fuji. It's his 4th win of 2024 and a hugely important one for Williams Esports, who affirm their favourite status in Group A to take 1, 2, 3, 4 here in race 1 at Fuji. Job done from Williams Esports. Has that put them into the position to go through into the team's championship final tomorrow?
Michael Preston, obviously behind the scenes, he's been doing the engineering effectively for them and making sure they're in the right place. He's done such a good job, and what a beautiful drive from all 4 of their drivers. Dennis Schoeninger picks up his 3rd podium. Obviously, he picked up his 2nd one yesterday. I think the podium's a little bit skewed in this race, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, even despite the dominance of that victory, look at their faces. Almost no celebration. They know there's still a real job to do.
They know that this day is most certainly not done and that there is a long way still to go. You might see a bit more celebrations after the next one.
Well, let's wait for them to get ready for that next one. It will be at Daytona. Make sure you come back and join us in a few moments' time as race 2 of Group A in the second chance for the team's championship will be getting underway after this short break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello and welcome back. That was the first race to decide who stays in this championship. Alongside me now is Cam Roger, as well as Zach Sweeney, still joining me, Claire Cottingham. And that was Williams, wasn't it? Actually, no, sorry, Williams.
Absolutely, they just smashed that, didn't they? They didn't completely dominate the qualifying session, but with just how it worked in those first couple of laps, they moved their way forward, and that is why this format is good for those teams who can work together and have some consistent drivers up towards the front. It was Falcons and G2 who are squabbling amongst themselves in behind, and then eventually Williams worked their way to a 1-2-3-4 finish.
I mean, it was quite crazy to see the beginning of that race because Williams, as you say quite rightly, managed to really work as a team throughout most of the race and then commanded it from there. But we saw a lot of squabbling at the back, didn't we? Let's have a look at the highlights so we can see exactly what we're talking about from that first race in Fiji.
Yeah, it was definitely a very interesting one down towards the first corner. It got very tight, almost 4 wide, with Tuzla just going a little bit wide, but unfortunately it didn't end up in the correct direction for him. This is where Williams already positioned themselves. Then we had the massive send down the inside, 4 wide again, and I think that might have actually been Seepler who really started that one off, but it was a bit of a bad run for Falcons after that.
And this was the downfall of Isaac Price. G2 paying the price through their lap 1, turn 1 shenanigans, isolating Price at the front, who did a sensational lap in qualifying, but this is then where Williams stakes their claim. Of course, you could see there both cars of McCormack and Schoninger making their way through, and then it just continued and snowballed throughout the rest of the race. I have to say, I'm really impressed with Isaac Price, but this is why unity and teamwork is so important in a format where the top team goes through.
Yeah, you needed your teammates there. Price did what he needed to do. He went on pole position with a pretty solid lap time, but unfortunately his next closest teammate was 3/10 back, Wisniewski, down his 7th place in qualifying, so he just didn't have the help that he needed, and he was fighting a losing battle. The Williams cars and those Mercedes just were able to go through, and then of course Matti Seepler then came in behind, and he also had his teammate working his way through there as well. I think it was Maciejewski in behind, so it was just not the position that Price really wanted to be in, and not much he could have done about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And again, he just fell backwards. You need that teamwork with you. Williams executed it to perfection. You can see some of the frustrations here, and you can understand for Isaac Price just how gutted you must feel, because the expectation when you start on pole position is that you then convert that into a race win.
Yeah, look at all the frustration from most of the drivers there, but Dara McCormack looking very confident, actually. It wasn't really much of a smile. It was more of just like a, yeah, we've got this.
Well, they haven't done it yet, have they? But however, the amount of points they would have gained from that 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but Zach, that kind of means they're going through.
Effectively, yes, right? I mean, we were talking about this just now. What they have done, they've scored 74 points by getting that 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a huge amount to get just after one race. We've still got 3 more, let's not forget. And in order for the other teams, of course, of G2 and Falcons to come back, they're going to have to do the same at least once and have Williams have some equally bad luck.
But the good thing is we come to this track at Daytona International Speedway, and this is a track where we've seen already twice yesterday and into the day previous as well, was drivers being pushed to the line. Yep. So of course we had the 2 red line drivers of Job and Ziggy on day 1, and then yesterday as well we had the driver being pushed towards the finish. So it can definitely be used, the slipstream can be used, and you can have your teammates around you. So I wouldn't be surprised if you find teammates linking up with each other almost on purpose so that they could do the sort of the aero games.
Didn't we just see that in Fiji though?
Pretty much, yeah, exactly.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, teams just, I mean, they're going to be so frustrated, the 2 teams that firstly got into a squabble at the back. 2 teammates hitting each other is never something a team manager's going to want to see. What conversations need to be had? Because they are racing against themselves. Obviously, it's a very different format in terms of they are racing alongside a lot of their teammates. But rule number 1, you don't hit your teammate.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of, lads, sort it out. We cannot let that happen. As a team, we need to have a united front, like Williams have done. They are a top-level team in a group that they are favourites to go and win, but they haven't been complacent. They said, lads, come on, we need to get into this, we need to execute. What did they do? They did a decent job in quali and then hit the ground running from lap number 1, got that 1, 2, 3, 4 status, and then just controlled the race. Each 4, those 4 cars at the front, you can't touch them at that point. It is just an impenetrable fortress unless you have an equally united front, which neither G2 nor Falcons were able to provide.
And that is the pressure that is now on G2 and Falcons, is they need to get themselves themselves, they need to have at least 2 cars up there on that front row, the front 2 rows in qualifying. They need to try and do something to get ultimately a 1, 2, 3, 4 finish, because what needs to happen now for someone to beat Williams is they need to get a 1, 2, 3, 4 finish, and then their respective results in the other race would need to be higher. So they really need to start looking at that, and that puts actually Falcons in a better position with Seepler getting that 5th place that time around. Of course, there's still 3 races to go. Plenty of things can happen, but it's an uphill struggle now.
I mean, Cam, you say that qualifying is important and you need to be up at the top, but in that last race in Fiji, Williams was 2nd, 3rd, fair enough, that's 2 at the top, 6th and 8th.
Yeah, no, you are absolutely right. You can work it out in the race. And also Price from pole position down to 6th place.
I feel for Price.
So,
he was hung out to dry a bit there, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I just think for the likes of Falcons especially, they maybe didn't have the best qualifying that they would have wanted yesterday as well, put themselves in some tricky situations. So I think when you start lower down, you then have to start taking risks, basically, and you don't want to be having a silly lunge, because remember, penalty points are in play as well, and you don't want to be losing points from that, because yeah, it's cool if you get in the position, but then if you lose it with a penalty, it doesn't really make any sense.
No, that's true. Practice is underway, obviously, at Daytona. This is a track that these drivers have been on a couple of times over the last few days. We've obviously had the Drivers' Championship getting underway on the first day of our tournament for ESL R1. Of course, Esports World Cup has been going on for about 8 weeks now. We're coming to the end of that. It was Kevin Siggy who won the Drivers' Championship, so he got to keep his key that we gave, and that got put into the totem. And this one at ESL R1 is going to be one of the last totem, actually I think it's the last key to be put into the totem throughout this whole competition. So there's still so much to play for, isn't there, Zach? Not only in the competition as ESL R1, but also in the esports competition as well.
Yeah, most importantly, of course, we'll touch on it tomorrow with Vitality, but G2 out there now, they potentially have an option to go and get that 2nd place in the club championship, which of course you want to go and do. That's a lot of money if you're able to do it, but to do so, they'd need to win both ESL R1 and of course in Rocket League as well, which is at this point a long dream away and going to be such a tough one to go and achieve. But that's the great thing about racing. Anything can, probably will happen, but it is going to be an uphill battle and it is going to be a tough one to climb. But that being said, even though Williams are favourite in this group, G2 can still do a lot, because if they're able to finish 2nd in this group, it's a $4,000 prize difference if they were to finish 3rd in this group. So there is still incentive to push, even if it seems hopeless.
It is a lot to, well, there's a lot to fight for, but it's also a lot of pride as well out there. The drivers and the teams also want to win the pride as competition, and that is a big thing, obviously, for racing drivers and for racing teams. So there is a lot of money on the stake, and there is a lot to play for. And we're going to go to Daytona next. As you can see, the car's still heading out and practicing at the moment, and very shortly we will head to our casters and they will bring us everything. Actually, I reckon we should head over to them now, because I feel they're standing by. It is Ewan O'Leary and George Morgan going to bring you all of the action from the Daytona Speedway.
Thank you ever so much, Claire Cottingham, as always. George Morgan and Ewan O'Leary with me as well. First blood to Williams then. 1, 2, 3 and 4 drivers managing to hit the heights at Fuji Speedway. Not a bad start at all. And I must say, if we take a look at some of the previous results for Williams, you can argue that they performed in moments. Well, I can tell you there was nothing more momentous than that top 4 that we saw in that last race. Fuji definitely seemed to suit them well.
Absolutely suited them wonderfully well. As I'm looking at the sheet at the moment, they've got themselves, get this, a 59-point advantage after just one race. It's absolutely extraordinary. As I said in the last race, though, just as quickly as they can gain a margin like that, they can easily lose it. So they will have to be careful, and they will have to be on the lookout for someone else doing that to them in this race.
We certainly will. We're now heading to Daytona, everybody. We've witnessed already some fabulous races in the past. Now, Dara McCormack won't have necessarily too many fond memories around this circuit, because it was the Team Redline, the Redline Express, I think was the phrase that was coined by one Arjuna Kankapati, and it was absolutely true, because Dara McCormack got taken by 2 Redline cars en route to the finale through Daytona during the earlier phases of this Esports World Cup Championship. But still, nonetheless, this is a very different set of affairs. Only 3 teams in this fight, 4 drivers for each team, as standard as we've already seen at Fuji. So we're going to, well, send it around this soiree once more. Daytona, a largely different circuit to Fuji, though.
Very much so. The long straight dear me, tied up completely there. I've had an engine failure. Long straights, they're going to be the real factor for this one. The BMW has been generally the strongest in terms of its straight line speed, especially the drive out of the corners as well. That's really helped them at Daytona. However, it's been the Porsche that's been struggling here because of its straight line speed deficiencies. So G2 may well not have a great time through here, and maybe not either at Monza, which is the final layout for this Group A. So going to be difficult for G2, especially after that Fuji performance. But I'm interested to see a lot of the Daytona races so far. I've kind of been waiting for the final lap. And as you say, as exciting as those last lap passes are, I want to see a bit more action earlier on, and I think we might get that here.
I think, again, it's going to be qualifying dependent as always. Obviously, you're going to have those that are going to be starting further back. They're going to be keen to make their moves forward, and I tell you one team that are going to be looking to do that, I think, are G2. I think had a really rough time at Fuji. We saw some sparks of brilliance from Team Falcons. Matty Scipia up there in the fight. Isaac Price getting that pole position was absolutely illustrious, though, however, in that last session. He'd be hoping he can at least replicate something of that sort this time. But naturally, every track offers different prospects. So riding on board currently with Dominic Blyer. Many tout him to be on the same level as one Dara McCormack, and it was at Daytona that he made his hellacious debut for this team in ESL R1.
All that time ago. It's now time for him to set the pace this time round at Daytona. We'll wait for his first sector time coming up in a few moments' time. Basically, this infield section is the first sector. Then we've got the oval section, basically, which is the second and third sectors. There is a 43.3. That's pretty much where you want to be for Dominic Blyer, as we're looking for a 142. If we get a 42 hit, expect it to be around, if not absolute, pole position in this session. We'll see if anyone gets there, though, because as we said in Fuji, the qualifying times were notably slower than our times yesterday.
Yeah, first sector, though, looking decent for Dom Blyer, getting off to a good start. Of course, replacing Dennis Schrödinger earlier on. Of course, Schrödinger starting out at Williams at the very first ESL R1 event, the LAN event at Katowice, to get the spring season of 2023 underway. But since then, well, since the end of last year, they're now teammates once more this time. Schrödinger, of course, returning to Williams, and this time alongside Dom Blyer, as now Blyer makes his way down the straight. Of course, Jakub Brzezinski and obviously Nikodem Wisniewski will know all about Williams, both in fact part of this team last year in the full season and spring season. A shake of the head though from Dom Blyer, not happy with that 143.2, that middle sector, that third, well, yeah, a few tenths off in that middle sector. That might have been the crux of the issue.
Yeah, maybe. I would have thought that was quite okay though. This is Daniel Pastore making his way up towards the line as well. I think he'll be in a very similar vein to Dominic Blyer here. Was third place in that opening race at Fuji, just behind Schrödinger and also Dara McCormack, who won the race. Can Pastore do here on his way up towards the line? I think he's relatively pleased. Can't really tell. Over the line, it's a 43.1. He goes to the top.
Yeah, first sector there for Pastore was brilliant. Third sector is, well, shall I say, second sector is where the time was lost. 43.3 in the first sector isn't bad at all for Jakub Matuszewski, and then a 38.453, around 2 tenths off, and he's not best pleased either. So no one in our opening three drivers necessarily happy with what they have set. Matuszewski coming up towards the line now, though, will reserve judgment until he does cross it. Will he top Blyer? Will he top Pastore? He'll slip in between. A 143.205. Not quite enough for a 43.1, though.
Must have had a good exit off of the bus stop chicane, which is what Dennis Schrödinger didn't have by the looks of that reaction. He looks up to his time. It's a strange thing at Daytona because you basically already know what time you've set by the time you make your way out of the bus stop chicane. You've just got to press the throttle as hard as possible on the way towards the line. There's not much skill to that, to put it lightly. Over the line for Schrödinger, this will be the slowest of the time so far, I think. It's 43.4. It is indeed slowest so far.
Yeah, not a lot of skill in sim racing. I'm sure these drivers will have a few words with you, Ewan O'Leary. Jakub Brzezinski with a 43.3 in the first sector, around a tenth off where he would like to be, but still nonetheless, this will be, I'm sure, competitive if he can hook up the second sector, and it's around 2 tenths off. But I think, yeah, just a little flick of the wrist. He's not too put out by this one, but we'll wait and see when he crosses the line. This could put him in the ballpark of Matuszewski in second place. Maybe not enough for Pastore as he now crosses the start-finish line, and it will be third fastest, just behind Matuszewski by just over, or should I say just under 0.05 of a second.
Yep, so we've got all three teams in the top three as things stand. Here's Tumas Tatsila, who qualified the best of the Team Falcons drivers in that first race at Fuji, then dropped to the back to finish the worst of them. It was a real shame for him, I'm afraid, Tumas Tatsila. What will this lap be? He's going to be right in the mix again in a very close qualifying session. Over the line, it's 5th place for Tumas Tatsila, despite the fact he's only a 10th.5 away from pole, as Matti Sipilä has our first slowdown of the day.
That is crushing for Matti Sipilä. He will not go ahead and match, or at least better, the time set by Jakub Matuszewski. That 43.4 in the first sector was 2/10 off where it needed to be, but that second sector crunch certainly did put an end to what could have been a great lap, a 40.5 against a 38, where we generally want to see it around a 38.2. Will not be joining his teammate Matuszewski, as I said. Of course, Jakub Matuszewski, incidentally, going back to him, actually made his debut here at Daytona. Very first race in ESL R1, and he finished 3rd in the Teams Championship quarterfinals.
This is Isaac Price making his way up to the line now. I'm afraid this is a few attempts away. I think this is going to be 7th place for him. He'll get ahead of Sipilä because he hasn't got a slowdown in this race, but I'm afraid he's not quite replicating his Fuji qualifying performance, which put him, of course, on that pole position. Over the line for Isaac Price, it is indeed 7th place.
Not quite the same form we would have seen back at Fuji a race ago. Now it's Nikodem Wisniewski who's going to look to try and lay down the baton this time. 43.359, not bad. 38.2 ideally would be the place to be in Sector 2, so it's a 38.5 for him. Needs to try and dig deep here in this final sector. Looks a little indifferent, just staring intently at his monitor to see whether he can at least drag something out of this 3rd sector. Again, a look of indifference, but a little bit of frustration creeping in. And indeed, Wisniewski goes 6th fastest, but look at McCormack slowdown.
Huge slowdown for Darren McCormack. Williams Esports star man will be at the back here, I'm afraid. He'll qualify last of the 4 Williams Esports drivers after getting a slowdown throughout that 2nd sector. It's the bus stop chicane where you've got to be absolutely perfect. If you're not, then you will be slowing down, I'm afraid, and you will be down in qualifying, giving yourself a lot of work to do for the race. There it is. Confirmation, Darren McCormack, 9th place.
Yeah, that is 2 that have been claimed. And as we take a look, Joni Tormela with a 43.339. Another slow 2nd sector, though, for Joni Tormela, 39.022. That is quite a degree off where you'd like to be, near 8/10 off where you would like to be. So that is some tricky business for Joni Tormela. Coming up towards the line very shortly, needs a big Sector 3. It won't necessarily be as bad as McCormack's, but has forfeited a lot more times, so he does fall in behind McCormack.
There's another slowdown, yeah. And another one. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, goodness.
We've got loads at the end of this qualifying session. Is that like 4 out of the last 5 or something? Ridiculous. Quite unusual as well. Pramislav Lemonek, the latest to add to the list. Every team has got at least one. Falcons have got 2 slowdowns in that qualifying session, which is going to be very damaging for them. But Daniel Pastor will be on pole in the Esports World Cup last chance at Group A. It's a good start for Williams, but they do have their star man down in 9th as well.
Yeah, well, we got to look at Laminet crossing the line, 11th fastest. That's 2 Team Falcons drivers starting from the back, but Daniel Pastor with no such issues. He is now on top and in charge here for Williams Esports, who are looking to correspond after a superb 1, 2, 3, and 4 back at our Japanese race at Fuji Speedway. They could yet go back-to-back this time at Daytona if they pull their finger out.
Absolutely. I'll just tell them to do more work, really, after that last race, isn't it? But there we go. We can do. We do what we like. So, yeah, big lead for them. 59 points confirmed now. We've just had the results confirmed in front of us for that opening race. So, yes, 59 points the advantage. The maximum amount you can drop in a race, by the way, is 68. So they're actually quite close to guaranteeing themselves a place in that final before race 4. We'll see if we get there, though, by the time we get round to Monza.
Yeah, we soon will. Let's take you through those qualifying results. Daniel Pagtor, 1:43.127. Great lap to certainly bring Williams to the top once more. Jakub Matuszewski, though, he's going to be a hard taskmaster to battle against. He's 2nd, Brzezinski 3rd, Blyer in 4th, Thomas Tattler 5th, Nikodem Wisniewski in 6th, Dennis Schrödinger in 7th. Then we have Isaac Price 8th, Darren McCormack in 9th, and Yoni Tormler 10th, Zemislav Lamenek in 11th, and Matti Sipia rounding off the grid order in 12th place. Like I said, 2 Teams Falcons cars at the very back of the field, but they also have 2 cars in the top 5, which could be key, and one of them this time is Thomas Tattler, who did not have the easiest start at Fuji.
The interesting thing for me for all 3 of those teams, though, not just Falcons, is that I don't think any teammates are together pretty much throughout the field.
It's a spread field.
It's very much a spread field, and that is interesting at Daytona because I was expecting to see a lot of team drafting, to put it lightly, throughout this race. Now, that looks like it might not well happen quite so readily here. The reason why, though, I'm more optimistic about this Daytona race compared to the others is that they want to get to their teammates. They'll want to fight forward towards their teammates. They won't want to be waiting around for the very end of the race if they are indeed if teammates together. You want to get together, get to the front and protect your lead. So we should see action earlier on than the 9th lap this time round.
I would expect so. Alluding back to Matuszewski's form in the past, of course, he's starting in 2nd place on the grid. We'll be running side by side with Daniel Pajtor. Now, going back to the online rounds, as I so rightly said, he made his debut here at Daytona for Team Falcons in ESL R1, and in fact, it was the debut of Team Falcons throughout the entirety of ESL R1, and he gave a great account. 3rd place in the quarter-final phase, moved him into the semis during that first round of the team's championship, and now I would say he's a huge danger for Daniel Pajtor, especially being sat in 2nd. So we'll have to see whether he goes for that initiative, goes for the lead at the very start. He might play a cautious game, but the problem with playing that cautious game on the opening lap, Ewan, it does leave you vulnerable to the train of cars behind.
Yeah, you don't want to be like Isaac Price in that previous race and just losing positions again and again and again. That wasn't quite in the same situation because he wasn't getting drafted past again and again. But the fact he didn't have any teammates around certainly didn't help. It's Kub Brzezinski this time who's up there for the G2 Esports squad in that Porsche. Expect them to move forward throughout the race, though. The Porsche's not a great car in a straight line, and so in qualifying with no slipstream, it can struggle. But now that there's other cars around to race with, especially his longtime teammate Nikodem Wisniewski, they will work together well and look to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say this as well. There has been some real good signs from the Mercedes cars in the online rounds here at Daytona. Williams Esports themselves having real great success with Darren McCormack in the first 2 rounds of the online championship, as now they come across the line and put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 and it is the Williams that leads the way. Matuszewski not getting an easy run, and look out for the G2 Esports car of Jakub Brzezinski, who's going to go wheel to wheel here with the team's Falcon driver, who now moves on through. Matuszewski ripping back P2 from the jaws of defeat in that blissful moment. A late break coming through the first sector. Matuszewski going for the lead immediately. He's not wasting any time at all. That certainly came out of nowhere. Just left his foot off the brake, ploughed onto the accelerator, and he takes the lead away from Pajtor.
Astonishing, really, for Jakub Brzezinski, and Thomas Tattler's looking to join him down the inside of the West Horseshoe. He's going to be blocked there as Dominic Blau and Dennis Schrödinger go side by side. Darren McCormack's made up some places too. He's now side by side with Nikodem Wisniewski. Oh, there's contact in the midfield there for sure. I think they're all still pointing the right direction, and they are, but that was an awkward moment between teammates in the midfield.
Yeah, close call, has to be said. They now get back into formation, more akin to what we see generally when we go racing in NASCAR, of course. But this time around, they will be looking to make those overtakes, I'm sure. Further back, Zemislav Lamenek, Matti Sipia also drafting out of position. Here comes now a G2 Esports car of Nikodem Wisniewski. He's going to try and take on 2 Williams Esports cars coming through that first sector. Coming out of the bus stop, I should say. Unbelievable move out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh dear, it's all going on back there though. I think there's been quite the contact between all of the 5 or 6 remaining drivers at the back of the field. We'll focus on the leaders and we'll see a replay of what's going on behind in a little bit of time, but goodness me, it's all going on back there. Wisniewski's going to push Blyer now as these two want to catch the leaders. Jakub Brzezinski in trouble! Oh, contact! Daniel Pajtor so nearly lost it there.
Yeah, and I must say Falcons with a great chance because Tattler's on the attack and he's now managed to move up to 3rd. Brilliant move from Tattler. Brzezinski down to 4th. Pajtor is now in the midst of 2 teams Falcons cars. We said Tattler could be dangerous. He is their locker room leader. Matuszewski's done a great job out at the front. He's controlled the lead pace, but they all came together as a concertina coming through turn 1, and in that first sector, it's the Falcons that lift off, spread their wings and ascend.
Darren McCormack down to 11th place as well. He's battling side by side with Isaac Price at the moment here, further down in the field. He has now got back to 11th, but there was a real tie-up through the bus stop chicane that time around. It was all going on there. The bottom 6 now, all a lot further behind the top 6 because of all of that, and it was pretty messy, really. Didn't go well for Darren McCormack, clearly, who's now just got past Yoni Turmala, is at least back into the top 10.
Yeah, Pajtor now urging ever closer. Whether he will plumb for the move this early, I'm not quite sure. He might choose to remain in behind. He might not be too upset with this current situation because we have seen the driver in P2 generally succeed here at Daytona. It's not out of the question. We've seen it time and time again. Matuszewski could find himself in jeopardy, but then again does have a fellow Team Falcons driver sat in third. Brzezinski, who obviously lost out to third very early on after that surprise attack from Tatler. He has Dom Blyer starting to close up, who is now within the same second of Matuszewski right now, and that gap between Blyer and Brzezinski is ever closing into a 10th, within a 10th now almost, as we now see them make their way down through towards turn 1 across the start-finish line again. The two Team Falcons cars starting to compress that Williams in between. Pajtor needs to manage this race.
And the reason why Pajtor didn't overtake there was because if he did, he would let the Team Falcons cars get together and they would work together to draft straight past him. He doesn't want that, obviously, so he will stay second for now, and he'll try and stay second for a little while. But how interesting is this? Two of each team inside the top 6, 2 of each team in the bottom 6, and there's 2 distinct groups in the field at the moment.
There certainly is quite the divide, and I would say that divide really does formulate between Zemislav Lamanek and Nikodem Wisniewski. The gap there, very nearly 2 seconds between them. Let's take a look at the replay. Now this is the brilliant move that it was a great bold effort from the G2 Esports team coming through with the Williams, brave on the brakes. Of course, Jakub Brzezinski on part of that as they rush down through towards the bus stop. Again, he took 2 Williams Esports cars on, didn't quite fancy the third, but the all-important fact is that he is up 2 places as a result. Schrodinger and McCormack down 8th and 9th.
And what we didn't see there was what happened behind.
It was Wisniewski, sorry.
Yeah, first Wisniewski got through on Schoninger, it was, and because the Williams car was all over the grass and all over the place, it tied up effectively the rest of the top 6 who were absolutely everywhere on the way out of the bus stop chicane. It was a right mess, and that's why you've seen the 2-second gap start to open up. Now, this is interesting. Jakub Maciejewski is still leading, but for how much longer? Daniel Pajtor, as I said before, still wants to remain second so that he can split apart the teammates for as long as possible here. Tumas Tatsler will try and get through if he can. Not sure what Dominic Blyer is going to do, really. He'll stay behind Jakub Brzezinski and try and stop the G2 Porsches from getting side by side. It's all going on into turn 1.
Yeah, side by side, Wisniewski looking to open the door here on Dominic Blyer as they go wheel to wheel, coming through the first sector again. Brzezinski holding on to 4th. He's not under too much scrutiny in this fight, but would obviously quite like to have his teammate joining him in positions 4 and 5. And no doubt Nathan Tague, behind the scenes, team boss for G2, will be willing his boys on as they now head through the middle sector here on lap 4 of 9. We're now coming over the halfway mark, and very shortly see them come through the 3rd sector, where they will, of course, meet that bus stop chicane once again. But that field getting compressed once more, but still Schrodinger has a gap to find on Wisniewski further up. He has overtaken Lamanek, actually, because Lamanek was in that 7th place, but has since forfeited.
Out the left-hander they go, onto the banking again through NASCAR turns 1 and 2. I think we could see a similar situation at the end of this lap, to be honest. Don't know, maybe we're not. I'm not sure how Dominic Blyer's managed to get overtaken there. It must have been a mistake. I wouldn't imagine it was Nikodem Wisniewski getting to the inside off the corner, but I guess it could have been. Now the 2 G2 Esports Porsches are together. This could be a very interesting second half of this race.
Could be. Dom Blyer has taken the fastest lap as well as they cascade through the bus stop chicane. Matuszewski still in charge and out in front. We're riding on board here with Thomas Tatler, sister Team Falcons car. Falcons currently sat 1 and 3, with the other 2 sat 8th and 10th. Very much a divided grid order, as we so rightly said. The gap still well beyond where it needs to be for Schrodinger to close. Wisniewski obviously getting past on Blyer earlier on, as now we see once again Pajtor just waiting in the wings, not content with making the move just yet. He knows how to play the percentages, takes a more aggressive angle through turn 1. I do wonder whether Matuszewski is going to be trying to will the Williams Mercedes onwards, because of course he wouldn't necessarily want to lead on the final lap because he knows exactly what could yet come.
Well, yes, but he will have his Falcons teammate to help
Thomas
him.
Tattler.
He could either let Thomas Tattler win by giving him the draft, or he could get pushed into a victory situation by Tattler himself. Meanwhile, side by side further behind, Matty Siepler and Darren McCormack as the Irishman tries to make his way through the field again, and he is now in 9th place, rescuing a poor start, getting himself, and a poor qualifying, let's not forget, rescuing what he can from this race. A 7th place, probably his maximum he can get here.
Yeah, Falcons on the rise once again, much like they were at Fuji, managing to bring more cars into that midfield fight. And again, G2 are forced to suffer here at this point. Johnny Tormler and Isaac Price, both of whom have had experience in major LAN events in the past. Johnny Tormler currently, of course, competing in the Formula One Sim Racing World Championship. Isaac Price, a former Formula One Sim Racing World Championship driver and used to actually race for the Williams team as well. But now this time here at G2, and Williams are in front of him. Dara McCormack in 9th, however. Would have expected Dara to be further up the order. Was a grand qualifier, but unfortunately during his lap in the qualification phase, he suffered that slowdown like so many others did. And as they now take the turn down through towards the start-finish line once again, it's still Matuszewski out in front. Pajdo now being met, but here comes Thomas Tattler.
Here he goes, side by side to the line, but interestingly, Matuszewski doesn't help his teammate. That is something we haven't seen so far today. He's going to brake early here, get in the way of Pastor if he can, and he's successful in doing so. Thomas Tattler through into 2nd place, and Team Falcons are going to be difficult to beat from here.
I hate to say it, I think I disagree with you, Ewan. I think he was helping out Tattler. He did exactly what he needed to do, hold up Pajdo and allow Tattler to go through, and at the same time maintaining his own position. It's Falcons now at the very top, as opposed to the Williams outfit that we saw in the previous race. It is now the 2 cars in green and black in front of this order, with also G2 Esports coming into this. Brzezinski and Wisniewski, in all the tussling between the top 3, have managed to bring their cars even closer, and Blyer is part of this too.
You might be right, to be fair. You might well have been helping.
I can see your point, though.
It's there are more than one ways to help each other, I suppose, isn't there? So
well,
there's more than one way of going about it.
We're teammates too.
Exactly. Falcons 1 and 2. G2 4 from 5, which is what I'm interested to see here. I'm surprised they haven't made more use of that so far. Wisniewski needs to get a little bit closer to Brzezinski here, and oh goodness, it's all getting very close into the bus stop chicane, isn't it? So are the Porsches going to go for this on a freight train on the outside? Is Daniel Pastor going to get swallowed up by those behind? What's going to happen here as we have a look at the replay of the 2nd group here?
Oh
dear.
Wow. Goodness me. Yeah. Team Falcons unfortunately getting rear-ended. That's 2 Williams cars currently in the midst of a fight or a scrap between a Team Falcons Audi R8 LMS. As now we rejoin the battle right at the front.
I think that was Matty Siepler and Dara McCormack, based on what I'm seeing at the moment.
Would explain the gap. But
contact.
Yeah, wheel to wheel, Wisniewski and Pajdo, and looks like Brzezinski's coming into this too, and both G2s go through the inside. That is absolutely sensational. Wisniewski and Brzezinski, the 2 former Williams Esports drivers from last season, have now, well, you might as well throw any form of loyalty to that team in blue. They have just blasted past and taken 3rd and 4th away from them.
They've got one over on the teammates. Wisniewski and Brzezinski have reversed their own positions, but more importantly, they're ahead of Williams, who are going to take a point sit in this race as things stand, I think. It's going to be very close, though. We'll do the maths afterwards, because the positions are certainly not set in stone. It's a very interesting race, a dynamic situation in both the front group and this 2nd group.
Well, Matuszewski, as we alluded to, one of his great successes was here at Daytona. First visit, a 3rd place in the quarterfinal during the team online rounds, but still under pressure will be the Williams Esports team, because Dennis Schrodinger is now being moved up on here by Isaac Price as well. Of course, on the right-hand side of our screen, as we were looking at it, Wisniewski, though, we are looking at here at this stage, currently chasing after Thomas Tattler. Of course, trying to put a G2 Esports car higher up in the top 3. 2nd place right in front of him. Matuszewski still holds on to the lead, as he has done right through, and if it stays like this, Falcons have a huge chance.
They certainly do. Will Wisniewski get between the teammates here? No. Doesn't decide to go for it. I'm surprised by that, because now he's on his own. Brzezinski made a mistake through the infield section there, and and he's dropped back. Well, I'm not sure it was a mistake, but he's certainly been overtaken. He's down to 5th place now as the two Falcons may exchange places. Not quite.
No, Matuszewski wants to hang on to his lead advantage. Wisniewski forced to wait in behind Daniel Pajor, Blyer and Brzezinski going at it as well in a battle over 5th. Brzezinski, I think, managing to hang on barely. Blyer still working hard to at least put his Williams car back into this top 5 flight, because Williams want more points to consolidate this lead at the top of their group. Matuszewski and Tatler, though, well, they've caused a bit of a complication as far as the group's concerned.
I just want to make a couple of updates, by the way, on penalties we've seen so far. Put in mid-race at 3 penalty points so far to Williams Esports. There are still 3 more under review as of right now, but the championship leaders with this group are going to take a hit on points, not only in terms of finishing position, but with a few penalty points as well.
And whereas everything looked so much, well, whereas they looked so in control in that previous race, things have now obscured slightly, as now once more Wisniewski all over the back of Thomas Tatler, and now as they pursue very shortly in bid to ending the penultimate lap of the race. Of course, first and foremost, they've got to take the bus stop chicane. Of course, not a carbon copy of the bus stop chicane at Spa, that's for sure. Very, very different. This one far more fast-paced, and you can really tackle those curbs as well.
It's an actual bus stop, which is the difference
between
the one at Spa.
That is very true, Ewan.
Yeah, as opposed to it just used to be. So there you go. Final lap of the race coming up here. I honestly can't read this race. This has probably been the best Daytona race we've had so far here this week, and Nikodem Wisniewski wants him to be the winner. Over the line they go. This is on. 1 lap to go.
How brave is he going to be on the brakes coming into turn 1? He's already alongside one Team Falcons car. The Audi R8 LMS, though, has the Tiger line coming through turn 1 and will withstand the pressure. But there's plenty more heavy braking zones to come, including this first hairpin that's coming up. Late on the brakes again here from Wisniewski, who's going to look to try and take Thomas Tatler up the inside. And it looks like he'll have the acceleration. The Porsche now moves side by side again on the Audi R8 LMS as they now burst through. Another braking zone to come soon as well, but it's Tatler who takes it back.
I think that'll be that now. Team Falcons are surely going to win this with Jakub Matuszewski because of that battle. They're not quite out of slipstream range, so it's not over yet, but the chances of Matuszewski taking a victory here are quite large, I would say. Wisniewski very close indeed behind. Brzezinski is in 4th place, and on another day he'd be a little bit closer and be able to help his long-time teammate, but I don't think they're quite close enough to get connected and freight train past the Falcons like they really want to.
Yeah, it's going to be a big mission though for Tatler to hold on to second, because Wisniewski is going to make his life miserable. Side by side between the two manufacturers once more. Porsche Audi once again. G2 though not favouring a late move on the brakes. With the line that Tatler had, he was able to be a little bit braver. Pajtor waiting in the wings in 4th. Still big points going Williams' way as far as that's concerned, but they would have preferred the victory as they come around the bank corner for the final time here on this lap, here in race 2 of this second chance Teams Championship phase. 2 spots, remember, to take you through to the final tomorrow. And I tell you what, we've seen some action, but Jakub Matuszewski, he's going to be stellar once more at Daytona. His debut brought him 3rd. He's just taken victory here in the second Teams Championship second chance race. Falcons on top.
It's his first ever victory in ESL R1. He'll be absolutely delighted with that because Falcons really needed it. They were 3rd in Group A after that opening race at Fuji. They've avenged that with victory here and a double podium as well. They will score the most points from Daytona, we believe, and close that points gap to Williams Esports, who currently lead the way.
No doubt Thomas Tatler, in my view, one of the star performers in that particular race. His experience and I must say his defensive efforts were huge. They were vital to Matuszewski taking the win. Had he not done what he did, Ewan, in my opinion, they would have lost that.
I agree. I think both teammates played an important role in the results of both teams, actually. I mentioned it partway through the race. The top 6 were 2 represented in with all 3 teams, and so they were really able to do the teamwork, help one another as much as possible, and I think they all did pretty well at that. But Team Falcons eventually did it the best, clearly, because they won the race, and so that's important points for them. And a job well done, you've got to say as well.
Yeah, 2023 Polish sim racing champion Jakub Matuszewski, only 19 years of age, and has a blissful career in front of him, I'm sure. If he carries on in this vein, they have absolutely everything to look forward to through the course of this championship. And we can now head down to the arena for an interview.
Going from Morgan 1 to Morgan 2, this was race number 2 in the knockout stage, let's call it, from group number 1. I'm right here with Michael, the engineer of Williams Esports. First of all, beautiful race 1, and you guys were managed to able to get first, second, third, fourth. That is obviously an amazing win. A lot of points you guys got accumulated for the first race. How did you guys do it? Were there any tactics you cooked up with the team just to make sure that they were able to achieve it today?
Good qualifying, I guess. That's pretty much the key to all of these races, staying out of the trouble. I think there was a bit of chaos on lap 1 that we were lucky to be in front of, and that kind of made the race. Good execution from the drivers, and then, yeah, easy.
Definitely, a lot of that practice and effort shows up, so amazing job with the guys, honestly. But for group number 2, we have Mouse, BS Plus, and ART competing right after you guys. Who would you expect to be your competitor, and who do you expect to win from group number 2, especially after yesterday's performances? I guess we have kind of a clear image of who might win.
Yeah, I think Group 2 is going to be interesting. Obviously, there's 2 BMWs and 1 Mercedes in there. So from a Mercedes customer team, we'd like to see ART do well, but I think...
A little bit of bias is cool, don't worry.
A little bit of bias, but I think, yeah, the BMWs will be tough to beat. There's a lot of race winners in that with Kevin Ellis, Max Benneker, Kaiki as well. So, yeah, it'll be a tough group.
Tough group, and shout out to the guys at Group 2, and of course to, again, Michael, thank you so much, and we're going to be going off to a very quick break to continue the rest of the days with bangers, because we still have 2 more races left in group number 1.
Hello and welcome back to ESL R1. Of course, we're here live in Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup as well. Second race underway and done and dusted, and we head to Jeddah next. But Arjuna and Cam alongside me, that was a bit of a messy one, wasn't it?
A little bit messy. I think that's one way to describe it. We were looking through the number of things race control had reported to them and the number of penalties they handed out as well. Somewhat reminiscent, though, of most of the races we tend to see at the World Centre of Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. The qualifying was very split up, actually. So the drives were all over the place, and I think that maybe was one thing that we saw. But as we see, obviously, some highlights from previously at Daytona, of course, what we saw was a huge sort of kerfuffle of cars working their way through. We saw Brzezinski trying to make a double overtake on the Williams as they were trying to check up. We also saw just getting a little bit messy, some contact coming to the bus stop as well. I think it was one of those ones where it was just the nature of the track, them trying to play those slipstream games, but then getting caught over each other.
Yeah, and we know slipstream is important, right? We saw the double red line pass, of course, on day one. We saw Charlie Collins pushing someone to victory. Yesterday, that was Kaki Oliveira, if I remember correctly. So, you know, we know the slipstream is important, and we've had two races where, you know, Fuji and Daytona, slipstream has been quite important. Jeddah, one of those tracks where you think about that first sector, it's so tight and twisty. Really, the only major realistic passing opportunity, if someone doesn't make a mistake, is down into the final corner. We saw Dara McCormack try that a handful of times yesterday, and so, you know, this next race is going to be really interesting. Remembering the final race of this group is at Monza. 3 draft-heavy tracks and one slightly more interesting street circuit thrown into the mix as well.
Yeah, I think looking at also how the race went, we saw some drivers just trying to take some big risks. For instance, Tartala, he did a massive defense at the end. Of course, Wisniewski got him to the line by 100th of a second. But then there was also that double overtake of Brzezinski and Wisniewski getting past both the Williams of Pastor and Blyer as well. So it was one of those races where they saw the dominance of Williams in that first race. They had to take some risks. They had to try and work their way through, and they certainly did that. It was good to see, though, that, of course, Williams were not inside the top 4. So that was a big comeback from Falcons and G2 after a bit of a disappointing first race.
What conversations would have been had? Because, Cam, we talked about this. Williams were top 4 in that race in Fiji, and then Daytona, it was a bit of a mixed bag, and Falcons were back on top. Here we see the Jeddah Corniche track. A fast and flowing track, very different from Fiji, very different from Daytona, and it's a track that the drivers enjoy. However, it's not always a track that there's some clean racing.
Absolutely, and I think the conversations between race 1 and 2 would have been just send it, to be honest, because Williams was so dominant in that first race. Now we come to this race 3. This is an interesting one, because if Williams go 1, 2, 3, 4, even if they go 1, 2 again, they're probably basically confirmed before we even get to that 4th race. So what Falcons and G2 are going to have to do again is just send it, which means there could be some tricky situations, especially after the couple of crashes we saw here yesterday.
And remember, for G2 Esports, if they want any chance of making their way up into 2nd in the Club World Championship, of course, Team Falcons having already won that, they have to win ESL R1, right? So that is a storyline for us to be thinking about in these next 2 races as well. You talk about communication across the team. They'll all be trying to figure out the point situation, what they need to do. And like you say, this next race could really lock it up for Williams. So important that at a track where passing is going to be hard, get that qualifying session nailed.
Yeah, of course, there is money for the Teams Championship, which we will wrap up tomorrow. The Drivers' Championship's already happened. We had Kevin Siggy from Team Redline win that a couple of days ago. Money, obviously, for that one as well. But not only that, Esports World Cup has money, and Team Falcon at the moment have won that. They're not doing exactly the same, though, Team Falcon, in this one. In the ESL R1, are they?
No, but it's also their first time in sim racing, right? So let's give them some chance to grow. I was chatting with Tumas Tatala and Lemon M over the last couple of days. It's a great nickname.
It's a great name.
And they were saying that, you know, they've got some more plans for the rest of this year, continuing on, of course, in ESL R1 and focusing on range sport, but also looking to maybe broaden their horizons and do more sim racing. So that's going to be exciting for them. They've got 4 very talented drivers, a lot more experience on other platforms. Yes, maybe less here in range sport. So they're continuing to grow, continuing to develop, and yeah, I think the future is definitely still bright for them.
Definitely. Matashevsky as well in that, Cam, was a I mean, he held off a lot of people behind him. And we always see in sim racing, it's never done until it's done, is it? Because there's always like a last-minute lunge or something always happens at the end. But he really held his nerve.
Absolutely. He had a lot of pressure from behind. I think it was Pashtor really in the beginning of the race was sort of pushing him along. But in the end, when the cars came behind, he put himself in the perfect position. But I think what actually won him the race was Tuomas Tatila. On that final lap, he really battled with Wisniewski enough to open up the gap. If they were right behind, they would have just both freight trained past, like we saw with Oliveira, like we saw with Sebastian Job as well the day before. But what he did was he had that gap. It was about 8/10 coming out the bus stop. They were never going to catch him. So that was the team play coming into that. But for Maciejewski himself, he didn't make mistakes, because if he made mistakes and closed up that gap, then Tatila would have to slow him down even more.
But it is good to see now more teamwork happening. Whereas we saw obviously in the first race in Fiji, it was Williams. They were really, they'd obviously, you know, rehearsed it and they knew what they were going to do. Whereas this time I feel like the other two teams managed to kind of split it all up. They threw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Helps they weren't crashing into each other at turn one, teammates,
that
right?
always does help,
That definitely did kind of shift things, but I just wonder as well, right, if that was a track Fuji, which Williams had prepared quite well for, of course, used for the first time in ESL R1 here at the Esports World Cup, right? So maybe the experience from other platforms comes into play. Maybe they've raced on some of those other simulators a little bit more, so that's definitely something to keep in mind. I'm just keeping an eye, by the way, as the provisional points are trickling through from race control as well. Like he was saying, don't want to do the commentator's math, because you never trust that, as Lewis will tell you plenty.
Don't trust mine anyway.
Yeah, no. But Williams, like Cam was saying, I think a 1 and 2 might be enough for them to feel quite confident going into Monza, and that's important because we know Monza is madness.
Yeah, no, it really is. But also Jeddah's a new track for them for the World Cup as well. So we've gone from a new track to a track they know to a new track again. Daytona, they've definitely raced at before, yeah. So it's another bit of unknown. I know they've been racing it all weekend, but Cam, it is an unknown. And in terms of strategy for the teams, does that throw something up that's different for them?
Possibly the fact that they can't strategize too much around here. It's just such a high-speed circuit that if there's any little bits of contact, if there's any mistakes from the drivers, you lose so much momentum that it then gets caught up. We also saw the turn 1 and 2 chicane being very tight. Drivers do try and go side by side multiple times. We saw the crash with obviously Beneka, then we saw Azilgem as well. So I do think it's going to be a tough one. But if the likes of maybe Maciejewski or Brzezinski or Wisniewski can step up for their team like they've done before, then it should be okay.
So this is where we're at with the second chance graphic. The maths has been done, and Williams obviously leading the way at the moment with 101 points. Team Falcons on 61 and GT Esports on 43. Were we sort of expecting that?
I think all three of us at the pre-show, so we kicked Cam off, we got Zach in for the pre-show today. But yeah, I think we all said Williams, right? So this is the form book, and 1 and 2 for Williams, I think, like we say, enough for them to feel confident about moving to tomorrow.
Well, practice has been done. It's time to go out qualifying again. Let's head over to Saudi Arabia. We're going to Jeddah, and it is George Morgan and Lewis McGlade going to take us through that one.
Thank you very much, Claire Cottingham. As always, we're now heading back to Jeddah, and once more, a trip to a Saudi Arabian circuit to pretty much keep us in line with where we are here for the World Cup as well. It's going to be a thrill ride. Obviously, I would say this one could be decisive, certainly where the points are factored here, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, there's been a lot of talk from a lot of teams, and I'm sure everyone's getting themselves ready. It has been an exciting run here at the Jeddah Corniche. They've had a few races around here. Of course, do remember that whilst we have 12 drivers here, there will be a few of them that have not raced this circuit in Rennsport so far. We've only raced it 3 times. The time they're really looking for in qualifying, even though we were a little bit slower, Max Beneka set a 1:58.6, and he has set all of his has been 1:58.6s. He's raced it 3 times. I think Sebastian Joe went a little bit quicker, if I remember correctly, earlier on Thursday. But that's the kind of region, 58.6, 58.7, that kind of region.
Yeah, well, let's see if any of the drivers here can either replicate or go faster than that. Isaac Price, the first behind the wheel, And representing G2, who really need a major play this time. They've had a real tough couple of races. Great displays, though, from Nikodem Wisniewski and Brzezinski. Obviously, a statement of intent on their part to try and encourage the point swing in their favour. Like I said, 43.924 in the first sector for Isaac Price. He'll be looking for something decent in that middle sector. Generally, a 43.6 is where you'd like to be, however, in that first sector. 43.9, approximately 3/10 out of the window of that. He now makes his way through the very fast left and right. So much danger here around this circuit. 37.932, again, around 3/10 off, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Now, do remember as well when it comes to various teams, for Williams Esports, they need to lead by more than 74 points after this. At the moment, they're leading by 40. If they lead by more than 74, they are already confirmed to go through into Sunday's action. First lap time, though, across the board will be Isaac Price.
Yeah, Isaac Price coming up towards the line. Let's see if he can find something, a little shake of the head. Again, it just has not been an easy day since Fuji. Of course, Fuji went well for him, but qualifying since hasn't been too good. 159.284. Here comes his teammates.
Yeah, not a great first sector, though, from Nikodem Wisniewski. Second sector is pretty much bang on the money from what we know. So, it's a little, actually, no, I'm going to take it back. He's at about 3/10 off. This is not a great lap time from Nikodem Wisniewski. So, not a good start from G2 Esports, who have struggled a little bit. They are currently placed third in this team. Shake of the head once more. No one is looking particularly happy. We didn't see anyone particularly happy across the line, even though Isaac Price had pole position back in Fuji. Here comes Wisniewski. What's it going to be? Oh, it's only a 59.5. I'm not shocked by that.
No, they weren't too happy either at Daytona in the race afterwards. Thomas Tatler up next, the first from Team Falcons to set a lap here at Jeddah. And Team Falcons are essentially the home racers here at Jeddah. Of course, a team based here from Saudi Arabia. Tatler looking to obviously elevate himself, and he even looks frustrated. 43.8 in that first sector is not ideal. 2/10 off. 37.7, though, is better than what we've seen from the two G2 Esports drivers. And that sends him to the top. First 158 of the session. It's an 8.37.
Do you know, that's actually a pretty good lap time in this, considering we've seen this group be a little bit slower. Just a touch. At 58.8, I'm not sure it'll be pole position, but it'll probably be up there. It's certainly going to be in the top sort of 4, 5, or 6. Here comes Jakub Maciejewski then, the driver who coined Lemon M. It was he who sent it to us, and boy, we have rolling with it. As Maciejewski will come across the line. 44.0 in the first sector, a few tenths off. Second sector's not great either, 3/10 off. Maciejewski will cross the line and go just ahead of just ahead of Isaac Price, to be fair.
Yeah, and he wasn't necessarily too discontent. He's second fastest. That's Falcons 1 and 2, with Isaac Price now down to third with his teammate Nikodem Wisniewski. Lemon M coming up next. Speak of the devil, he's going to be looking to try and push himself to join his teammates. Can he do that? 43.9 is better than his teammates' time in the first sector. 37.935, though, again, around 3/10 out of the window of where he would like it to be an optimal lap. And again, mouthing some words, some utterings of discontent, but coming up towards the line, will it be enough for third at the very least? We'll wait and see. No, 2.02.
Yoni Tormala then the next one to come before we get a sea of Williams. We've not seen a Williams Esports driver out in this session just yet, because 3 of them are about to come round to finish their laps, led by Darren McCormack. So Yoni Tormala will come down the start-finish line to try and set a lap time and get ahead of his teammates Isaac Price and Nikodem Wisniewski. I'm not sure it will challenge Tatler's time, and it might just breach the 58. Certainly does. 58.861. Pretty decent from Tormala.
Important to note as well, Yoni Tormala will be well and truly familiar with Jeddah, having raced it in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, so carries over some track knowledge. Darren McCormack will be hoping to allay Williams' fears from our last trip to Daytona. It wasn't an easy run for them. A long way since Fuji, that's for sure. Well, a 0.043.853 in that first sector isn't horrendous. 37.9, though, in the second sector isn't great. Looks a little bit forlorn as he now crosses the line, but goes third fastest, just behind, oh no, just ahead of Yoni Tormala, second fastest.
Exact same time as Yoni Tormala. I mean, I've said this before, is that Darren Cormack is he's a confidence driver, and that slow down penalty going through the bus stop back in Daytona will have cost him mental pressure. If he can start somewhere on the front couple of rows and maybe sneak a solid result, that should build him up for the fourth and final race of this group coming up a little bit later on when we go race racing at the Monza, of course, the Temple of Speed. Dennis Schoeniger then will come across the line, the next Williams Esports driver. The set time is not looking too great. He goes into fourth, though, 59.072.
Yeah, so that is fourth place for Dennis Schoeniger. Now, next up, his teammate Daniel Pajtor, who was actually well within the realms of potentially taking a victory at Daytona until it all went afoul. Actually took pole for our last race at Daytona, but now whipping the tail out on the Williams, and you can already tell the frustration peeking through. 44.067, 37.960. That's not a great second sector, it has to be said. Goes middle of the field, sixth fastest.
Yeah, it's a bit more, since that first race at Fuji, it's been a bit more up and down, hasn't it, with where people are placed. Been a bit more messy, which, to be fair, we quite like. Jakub Brzezinski then into the final corner. We've got 3 more drivers left to go in this session, and that 38.0 in the second sector is not great indeed. The first sector is not ideal either. He's about 7/10 down the kind of times we were expecting, so it's going to be something like a 0.4. So it's going to be ahead of Wisniewski, I believe, or at least around where Wisniewski is. Certainly is just a little bit ahead by only 100th of a second.
Means that only one G2 driver qualifies in the top 6 at this stage, Johnny Tormela. And of course, Don Blyer will be the next for Williams to see whether he can levy himself higher. 43.8 in that first sector, around 2/10 off where he would like to be. Second sector, 37.8. Again, another 2/10 off. You never know, though. Good, decent third sector could yet turn in his favour. He might be able to join McCormack and Tormela up at the very top. Let's wait and see as he crosses the line. Goes second fastest ahead of teammate Dara McCormack.
Yeah, even faster, actually. He actually jumped ahead of Timus Tatler then once the timing screen had updated. 58.698 from Don Blyer. That is a big lap time for the Williams Esports man. Can he be robbed of pole position here by Matty Siepler? The answer to that question is no. Big swapper coming through the final corner. I think that hurt his hand a little bit. Got caught in the wheel as he was trying to catch his Audi R8 LMS as he works his way up towards the line. Falcon's currently starting on the front row. Can Siepler sneak his way anywhere up there? It's inside the top 5, but it's a Williams pole for Blyer.
Yeah, once again, Williams up at the top, back-to-back qualifying sessions with a Mercedes-AMG GT3 leading the head of the field and also all coated in blue. Don Blyer very nearly sold himself short. Second fastest, the timing tower said, but it was in fact fastest. Great lap from him, and he needed it too. Great to see Blyer back at the top.
Yes, indeed. Of course, another driver who's yet to take a victory at ESL R1. Great opportunity to do so. We have had 35 winners now of the 81 drivers that have ever taken part in ESL R1. Of course, that was courtesy of Maszewski's win in the previous race.
Yeah, and let's remind you as well, folks, of the qualifying results. They're coming through to you now. Dominic Blyer at the very top of your screen, 158.698. Thomas Tatler in second for Team Falcons, 158.837. McCormack in third, Tormela in fourth, Matti Sipia fifth, Dennis Schoeniger in sixth, and then Jakub Matuszewski seventh, Daniel Pajtor in eighth, Isaac Price ninth, Jakub Brzezinski in 10th, Nikodem Wisniewski 11th, Zemislav Lamanek in 12th. It's been a tough day for G2 here, Lewis, and they need a huge play here in this race.
Yeah, it does seem as though at the moment that G2 at least will not be partaking in their efforts tomorrow. It does seem as though they're going to get knocked out of the tournament. They still could sneak their way, though, into second in the group, which will gain them a little extra prize money as well, and I'm sure that'll be the focus for now. But I think that key is... it's on the... It's almost crushed. It's heading towards the crusher. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Dreams and keys all crushed. You know, we've spoken about that at length over the course of the Esports World Cup. It's a pivotal factor, that's for sure, but G2 Esports need a big race here, and it couldn't be more urgent. That we have seen flashes of brilliance. Of course, Tormela, the only car, like I said before, will be representing in the top 6, but it's going to be a challenge because Don Blyer, on his best day, we talk about McCormack being a locker room leader and essentially their best driver to perform. Don Blyer, I would say, on his best day, can be just as good as McCormack. Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's what I was saying to Ewan O'Leary a little bit earlier on, is that Don Blyer and the Williams team, they're all capable of taking victories. Don Blyer is one who has had flashes of being the weakest driver in that squad, and yet we all know deep down
that especially when he joined the championship and he was so impressive, of course, at Daytona, he can move his way forward. He can compete at the front. I mean, he's a well-versed driver in the world of sim racing. Again, he did win my first ever race that I commentated on a set of course of competency only for DV1 Triton. That's a throwback.
Good Lord. Well, let's see if he can recapture some of that best form. Obviously, the driver's getting set ready to go racing, folks. We will be heading down to Jeddah very, very soon. But let's talk a little bit about the track itself. Of course, new to the Wrench Sport platform and very much a tight and twisty circuit as well. Takes the form of a street circuit, as you can obviously see from what we had in qualifying, but 6.174 kilometers, 3.836 miles. Not necessarily a short circuit by any means, Lewis, but just given the style of corners that we have, it is just so damn quick.
It is a very, very fast circuit. There's a good flow to it. A lot of the drivers said it's quite fun. It can be a little bit tricky in the race when you're following a lot of cars. And one major thing, we already saw this back on Thursday, and of course a little bit on Friday as well. It does stir up some drama.
It certainly does. Drivers now about to get set, ready to race here at Jeddah. Safety car will be taking them through down the straight, and then eventually it'll make its way into the pit lane. It leaves it up to Dominic Blyer and Thomas Tattler. Blyer will be fearsome of that Team Falcons car, the Audi R8 LMS. It has been successful already today as they cross the line. They're going to put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Dom Blyer with the lead up at the front. Thomas Tattler looking to try and follow him through in towards turn 1. Tattler will have the better line coming out of turn 2, but this time can't escalate it to a race lead. Joni Tormela trying to hold on to 4th. An almighty squeeze on Matti Sipia, who sits down in 5th, who's having a renege for no contact as they came through the barrier. Of course, heading through out of turn 5 from turn 4 in towards turn 6. I tell you what, Sipia can count his lucky stars.
Oh, and Dennis Schoeniger was trying to go for the gap there. He left it down the inside of Joni Tormela. Now as we head down towards turn 10 and 9 and 10, this is getting a little bit messy as Isaac Price is chucking himself in the mix. Big slide coming in from Jakub Matuszewski. We head now down towards turn 13, and it is a tough battle in this group. Dennis Schoeniger is desperately trying to hang on at the moment to 6th position. He sends it down the inside of Isaac Price. Little bit of contact and a brush between the pair as we depart 13, and it'll be the position held from Schoeniger as he runs it up to the barrier.
Brilliant work there from Schoeniger to fend Price off. Price held his run around the outside, but Schoeniger had enough in his locker to take it back and, well, take it away from him. Wisniewski also in a fight with Matuszewski, who's managed to hold on to 8th. Pajdor also running wheel to wheel there with Brzezinski too, as they now blast down this sequence of corners. Very light corners though, almost a straight. There you can see in the distance Price trying to levy up a potential move, but it's going to come a little too late this time. He's going to have to stay in behind the Mercedes as they blast through the very, very fast-paced sections here around Jeddah. Blyer, though, still out in front, but the gap's still well within 6/10. We take a look at the team's trophy on the right-hand side. That's what they're here to play for, Lewis.
Yeah, a little out of reach at the moment for some of these teams. Williams look like they might be the one to move through into Sunday's action, which is when that trophy will be handed out. Team Redline looking like the favourites to grab it at the moment, but you never really know how things are going to unfold when it comes to Championship Sunday. Isaac Price closing up to the back end of Dennis Schoeniger, trying to increase the hopes of G2 Esports having something special this afternoon. Sends it straight down the inside to claim 6th position. Schoeniger's going to hold firm around the outside of T1, gives him the inside of T2, sends it up and over the curb. There's contact between the pair of them. He'll just about hang on as we head back out through T3 down towards T4. They'll slam it down on the brakes over the outside line for Dennis Schoeniger here. The inside there for Isaac Price. There's contact again. I think Schoeniger's going to have to give that one up.
I think he might have to. That was where Sipia got caught not too long ago. It gets very tight coming out of turn 4 through turn 5, but then you can open up slightly coming through turn 6. But Dennis Schoeniger in 6th place with Price in behind. Tormela in front of Schoeniger in 5th place, still remains in that top 6. Sipia has found his way up to 4th now, 2 seconds off the top where Dominic Blyer still sits. Williams in 1 and 3 in optimal positioning, really. The top 6 have 3 Williams cars in, which will levy their hopes of qualifying for tomorrow's final. It looks pretty good for them right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be out of it, completed it mathematically at the moment. They need 74 points of a lead, so they need to outscore Falcons, it is, by 24 points. No, sorry, 34 points. I can do some maths. Obviously, 40 to get to 75 really is. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, they're not outscoring them by that much at the moment. That's the important bit, especially with Falcons running in second and fourth. But again, it's one hand on that chance to move through. They need 4 good races. And we said this before about Williams when they had that 1, 2, 3, 4. That is not a good line from Jakub Matuszewski, by the way. We said this before about Williams after Fuji. They didn't look particularly pleased by it because as much as they had a 1, 2, 3, 4, they knew they had a lot of work to do this afternoon. And they are showing that. Big look to the inside then coming in from Isaac Price as he tries to clear the German driver who hangs on the 5th position at the moment.
Yeah, not forgetting as well, this is such an important round for Williams because if we look back at Monza during the online rounds, of course, Monza coming up next on our track list, race 4. In fact, they only had one car that got out of the quarter-final phase, and that was Dominic Blyer, McCormack, Schrödinger and Pashtor. All were eliminated during the quarter-finals in round 3 of the Teams Championship. So ideally, if they want to score points, they need to do it now. Price has lost 2 places.
Yeah, indeed. Just dropping back ever so slightly as here we go. Oh, my goodness. We're heading up to through and 3 wide as we head down towards turn 4. Look at that, straight through the middle. As Matuszewski is trying to send it. Wisniewski and Brzezinski have gone round slightly. Now there's some squeezes out towards the barrier. Falcons are having some huge contact. G2 are having some huge contact. It's looking like absolute carnage. I didn't realise it tuned into BTCC this afternoon.
Goodness me, 3 wide at Jeddah, not possible. And that goes to show. And again, they wrestle across the track. The G2 cars trying to rise up. Price, Wisniewski, Leminem, Semislav Lamanek, also in between the 3. He's got his teammate coming into the fight as well with Matuszewski. Oh, and he's lost out to Daniel Pashtor. Back in the field for Jakub Matuszewski.
Yeah, stick an extra point for Williams there as Pashtor sneaks his way through, but I think they might be gaining an extra few points on G2 and Falcons there, could Williams, because I think there's a few penalties to be dished out from race control after all that. A little bit too messy for my liking. They were just, I mean, look, 3 wide around here, you don't really see it, and there's a really good reason for it. It's because it's quite hard and very messy, and that is exactly what we saw.
Yeah, the walls are very close here at the Jeddah Corniche, and that is an illustration of what can happen if things get a little too messy. Riding on board with Nikodem Wisniewski, his teammate Jakub Brzezinski in behind. Of course, these two were in the heart of the fight that we saw earlier on. And, of course, Price is part of it as well as we now watch Dara McCormack make his way through the final corner. Still hunting down after Thomas Tatler and could yet put Williams in a 1-2 scenario here as he chases Tatler down in towards turn 1. As I said before, prior to this Teams Championship element of the competition, representing Munster a few years ago. Now looking to once again ascend with Williams as he goes wheel to wheel here with the Audi R8 LMS. Tatler holding the inside. McCormack not able to get the up and under, certainly not able to get the move done on the outside of the chicane, and now has to wait till after turn 3 and maybe even turn 4 to try again.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's just the where is the advantage for some of these drivers. I mean, look, I'm not going to lie, this has been very impressive to see this drive from Dom Blyer. DB's just absolutely checked out at the moment as he tries to march his way to his first ever victory in the ESL R1 competition. And of course, especially here at the Esports World Cup. What a time to grab that first victory, by the way, for Dom Blyer if he's able to do so. McCormack could make this a Williams 1-2. It has been quite hard, though, to pass the Jeddah Corniche circuit. But let's be honest, McCormack is brave. Darren McCormack has won so many times in ESL R1. I can't remember how many he's up to. I think it's up to 17 race victories overall.
Absolutely sensational. Tatler, I think, just trying to hold on to the runners-up spoon in this particular race. I think more concerned about dropping more points against Williams at this stage, because obviously these are the 2 main teams that are at the top end fighting over the group stage. Remember, 2 teams from this second chance go to the finals tomorrow, making up a 6-team fight for the team's title. Here comes McCormack again, having a look around the outside. Surely no position or no place to make that overtake happen. Had to renege and go in behind Thomas Tatler. There was a slight little bit of contact, a graze, if you like, but McCormack reneging, and the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, indeed. McCormack has a whole host of podiums, by the way. 45 podiums in ESL R1 in 95 races. Again, he will pass 100, depending on how things go on Sunday. Big look to the inside, coming in from Joni Tormula in the background as he tries to march his way past Matti Siepeler at the final corner. Can't quite set that one up for him. It will leave him down the inside as they head down into turn 1. McCormack might be able to sneak his way past as well on Tatler and take over second place and make it a Williams 1-2 as that big, brutal Mercedes Mercedes will head its way down the inside of the Audi R8. Breaks early though. McCormack not trying to risk it here. It's not worth the extra points if you're going to potentially get some points penalties. Yannick Tourmela couldn't quite clear Siebler as well as they head through T1.
Yeah, didn't take it as far as he did on lap 4 where they went wheel to wheel through the first part of the chicane, and then on the outset it was of course Tatler who held it, but I think McCormack may be doing two jobs here. Either take second place or in the meantime, slow Tatler up, ensure that Don Blyer takes the victory. This is a team game at the end of the day. Let's take a look at this replay. Now, this was the chaos, Lewis.
I don't even want to talk through this. This is absolute craziness. So you got one of the GTs getting to the inside. They're all over the curbs where it's all a little bit bumpy. There was a bit of wall contact there, bit more sending out. Do you know what I'm going to say there? That's almost a little bit of race against it because they're all kind of bouncing off of various little bits of the racetrack they're sending around. Bit of G2 on G2 contact, and I'm pretty sure, like you say, Nathan Tague won't be particularly pleased by what he's seen there. That, though, is poor.
That is truly unreal. Obviously, I can imagine, like you so rightly say, Nathan Tate probably doing his absolute nuts in, because it wasn't just two G2 cars that made contact with each other. There was a third, because you saw the one concertinaing in behind. So very much a self-harming exercise through the course of that lap, as we now see McCormack once again, this time trying it on Tatler into the very fast left and right. Not the place to do it, because there is a very dangerous section of wall there. You can just see them getting so close to it on the outset of the chicane. But then they've got a sequence of straights to come. That, of course, coming out of turn 15 and 16, but they did well to avoid it. McCormack thinking a little smarter, but this time he's going to try it on Thomas Tatler.
He's going to go for it here down into the final corner. He's trying to set up a move down into T1. He's trying to force Tatler out wide. Tatler has gone wide. The up and under comes in from McCormack as he sends his way up into second place. Little nod of the head there. It becomes a Williams Esports 1-2. Perfectly read from McCormack. He forced Tatler to defend and worked his way through. Yannick Tourmela will make a move on Matty Siebler in the background as well as they head down the start-finish straight. And once again, Thomas Tatler will have a look down into T1. But once we've exited turn 2, it will be confirmed as a 1-2 at the moment for Williams.
Well, that was absolutely sensational. The man from Kildare in Ireland managing to find the undercut coming through the final corner, coming out of turn 27. It was so majestic. He just broke a little earlier, found the escape coming out of turn 27, and the run down towards turn 1 was left with the Williams out ahead of Team Falcon's very own Thomas Tatler. And now it's a 1-2 scenario for Williams once more. Yeah. Of course, they would have liked 3 and 4 to correspond with what happened at Fuji. And Tatler, as you can see, very frustrated and the odd mistake creeping in.
Yeah, it was pretty poor through 8 and 9 there was Tatler. Used a little bit too much of the curb. And I don't know necessarily, I've not actually driven the Jeddah Corniche circuit in these GT3s, but typically what I would suspect, based on my knowledge, is the Merc should take to the curbs quite nicely going through 8, 9 and 10. But the Audi's typically a little bit more, struggles a little bit more on the curve, although I can't say that one for certain. It did seem as though that did look like it was the case there for Thomas Tatler. Riding on board, though, with our race leader, and look at that beautiful, clean road up ahead. Don Blyer absolutely running away with things for his first ever victory in ESL R1. He has 2 more laps to complete if he's going to take that victory here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Only our 4th race around here in ESL R1. And to be fair, only 4th race of Red Sport around here.
It's not quite Sunday, but this is very much a Sunday drive for Don Blyer, taking it nice and steady. McCormack sat in second place. Williams currently holding all the cards. And I must say this is going to go very well in terms of what their hopes and expectations will be. No doubt the team behind the scenes are going to be well, soldiering them on, hoping that they can go out there and ensure their place as one of the 2 teams to make it through to the finals, to battle it out for the overall team's crown. Obviously, it's going to play such a vital part in this Esports World Cup. Whilst Falcons have, of course, won the club championship, still some major points to be dished out. Let's take a look at the replay here. Running on board here with the Williams driver. This is Darren McCormack's move through turn 27. Just perfectly executed, Lewis, and that is experience in a nutshell.
Yeah, absolutely teed him up, did McCormack. You can see already way too far on the inside, trying to turn. Tatler knew he was braking too late. McCormack judged that one perfectly, straight back through on the inside. Lovely stuff from Darren McCormack to take his way up into second spot. And now with a 2-second lead over Thomas Tatler, it does look as though it is going to be a 1-2 for the Williams Esports team. They'll be cleaning up with 45 points, at least from the top 2 positions. Is it going to give them an extra 40 points, or 34 points rather, on their gap and confirm them as moving through to Sunday? Not quite, but do you know what? they'd have to have an absolute disaster from the next race. I don't even think it's 74, but it's confusing because of all the penalty points and stuff that you can get. But it's fine, we're not going to talk about it. We'll move on.
Yeah, we'll have to review it later on, but Monza has not been too kind to the Williams outfit in the past. We've obviously, like I said, alluded to those online rounds, and it could be the case that that the Audi R8 could be more prudent, that being for Team Falcons, and don't count out obviously G2 to come back and at least finish strong, but given the fact that things are stacked the way they are with Falcons 3rd and 4th right now, that is still integral points as Joni Tormela now looks to go hunting as well, chasing after Matti Sippier. The Porsche up the inside. Now that is stunning. Oh, but a little wide. Pushing off, unfortunately, what looked to be Matti Sippier just overextending slightly. Might have been a little bit of contact there thrown in as well. A line you would generally see in a single-seater around the Corniche, but unfortunately for Tormela, he's had to give that place back.
Yeah, indeed. Like race control would have instantly jumped on that and said, yeah, well, I don't think that. Even if he was able to hang on, but that's fine as they'll head back out on the start-finish straight to begin the final lap of the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Blyer, McCormack, Williams 1-2 looks locked on and ready to go. Timus Tathler and Matti Siepler certainly do not look locked on and ready to go with a final spot on the podium and for 4th place. Little look to the inside from Joni Tormela, cannot find the move.
Yeah, so he come through out of turns 1 and 2. Patience, obviously a virtue here for Joni Tormela, having to wait in behind, try the move coming through turns 15 and 16, but it wasn't to be. Has been forced to at least delay any ascension at all through this timing tower. Sippier still holding on to 4th with Falcons, at least taking a podium from this affair. Of course, Tatler would have been hoping for a little more. Whilst 3rd isn't bad, he would have fancied maybe even a 1st place. Remember, he has been one of the focal points for Team Falcons as we now revisit back to the top. Dom Blyer, who I have to say has been utterly dominant, but McCormack's driving has been sensational. I think if we were measuring out drivers of the day, I would give McCormack that in an instant.
Yeah, Darren McCormack's actually been really, really good. You know, I know that qualifying lap at Daytona has held him back a little bit, but this result here will boost that confidence as we head into the Temple of Speed, and hopefully will give him that confidence to fire on all of the 8 cylinders of his Mercedes. Dom Blyer's been fantastic. McCormack does have the fastest lap of the race. The two of those will be very, very happy, though, with their results, but who's going to join them on the podium? That has to be said.
Yeah, that is the big mystery. Of course, at the moment, 2 Williams cars do share the podium right now, but Tatler, Sippier, Tormela are all fighting over it, and this could be an important one, at least, for G2. But following now, Dominic Blyer at the front of the order. He has led the majority of this race, and after a stellar performance in qualifying, he'll come around the final corner at turn 27, the first race win of his ESL R1 career. It's been a long time coming, but never has been more important. Dominic Blyer wins here at Jeddah. A fabulous performance from both he and Darren McCormack. That is a Williams 1-2 with Tatler coming across the line in 3rd.
Understated celebration there, just a little smile and a fist bump. He knows it is not done yet. Darren McCormack there, a good 2nd place. Again, not overwhelmed by positivity at the moment, but still a fantastic performance.
Yeah, an absolutely stellar performance indeed. And we'll be back for more analysis after the break.
Hello and welcome back to ESL R1. Of course, we have had the third race in Jeddah of Group 1. We are looking to eliminate 2 of the 6 teams. 4 of the 6 teams. 2 will go through into tomorrow's final. Lots of numbers. Stick with us. Zach and Arjuna are alongside us. I mean, Jeddah, again, always delivers, doesn't it? And this one was particularly special.
It's a different type of chaos to what we've seen so far, right? With the compact nature of the track bringing a bit more. We saw a bit more action off that turn 1 and 2 chicane as well, right? And so, take a look at some of the highlights, and the breakaway from Williams really serving them well in the later stages of that race to set them up nicely in this first group of the second chance day.
Yeah, and it got very, very busy going into, of course, turn 4. It is naturally a pinch point, and then, of course, the constant change of direction as you navigate your way through the first sector. It's just always tight, always twisty, and especially when they're vying for points to navigate their way through, you see there just argy-bargy, slim margins, and not a lot of space to be shared around.
No, not necessarily a track that we expected there to be a lack of contact. And we did see some bold moves in this opening sector, even on the opening lap, if we're being honest as well. The contact, very much something to keep an eye on. Drivers being forced out wide, and I'm sure Race Control has plenty to take a look at. Still waiting for the results to be finalized, but contact between teammates, what's rule number 1 in racing? Oh, and also 3 wide, that's great.
Yeah, G2 have not been having a good day in terms of that teamwork. We saw it at Fuji where the back 3 just pinched each other going into turn number 1. This was a fantastic move as well. Really sealed the deal for Williams. McCormack getting underneath Tartler through the final corner. Set that up perfectly, went wide. Got to be honest, Tartler left so much space going in. Overshot it, overcooked it, slid a bit on the exit. Through goes McCormack, and 1-2 for Williams.
Yeah, looked like Tartler was trying to actually turn and brake at the same time. Not necessarily what you expect. He's been a bit deep on the brakes on a number of occasions, and while Premysław Lemonek a little bit frustrated there, you can see Dominic Bly, one of his best performances in many ways in ESL R1, not really showing any sort of pressure. And Darren McCormack also very happy with the result, Claire, with Williams. As we said, 1 and 2 in that race could see them comfortable heading off into our final race of the group at Monza.
Yeah, we definitely saw in Fiji Williams do incredibly well. They were 1, 2, 3 and 4 and picked up a load of points. So we're heading to Monza next. Again, a track we know very well, a track the drivers know very well, a track that we know that teamwork is going to be incredibly important, Zach. The slipstream around Monza, we know, could change races.
Teamwork makes the dream work is the saying, and that is pretty much been the consensus of this group. We've had so many fast-flowing circuits, Fuji, Daytona, and of course now here at Monza. This is where Williams are going to be so strong, is because they know how to have a united front of all 4 drivers competing at the front. That is something that both G2, maybe not to the same extent as Falcons, but definitely G2 need to sort of take a page out of their book with, because there have been too many occasions where they have been tripping over each other, costing themselves points and costing themselves that contention.
It is true. We have seen G2 sim racing really struggle, and maybe much more than Falcons, and especially more than Williams. And we kind of thought coming into the second race off the back of Fiji that maybe conversations would be had, Arjuna, but it doesn't really seem like whatever they're doing is kind of clicking.
You don't have much time between the races to really talk too much as well, right? So most of that communication is going to be Nathan Tague and Nick Dealey on the voice comms in the ear of the 4 drivers, trying to get them onto the same page. And it's a very difficult situation for G2. I was just taking a look at what Race Control is still reviewing as we get ready to go for practice and qualifying at Monza. Still some argy-bargy from the previous race that Race Control hasn't fully settled. However, it's only the contact between G2 and Falcons that is yet to be resolved. And so that 1 and 2 for Williams, right? Like we said, stay out of trouble in these chaotic group races where we've never seen 4 cars on track for each team before. It's an unknown, and it's been really cool to see how it's played out.
It's interesting to think about this now, because obviously Williams are doing so well, and at this point, obviously this is the last chance for the other drivers, the other teams to impress. But how do they go about that if they already think Williams have won it, Zach?
It's just that thing. It's that morale, and just constantly, pretty much ever since Fuji, it's just been on a decline. And it needed to be Daytona. That was that pivot point, because realistically 4 races is not a lot of time. Each race in of itself accounts for 25% of the total points allocated to the group. That is a huge chunk that if you mess up right from the get-go, you're already starting on the back foot. Falcons in G2 did not get off to the best start. Williams most definitely did. Yes, they had a little bit of a dip at Daytona, but but it's just been damage control, right? They've done enough right from the get-go that now it's just been sailing their way through. They've been on the front foot. It's G2 and Falcons that are the ones that are now needing to chase, getting to a point now where it's going to be near on impossible, if not impossible, for them to do it.
And especially, right, because there's fixed setups. We've talked about this on a number of occasions. All of the drivers have basically done their practice, maximize the track and the car to the best of their ability, right? They've had a couple of days now of being in the rigs here in Riyadh, understanding the slight differences back home. But that's one thing that some drivers have an advantage of as well, right? Think about Darren McCormack, who's raced on every single day of competition. Tumas Tatala as well, right? Being in that Drivers' Championship. They only had 2 races yesterday per driver, whereas it was, what, 9 races in that first day. So I think there are some drivers who are probably at this point now finally maybe feeling comfortable in the rigs. Maybe one more race just to try and get the best result they can.
Potentially so, but maybe on the flip side of that, going into tomorrow, how valuable maybe is just a reset out of the rig?
I've heard mixed opinions on this. I think the consensus is that there is an advantage to being in the rig, having that extra practice, as opposed to not being in the rig. But like we were talking about at the start, right? There's 2 groups, 3 teams in each, and only one moves forward. That's a lot of jeopardy to deal with.
Yeah, and I also think if you're out, you know, you might be getting, more time on track. However, you are technically in the bottom teams. You're not in the top teams. So even mentally, that will kind of change the way you view it anyway. So yes, you get more time in the sim, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can go into tomorrow feeling the most confident, surely, Zach?
Yeah, exactly. And it goes back to what Arjuna was saying about jeopardy. Like, yes, there's the advantage that, great, you get more time on the tracks, you get to learn the cars a bit more, maybe you get to refine your driving style. But in doing so, you carry so much more risk. It's all well and good getting extra seat time today if you don't have to show up tomorrow, right? Yeah. That is the last thing you want. So those top 4 teams, we've spoken to the likes of Coanda and Redline, like, how are you going to enjoy your day off? Not even going to think about sim racing at all. Have that reset, come back tomorrow and be stronger. Of course, these guys, they've now got to have the added mental stress of today, getting through today to even start the day well off tomorrow. This is not the final hurdle and is going to be one they're going to be scraping through and then have to do a whole day of racing tomorrow. So it's not easy, this group stage.
How much do you think they're playing FIFA right now in the Players' Lounge back at the hotel? You just know they're not off the computer. They just might not be sim racing. They're playing FIFA.
No, I think the team managers have forced them to get out and about. Also, so they can film some content.
Okay.
That's probably not a bad idea. I've just had the results come through, and I've done the math. I've crunched it down. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's what Williams had in race 1. 74 points they earned in that race.
Wow.
As it sits right now, with the penalties included, the lead that Williams have over Team Falcons, 72 points. So guess what? Mathematically, it is over because Williams, even finishing 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, will secure enough points. Like we said, all they needed was a 1st and 2nd, and there you go, 156 to 84. Wow, that really now makes this final race of the group up for bragging rights.
It really does. It's 156 points then for Williams, 84 for Falcons, and GT Esports on 64. And I'm sure they could be sort of happy with that, considering they were struggling. Obviously not going to be happy about that at all, clearly. But
remember, Club World Championship for them. They needed to win here to have any chance of grabbing second. So I'm sure they're going to be a little bit disappointed with the fact that they were put in this group and it hasn't all gone their way.
Well, they've got plenty of chances to score more points now. We're heading to Monza, of course, back to Italy. And let's head over to our casters, of course. We've got Lewis McLeod and Ewan O'Leary.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. We are in for some pretty exciting action, I have absolutely no doubt. Of course, it is the Temple of Speed. Williams effectively have nothing to lose. They have already basically, as near as makes a difference, booked their way through. They would have to have the biggest disaster known to mankind, i.e. finishing 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, and then pick up more penalty points than Lemon M. He's up to quite a few today.
How many has he got now?
I think it's like 7 or 8.
Okay, I was just looking at the previous race results, and Falcons have got 7 for that last race alone. So it was very busy as well. Very exciting, I thought, but not necessarily clean, we'll put it that way. That is a very, very big lead indeed. Normally, that we worked out earlier, 68 points is the maximum you can gain without any penalties. So if Williams can even avoid getting 4 points or less in terms of penalties, they're through. That's how simple their equation is.
Yeah, the reason why it's 68, of course, is because that's the 74, i.e. the maximum amount of points you can score, minus the minimum number that you can score, which we've estimated basically it's 6. So that's why it's that number and not anything else. As Matty Siebler, the next one coming through the Lesmo 1, then down towards Lesmo 2. First sector's pretty decent. I'd say it's about a tenth and a bit off where we would want to see as we head our way down into Ascari.
Matty Siebler then is going to set the benchmark here for Team Falcons. They already know they're not going to be able to get into the Teams Championship final, and Matty Siebler basically racing for pride. 20 points is the gap over G2 Esports at the moment. Not sure how much they're really going to be factoring this into their thinking, but it is worth bragging rights, or achieving bragging rights, if you like. Looking at the first couple of sectors at the moment here at Monza. Not bad in the first sector, couple attempts away in the second. Could be seeing a high 45 at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, when they come battling here, I believe they are indeed fighting for very important positions in the championship. I think it's whoever finishes in this group, 7th and 8th basically pays out the same amount of prize money. 9th and 10th also plays out the same amount of prize money as a team's championship. So it is quite important for you to score well here, because if you finish second in the group, then you're either 7th or 8th, depending on how it was yesterday, but you get the same amount of prize money. Same as if you finish 3rd in the group, you're 9th or 10th, depending on how things were yesterday, but you get the same amount of prize money, which is the difference of $4,000. So let's be honest, it's not exactly too short. As Don Blyer will come out through the final corner to try and beat Matty Siebler's lap time as he comes up towards the line. He does indeed do so with a 45.8. That is quite a way off where we would expect them.
A little bit, but it is pole for the moment. Here is Tuomas Tattila making his way around the circuit again. His second sector going a little bit better than his first, but both are there or thereabouts. I think this is at the moment on course for a provisional pole for the 27-year-old who's got 4 iRacing World Championship seasons under his belt. Seems actually pretty happy. We don't often see positive faces from the drivers on the way towards the line, and he's just nicked into a 1:45.6. Maybe that's why.
It's because he knew it was going to be 0.69. Nice. Of course, Joni Tourmala will work his way through the final corner. First sector, most certainly lacking. Second sector, even more so. That second sector's terrible. My goodness, I think even you could go quicker than that in the second sector. You must have had an absolute mare. That's about 6 or 7 seconds off. We would expect there's going to be something in the 50s. My goodness me, Joni Tourmala's not had a good run here, and will most likely start from the back of the field, at least as far as my numbers lead me, which you collected off of Marcel Chinchik. They are indeed correct, 52.8. Wow.
This is Jakub Brzezinski. Oh, thumbs up this time round. Maybe they've been told they've been having really bad expressions on their faces. Don't know why he's getting his thumbs up particularly, because he's slowing down. No, he's shaking his head. Don't really know
what.
It's
sarcasm.
Maybe it is sarcasm, yeah. It really struck. It was at Ascari where he got a slowdown in a really important qualifying session last year, if you remember, the group stages of the Teams Championship in Riyadh. He's gone better than his teammate, at least here. But G2 really needed better performances than that. They're 20 points behind Falcons at the moment. As you say, there's a difference of $4,000 on the line here.
Daniel Pashtor now into the final corner then, and finally we're seeing some sector times, which are a little bit more representative. First couple of tenths off, second about a tenth off where we'd expect it to be. Could well take over the top of the timesheets here by setting a 45. It could be a 0.6, could be a 0.5, to be honest, as Daniel Pashtor will come across it. It's actually going to end up being a 0.7, so only a few hundredths off of the rear end of Tuomas Tattila.
Here comes Dennis Schoninger now, the third of 4 Williams Esports drivers who we will be seeing again tomorrow, having made their way through the Group A standings here in the second chance for the Teams Championship in the Esports World Cup. Round the final corner now for Schoninger, who's going all right so far. This could be a challenger for the front couple of rows, I think, here, as he makes his way over the line now here at Monza. It is going to be third, not quite enough for the front row.
Isaac Price, who opened out this group, though, with a pole position at Fuji. Let's see if he can do something special here, although I think those sector times are potentially leading to something slightly less special, and it'll be around like the Schoninger Blyer, potentially even Blyer Siebler kind of part of this circuit. I don't suspect he's going to be sneaking his way onto the front row anytime soon with those sector times. He works his way through the final corner. He's had some high highs, of course, in his ESL R1 career. He's had some low lows, though, as he'll cross the line. This certainly isn't on the higher side of things. He sets a 46.1. Here's Darren McCormack.
Yep, Darren McCormack very strong in that opening sector. I think it's the best one we've seen so far in this session. 10th or so away in the second sector, though, and so it may be okay. Tuomas Tattila, of course, took that great qualifying lap home in the last chance qualifier for the Drivers' Championship 2 days ago now. He's clearly strong in qualifying. Darren McCormack is as well, though. He makes his way over the line. It's a 45.6, but it's nearly a 10th better off than the Finnish driver, and he's on pole as things stand.
Fantastic from McCormack, who looks to aim for his 17th victory in ESL R1, of course, as he marches closer and closer to race number 100 for him. He has flown under the radar quite a lot in his career, as we'll see Jakub Maciejewski, who's fresh off of becoming a new victor for us in ESL R1, of course joining Don Blyer today as brand new winners. Maciejewski will cross the line. It is just 7th position for him. 2 left to go in the session.
And they're from 2 different teams as well. The 2 teams fighting for 2nd and 3rd in Group A. G2 Esports need Nikodem Wisniewski to put in a good lap here, because at the moment they are last, 2nd, last and 3rd last of those who have set times in this session. It's all on the Virtual Le Mans winner from quite a few years ago now, out through the final corner and up towards the line. He'd be on the first couple of rows, maybe the first half, if it's gone well. It is the front row. 2nd place for Nikodem Wisniewski, just when G2 needed it.
And I've seen Nikodem Wisniewski start from a front row around Monza before, and he caused the largest crash I've ever seen in sim racing. I don't think he'll be doing that today. It's fine. We needed 40 cars for that to happen. But Wisniewski will be starting at the moment from 2nd place, unless Lemonem can do anything about it. He works his way through the final corner. Przemysław Lemonek will make his way up towards the line. The final qualifying time of this group. Will switch them all out after this race and bring in Group 2. What can Lemonem do? Slots himself between his teammates Sipala and Maciejewski. But Darren McCormack is on pole position for the final race of the group. I did say if he had a good result at Jeddah, it would rebuild his confidence that he would have lost on that qualifying lap at Daytona.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Pole position here at Monza for Darren McCormack. It's giving him that little bit of confidence. They need him firing on all cylinders tomorrow if they want to be factors in the team's championship final on the final day of competition here at the Esports World Cup. It is very, very important indeed. Darren McCormack was very much doing the heavy lifting last year. He'll probably do it again here as well. Don't think he's quite been at his very, very best today. Some of the results have not gone his way. You know, he's not quite strung all the races together. However, he's strung a good lap together here.
Yeah, indeed, and that will grab him pole position then ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski. Of course, his old teammate in ESL R1. They spent the entirety of last year battling it out together. 1st and 2nd now start in the final race of Group A. Timus Tadler will start from 3rd position, so we've got all our teams inside the top 3 before we get the trio of Williams, Pastor, then Schoeniger, then Blyer as well, 4th, 5th and 6th. A trio of Falcons have Sipala, Lamanek and Maciejewski, 7th, 8th and 9th, and then the trio of G2 Esports drivers at the back of the field with Isaac Price, Jakub Brzezinski and Joni Tormala as well. It's not been a good run for G2 in this one. Sorry about that, lads.
No, not really, but I mean, it is Monza and they can very much make up that time. I think they can overtake enough to be factors in this one, but they've certainly got a mountain to climb. 20 points to overcome to Team Falcons and lots of positions to try and gain as well. There's certainly been no love lost between those 2 teams as well after that race at Jeddah, so very interesting to see how they race with one another as well. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing all this in warm-up at the moment. So they're not obviously in the race, they're getting themselves ready for the race, and apparently it seems that Falcons and G2 might be all over the place once more, as we see a couple of excursions of track limits on the exit of Ascari. Are we seeing drama down into actually no, do you know what, G2, Luke Humphreys will message me in a second from G2 being like, please stop asking that question.
Every time I've said yes to that and you've asked me, it's gone wrong for G2 especially, so we'll refrain from that since they are in this race. But to answer your question, yes, I do actually think there's going to be.
There we go. I'll prepare the message from Luke. It's fine.
Gonna say it anyway. I mean, it's Monza turn 1. It always happens. It seems down at the Rettifilio. It's very common anyway. So looking forward to seeing what happens. Hopefully, though, it's not a big mess.
Just to clarify, by the way, I mean Luke Humphreys, I guess it's like social media manager for G2 Esports, not Luke Humphreys, the world champion darts player who has absolutely nothing to do with sim racing. Although
as far
maybe,
as we're aware.
Yeah, well, maybe it is the same person. Who knows? Of course, they're going to be getting themselves ready for the race. Who's going to win this final race, this group? Let's go with that one.
Oh, Darren McCormack.
You reckon?
As an individual, yeah. I mean, he's got pole position here. Tattler is strong round here, to be fair. He showed that in the last chance qualified. That's how he ended up in the Drivers' Championship final. But, yeah, Darren McCormack's difficult to look past here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll go with that as well. I did pick him to win the Drivers' Championship as well. We're just going to go with that one. It didn't go too well for my prediction.
He did better than I thought, to be fair. But he gained places on the day.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't win.
No, but he is a phenomenal talent, and I think he might be. He's definitely aiming to clean out this group very comfortably with a victory. But he'll have to beat off Nikodem Wisniewski, Thomas Tattler, and of course a trio of his teammates as well if he's able to take victory here. Race for the final one of Group A is about to get underway as we prepare ourselves for final day on Sunday tomorrow. It is Darren McCormack starting from pole position, Nikodem Wisniewski alongside as we begin the race down towards the first corner. It's a decent start then from Darren McCormack, who'll pull himself clear potentially of Nikodem Wisniewski. Wisniewski, though, will get aggressive on the braking zone to get past his former teammate. Look at Thomas Tattler getting to the outside as well, trying to sneak it past as we head down into the first corner, but it is Darren McCormack to lead for Williams.
It wasn't the initial jump that was good for Darren McCormack, but it was all the pushing he got on the outside line. The top four on the outside were all right packed up together and allowed McCormack to take the lead in towards turn number one. Tattler gets up into second, ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski, who was sort of caught up on the inside despite having a good launch. He didn't have any help behind him.
Do remember that Thomas Tattler, of course, did win the last chance qualifier race in the drive for the drivers to get himself into the Drivers' Championship back there, of course, on Thursday, quite a bit earlier on. We do believe that key well, I say we do believe, pretty much guaranteed that key we're taking a good look at there is probably imminently ready for the Crusher as Williams will book their place into the final, and that means that Falcons and G2 will have their keys crushed right in front of them as well. It'll be very dramatic. I'm sure there'll be some tears.
I wonder if Jeffrey Reedbell would be there to very stone-facedly just press the Crusher.
I guarantee he would have sprinted for the bus if they were like, look, you can do it. All right, yeah, no, go on, Lance, I'll do it.
I don't know. I can't think of the driver out the 48 who would love to do it most, but there must be someone who would absolutely revel in it.
I actually don't know who crushes it on this side, because sure, would it not be Williams as they're the one that's knocked?
Maybe
knocked them out.
Because they've knocked them out. Yeah, good point. We'll have a look later on, of course, as we make their way to the end of the opening lap. This is side by side, a bit further back between Matti Siepeler and Dominic Blyer. Siepeler on the inside. He's going to have help from his teammate to go through.
Yes, indeed. Look at this though. As here comes the bump, lifts out of it, just dumps. I think there's rules against aggressive bump drafting.
Yeah, but you can still get close, and so that helps you along. The sort of reverse slipstream effect, if you like, pushing you along. And so Siepeler's going to get to the inside.
Yeesh.
Oh, contact on the inside. Half spins, and now he's side by side awkwardly with his teammate.
Yeah, Isaac Price is going to sneak his way into this one, but has to drop back in behind Matti Siepeler. That was very messy between Jakub Maciejewski and Matti Siepeler. Przemysław Lamanek is also going to sit on the rear end of this one. Jakub Brzezinski, I don't know what's actually happened. We didn't quite see there on lap one, but he's down in 12th position and 4 seconds off the rear end, so he's clearly had some form of drama.
Oh,
I saw some side-by-side behind all that, and it's all got a bit chaotic at the Roger.
Yeah, it has. It was all in that same battle again. Matti Siepeler's dropped dropped behind Isaac Price now in that battle for 8th place. Maciejewski is going to keep his eyes forward here because he's trying to overtake Dominic Blyer. Not over here. Side by side into Lesmo 2. Oh, off the road. And Siepeler's going to drop behind Tourmalet as well.
I'm pretty sure the amount of wheel-to-wheel contact that we've seen between G2 and Falcons, I'm pretty sure we could get enough paint scraped off of each of their cars to make a G2 Audi and to make a Falcons Porsche. They've had so much contact between them, especially in the last 2 races. It's been wild.
It absolutely has. Round Ascari they go onto the back straight towards the very final corner. It's very much created 2 groups, this. We've got the leaders who are fighting for the win. They're away from the rest. And then we've got a second group. This is a replay of the start.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what happened then to Brzezinski. Oh, just a contact. Brzezinski gets spun out there. A little bit of glue between the pair of them, but it was all a bit too dicey and a bit too messy. We'll see it here as we look at Brzezinski. The thing is, I don't know how much they know that they're 3 wide and all that, and so Brzezinski has nowhere to go. The car on the inside probably doesn't know they're 3 wide. The car on the outside most certainly doesn't, and so it's all just very messy.
Yeah, it was really. I think you're right. The car on the very inside didn't quite realise what was going on there to the full extent, and it's a bit of an unfortunate moment. We'll keep an eye on the stewards' decisions to see if there is any case to answer there for Team Falcons as we ride on board now with Dennis Schoniger right at the back of Nikodem Wisniewski. He's going to push him into line rather than overtake him.
Yeah, didn't fancy going for any sort of move. Well, I'd say would rather push him up to the back end of Thomas Tatler. I think now, basically, Williams probably have had the call to be like, hey, just go for the win, lads. Just go for the win, lads. Let's see what you can get, because they're already in a position where they're guaranteed to go through into Sunday's action. So let's have a little bit of fun. And the points for Sunday will revert back to what we had yesterday, and it's the percentage of what we had yesterday. So the points they're scoring today don't make an effect as to what they're doing and what they start with on Sunday.
We've been working together far too long, because that was exactly what I was going to say next.
I knew it. As soon as I saw you shaking around, I thought Forrest had knocked a second goal in, but no, you were just getting pretty excited about that one.
Do excuse me if I jump out my chair during this race at some point. Anyway, out of Mascari they go again, on board with Wisniewski, who has created a bit of a gap now, bringing Schoninger along with him. Past Daniel Pastor is very much on his own in this race. Actually, he's had a good day today, as Daniel Pastor contributed some great points to the Williams Esports cause, but I think 5th might be the best he can achieve from this race. Thomas Tatler just up ahead of us, very much on his own for Team Falcons, doing an important job to try and hang on to 2nd place.
Yeah, they're hanging on to 2nd place in the group, because again, if Falcons get 2nd place in the group, it's extra little bits of prize money. It's £4 the difference between finishing 2nd in the group and finishing 3rd in the group. It's pretty handy in that. Did see behind Don Blyer and Jakub Maciejewski are going side by side. Maciejewski on top in that one, so remains in 6th place.
Falcons have got a couple of penalties coming their way, by the way, waiting to see how many penalty points that will be equivalent to. Excuse me, they've got one coming their way. G2 have also got one coming their way. It's going to be evened up in terms of penalty points here between the two teams who are fighting for effectively the difference between £4,000. They've already scored themselves, I think, £7,000 in the prize pool, but they're looking for a little bit more as we go on board with Dominic Blyer, who again is basically practicing for tomorrow.
And if you think, oh, £7,000, £11,000, I mean, it sounds like a decent amount of money. It doesn't sound like crazy amounts of money. Do remember that tomorrow we'll obviously have the rest of the prize money on the line, where the winner will take £140,000. And of course, some teams are battling for slight bits more than that when it comes to their positions in the club championships here in the Esports World Cup, the overall table across all of the games. And there's a few mil on the line for some of that. So that's where the big money's being talked about. We'll get to that one tomorrow. Darren McCormack continues to lead by half a second over Thomas Tatler. The gap's not really changed too much as we approach the halfway point of this race.
So on board again with the Audi. Just to go back to the club championship point you were making there, of course, it's Vitality we're focusing on tomorrow. Today we were focusing on G2. If they could win this and Rocket League, then they would move up to 2nd place in the club championship. We already know that they will not be able to achieve that, because they're going to get knocked out in the second chance group stage here. It's quite a great thing though about the World Cup, that people from other esports who probably have never heard, maybe certainly never seen of sim racing before, focusing suddenly on their teammates as they're all fighting for a common cause.
Well, this is the whole joy of the Esports World Cup, is the entire intent of it is bringing esports together under one umbrella. Bit of contact there, and that was Joni Tormela, and there was the spin from one of the Falcons cars. You can definitely tell it's Joni Tormela because of the bright pink rear wing. To be fair, that's just kind of a bit of a racing instant, you'd have to say.
I would say so. Just a bit of an awkward spin for Leminem, who is taking part in his last race of the Esports World Cup. As we know, all of the Falcons and G2 drivers are. We're pretty close to the stage where I'm going to start doing some maths and seeing whether G2 are making up the points to overtake. But I think that we don't have to do much close examination of this one. Just look at this and think, they're not going to make up 20 points. And it's, by the way, it's 21 now, because Premislav Lemonek's got 2 penalty points. Isaac Price has got 1.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot to be made up in all of this. Do you not mean there's 19? Because because the Falcons are ahead. And if
excuse me, yeah, sorry.
Don't trust the commentators' maths. It's gone back on you and O'Leary now.
It wasn't maths. It was just the wrong order of the team. So you're right, 19 points. between the two now, but as you can see with your eyes, I think that at the moment that's not being reversed.
No. It's definitely still staying in favour of Falcons at the moment, which would be second in the group, so they'll be in the battle for 7th and 8th, and I say battle for 7th and 8th in the overall standing. It's not really much of a battle because it depends on what happens in the next one, and they're going to finish 7th or 8th, and it doesn't really matter because they get the same amount of prize money for either. As Isaac Price is going to continue to close in on the slipstream. Here comes a little dab of the brakes coming in there from Nikodem Vishnevsky as he tries to find his way past Timus Tadler. 4 laps left to go, and Darren McCormack is pulled out a 1.2 second lead. 2 Williams Esports drivers are rejoining this fight. They could end with a 1-2-3 if they're pretty happy in this. If they're pretty confident, then Schoninger and Daniel Pagedor could work together and sneak their way past. Schoninger's got the fastest lap of the race as well.
If they play their cards right, they very much could, but I can't see it happening myself as things stand. But this is exactly an exhibition of what Darren McCormack can do. He's already won this afternoon in Group A of the Second Chance Teams Championship. This will be his 6th win of 2024 in ESL R1. If he can hold on here, that would draw him level with Kevin Siggy and leave only 4 drivers with more wins than him this year. So he is very much looking to just bring this one home now, and I think he will do with 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely flying is Darren McCormack, and just continuing to hoover up victories. It'll increase his percentage. It'll move him up the all-time winners. I think he's 6th at the moment on the all-time winner list in ESL R1. So not a bad position to be. It's almost a bit lower than I would have thought he would have been. But then when you consider some of the drivers ahead of him, Josh Rogers, Sebastian Jobe, Luke Bennett and the likes, you start to think, oh yeah, no, fair enough. It is a tall order. And that's when you think that as much as Sebastian Jobe's come in, he's got the highest percentage of race victories, fair enough, to races. The fact that Josh Rogers has 9 more race victories is absolutely crazy.
9 more than anyone else.
9 more than anyone.
9.
And that is all gonna it's all gonna be built up to tomorrow, where we'll see all these big names do combat.
Yep, we will. We'll get Redline, Coanda, Guild, and Vitality all in, as well as the 2 teams that top their respective groups here in the Second Chance, the first of those being Williams Esports. Again, we expected them to be favourites, didn't we? And I think the thing I've been surprised by today, though, in this first group, is just how convincingly Williams have done this. I did think at the very least it was going to go to the last race, if not be quite close on the last race. But this has been a pure exhibition.
Yeah, it has been. It's been very impressive from Williams. Again, that second race will have brought some concerns to the Williams Esports team and explained why they weren't particularly over the moon when they got that 1, 2, 3, 4 in the first one. But they have been so good. Have the Williams Esports team when it comes to their consistency and when it comes to their position here. The chances of them going on to win tomorrow are slim.
Yeah,
but they're not none. That's the important bit. They are not none. It's never 0.
It is never 0. You're absolutely right. That you've got to be in it to win it. So they're in it, and they'll have a chance to certainly be up there. They finished, of course, 5th place in the group stage yesterday, and because of that, they're effectively the best placed of those who are in the last chance qualifiers today. On 81 at the moment, I can't quite do the maths on what that might give them at the. I think it'd give them high 70s in terms of points, just over. No, maybe less than that.
After whoever it was who did the maths for me on Thursday,
no,
I don't want anyone else giving me any numbers, because it was absolute. Everyone was off by 2 or 3 points.
Don't look at 1 or 2. You're being a bit dramatic.
Some of them were 3. Some of them were 3. Yeah. Oh, well, sorry. You get defensive now because it was your maths.
It wasn't my maths.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It wasn't my maths at all.
Don't worry about it.
It was someone else.
Yeah. Well, Zach Sweeney was the one who gave it to me, those numbers on the Drivers' Championship. But that's fine. They were wrong. I'm pretty sure they were your numbers at the end of the day. It's fine.
My numbers.
Timus Tadler continues then to hang on to 2nd position. 2 laps left to go. Nikodem Vishnevsky could come through it.
And I think he's waiting for the final lap. Can hear him lifting off in the Porsche. 1.7 seconds up to Darren McCormack. He's not being caught now. It's about Tadler defending from Vishnevsky. Even if Vishnevsky gets through here, they can't really do much to close the margin now. I think all this would do for Vishnevsky is actually put it in favour of G2 Esports in terms of the points gained in this last race. However, it won't put it in favour of them by quite enough.
Could there be a move down into Ascari there? That was very wide from Thomas Tadler. We ride on board with Dennis Schoeniger, who runs third in this group, fourth in the race at the moment as he closes his way back down the hill as we head up the crest now into Ascari, up and over the curve. That's a bit too deep in from Dennis Schoeniger. It's going to push him over the curve on the right-hand side, meaning the car's going to be very unstable. He takes an awful lot of curve. I can tell you in qualifying, that would have been a slowdown penalty.
Right, it's a good job we're in the race and he didn't repeat that earlier on. Daniel Pastor only 8 tenths behind the driver we're currently riding on board with as well here, by the way. And so it could be a 4-driver group, although Pastor is running out of time. Schoeniger gets to the rear end of Wisniewski there and doesn't quite hit him, which probably helps the pole in terms of his search for second place.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see how it's going to get down into the first corner. Final time down into the first turn here as it's going to be Wisniewski pulling over the left-hand side. See the slipstream coming from the Williams Esports car as the Mercedes, the mighty Merc, might be able to close its way in. Heavy onto the brakes goes Wisniewski. The inside line still being taken by Thomas Tadler. There's contact between the top two. It's going to be a slightly better line off the corner as it's a clearer run from Dennis Schoeniger. It's Wisniewski to hold firm as we head up towards Curva Grande.
But he's on the outside. It's a long way round here. Now Schoeniger comes to the rear of him to try and help. Oh, he's going for 3 wide. He's going to try and go through on both of them here. This would be quite spectacular from Dennis Schoeniger if he can make it work on the final lap of the race. Here he is. Oh, he breaks early. And Thomas Tadler hangs on. Nikodem Wisniewski puts him in the gravel. And he goes for a spin.
He's gone. I mean, he put it all on the line there. And let's be honest, it was kind of one of those scenarios where you can afford to put it on the line. They've already gone their way through. But let's be honest, that was pretty exciting. The bravery to make that 3 wide. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have happened if it was race 1.
That shows to me as well that G2 Esports have completely given up on finishing second in this group as well now, because Wisniewski there is surely going to get a penalty for that. He put Schoeniger straight in the gravel, straight in the wall, and so that just shows you how deflated they are, not only to miss out on top spot, but finish bottom of the group.
Indeed. Well, down into the final complex of corners, of course, as we head down into the Parabolica, it will be Darren McCormack to take a 17th victory in ESL R1. He's been absolutely fantastic in this group. He's led Williams to a movement up the order. There's been a victory for him, 2 victories for him, and a victory for Dominic Blyer as well. It's been a fantastic performance as Darren McCormack will win at the Temple of Speed. And there'll be celebrations there. I'm sure there's celebrations from Ewan O'Leary as well about this whole Forest thing, but whatever. But that is an excellent drive and a huge confidence boost for Darren McCormack as well.
Yeah, huge confidence boost for the whole team who know it's a job well done. 3 victories out of the 4. Falcons were able to take the other with a great one too at Daytona. That was the moment probably where they felt most nervous, losing 20 points of their big lead, about a third of their lead that they gained during the first race. During Jeddah though, or after Jeddah I should say, they were feeling very confident indeed, and so they could relax a little bit at Monza, but it didn't stop Darren McCormack from taking another win.
You can see how many people Williams have brought along to all this. Lots of fist bumps, lots of handshakes. They are moving through to the Drivers' Championship, the Drivers of the Teams Championship. I know what I'm saying. You can do maths, I can't speak English. Fantastic.
I can do maths, just only sometimes.
It's not with the right numbers.
yeah, my maths were great once I got the numbers in, but when you start off with the wrong one, it suddenly makes the whole thing look a bit silly. Anyway, there they are. I mean, it's a very different feeling here than it is for the teams yesterday making it, if you see what I mean. They kind of feel, well, we really should have done this yesterday, but at least we're through now. It's not sort of absolute elation for them. It's just a case of maybe a slightly delayed pleasure for them. There's Kuba Brzezinski looking at the data of the team.
Could see Mouse in the background, Yuri Kazdorp walking his way into the arena. So obviously Group B, getting ready to take over the rigs and fight for their chance to move through into Championship Sunday. Commiserations, of course, though, for Falcons and, of course, for G2, who will have their keys crushed.
I certainly will. Who does that is yet to be seen. We're looking forward to it.
We get to do it.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? We're not in the competition. We're not allowed. Don't even know where it is. So there you go. But yeah, it'll be a shame for them, of course. Falcons have had enough success, to be honest, during the Esports World Cup, that's for sure. So I'm sure they'll be not too disappointed with their overall performance, but maybe slightly with this here. In any case, they've done better than I thought, actually. I would have ordered this group at the start: Williams, G2, Falcons. There's Arjuna. sat in the
Artuna's just
background.
snuck in there.
Hello,
Give us a
Artuna.
wave. Yeah, there's the wave.
There's
Yeah, nice one. He's just sneaking his way in. That's absolutely fine. Of course, seeing what the atmosphere's like in the arena, I'm pretty sure there's some happiness in that camp.
Yep, and I can just see the BS competition team members as well. Florian Hasper and Felix van Delft just getting ready to sit at their desks as well as the teams before them move out. And I'm sure BS will already know where they're sat, won't they? They'll find out where to pick the part of Kevin Siggy out their rig if indeed they are thrown there, or not if they're not. And there's Robbie Saberfoot, you can see in the background. Everyone's everyone's
in
pretty
the
much ready to go.
My goodness.
Hello.
My goodness. Hello, Florian Hasper. Right in the foreground is shot. Fantastic as we keep our eye over onto the Williams cab. It is all over though for Group A as we're going to head down to Morgan in the arena and see what's going on.
That was a massive run from our first group, and of course we have our first winners who are of course Team Williams. Of course I'm here with Dennis. What a massive run, man, and that was surely amazing. So how are you feeling? How does this make you feel?
I mean, obviously feel great. We may advance for tomorrow, and it's a complete team effort. Team performed great, and I'm really happy.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and we're gonna start looking on the goal. Of course, the competition is not over. We still have tomorrow, so you still have a lot more to practice and prepare for the teams, especially in Group B. You still got some big names coming. So what are you guys cooking for tomorrow?
I mean, we've seen today where our strengths are in the teamwork and where we have to work on, and we can take that as an advantage because we've all worked together now in the same races, and we will see what we didn't do very good and then improve on that.
Teamwork makes the dream work again. For one final word, who would you love to give a shout out to? Anyone from the team, anyone of the fans watching out there, all the watch parties and all the lovely fans of Williams Esports. Is there anyone you would love to give a shout out to? Can be a teammate, a fan, whoever.
I mean, if any one of you guys are watching at home, hello Dad, hello Mom, also hello Rennwelten guys. I hope you're doing great and you're having fun, so have a good time.
Hello, Mom and Dad. Dennis made you proud today, and of course, he still has to go for tomorrow. But for the teams that were quite unlucky for today, please, gentlemen, hand over your keys and let's go for fist bumps or handshakes. Amazing run from both Team Falcons and G2, but now we're going to be going after a very short break to know who's the second team to be qualifying today, following the same path as Williams. Thank you so much, Dennis. Congratulations again, and we're going to be going off to a very short break.
Hello and welcome back to ESL R1. We're live from the Esports World Cup. Alongside me is Zach Sweeney and Cam Roger as well. We've already got through the first group. Group A is decided now. Williams are the winners. We've lost 2 teams in G2 Sim Racing and also Team Falcons. They join at Virtus and FaZe as the teams that will not progress into tomorrow's final. However, Williams have another chance to race tomorrow. Now we're going into Group B and we're finding out who will join Williams in that final. Guys, how are we feeling? Williams, I mean, we said it as we came in, didn't we, Zach? Williams did look the stronger team.
In all fairness, I have to say, Williams had no way of actually exceeding expectations in that group because the expectation was to top it. So they could either stay where we expected them to do, or in a shock way, sort of go below our expectations, which really would have been a shock. But they came in, did what they needed to do. In fairness, you know, fair play to them, full credit. It takes a lot to go and obviously go and execute, and they did a really good job of that. So easy to become complacent in a situation like that, where you're almost guaranteed to win. Sometimes might not be the case.
Absolutely, but let's look back to Monza and the race that we just had. The downfall really of G2. They didn't have a great qualifying session. 3 of their drivers at the back, and then that was a spin there in the midfield. Unfortunately, I think it was Brzezinski who had to drop back. He did get back in the field though, and some racing did commence further up ahead, but unfortunately there was a bit of a wiggle there for Tomala, and then unfortunately Lemonak was involved in that one.
Yeah, it always gets really busy down into the Roger. It's been the site of a lot of fantastic moves, but in this case you saw there just the G2 Porsche on the inside hit the curb and around it went. This was really aggressive there. You can see going to the left-hand side, really got to be brave on the brakes. Brakes incredibly late. We know how good the Porsche is on the brakes and effectively is just able to take the racing line. G2 needed points in this race. If they wanted to come second place in their group and get an extra $4,000 of prize money, you can understand that they were really trying to make some progress versus Falcons.
They just didn't quite make it work in qualifying though. We saw Brzezinski, he was really disappointed actually with his qualifying run. Tomala as well, they both had cuts in the qualifying session. Here was Schoeniger trying to do a double overtake. Unfortunately, didn't quite brake late enough, got squeezed out onto the ground as well. A little bit naughty there, and to be honest, and that is what ended his race. Unfortunately, finishing down at the back there with Don Blair as well, just trying to get past him there. So not the ideal situation. Brzezinski not overly happy with his race.
So this is the reactions from Williams after winning, of course, and these are our race results. It ended on a high for Williams with McCormack taking another win to put under his belt, of course. And it's fitting, isn't it, that Williams won that final race in Monza, because Fiji, they came out so strong, didn't they, Zach? And it was such an impressive performance that actually it kind of set the mark for everybody.
Realistically, they didn't even need to show up to that race, and they more than likely, in fact, definitely would have ended up taking the progression into the group. But of course, McCormack taking his 17th ESL R1 victory, and of course the second of the group stage, doing so back at Fuji, of course, for race number 1 of 4 for the group. So Dara has really smashed this group stage, really a team leader for Williams, and the rest of them, again, just doing exactly what they need to do, playing that team game, being exactly what they need to do. But again, for Williams, just smashing it at that last race, just trying to get some experience, seeing what does and doesn't work, all things they can apply to tomorrow.
So this is the highlights of how Williams managed to do it, and I mean, it was incredible from Fiji onwards, really, that we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see already coming through the first corner. There was Tassler going wide, Isaac Price trying to come through, but already look at the 4 blue Williams cars getting themselves up there, just doing such a good job already. A good jump there on the start from the back. This is a Schoeniger, I believe. He went from 8th position up towards 2nd already after the first lap or 2, due to just how it worked out. Really, really good work from him. And you got the 86 of Dara McCormack, and perfect execution, really, and that's what set them up, because once they had those points under their belt, they had the confidence to just do what they need to do in the next 3 races, and then this was when they got the lead in the end with McCormack.
Starting on the right foot was really important. Of course, into Jeddah, this is McCormack getting underneath Tartler for that fight for P2. Set that up so well. And you could see that, of course, a 1-2 would pretty much cement Williams going through to the group stage. So it was an important move. Tartler doing his best to hang on, and in doing so, a little bit too desperate on that inside. Could have squeezed McCormack so much more to the...
Oh, absolutely. As we're going to see the results here come up from the second chance. Group A was, of course, won by Williams. The 204 points in the end, massive domination for them. Team Falcons did beat G2 as well, so it was not a good day for G2. They just really did not get the results. I think we probably would have predicted Falcons maybe coming in third place in the group, but they did have those strong results. Of course, back at Daytona, Maciejewski getting that win, the only win from a non-Williams car in that group as well. So overall, I think the results are kind of what we expected, though, with Williams taking the victory.
So up next, of course, we've got Group B, which is BS Plus competition, Apex Racing, and of course, Mouse just at the end there. So they will do exactly what we've just seen, which is we will see 4 races, and then 2 of the teams will leave the competition. We talked about this at the beginning of the day, and we thought about which team might leave, and we actually got it right. Not that we're like, you know,
good at our jobs or anything.
Yeah. No, but who do we think out of Group 2 is going to impress, do we reckon, Cam?
I really don't know. This one is actually too tough to call. I think we saw some amazing performances from Oliveira, especially yesterday for BS competition. Of course, Beneka has got quite a few wins already over the competition here in Riyadh. Yeah, and as for Apex, they've had a few good sort of potential results, but they haven't really had that big standout one off the top of my head. Of course, you know, got the pole position with Ellis Jr. in Daytona, but then he dropped back. So I think they're probably going to be on the lower end, maybe towards third. But for that P1, I think it just depends if someone like Beneka stands up and gets those race wins.
And to be fair, I've got to back BS Plus competition. I think they have been so strong. Kaiki Oliveira, Ferris Stanley, of course, both of them being sort of the team leaders, both of them taking respective victories, especially Kaiki at Daytona yesterday. He has been absolutely smashing it. And of course in that BMW, granted Maus are as well, but Maus were on the cusp of being eliminated yesterday. What a shock that would have been. They've been scraping themselves into today.
I was going to say, it's been quite surprising with Mouse, hasn't it? I don't know if you're about to follow up on that, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same. We weren't expecting them to be the ones behind, and that's probably a good point. As a team, you have to work your way through. Williams got the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the first race. I don't know if any of these teams will be good enough to do that 1, 2, 3, 4 also with how close the competition is. So that is probably going to be a bit of a more interesting one. I think we will go down to the 4th race, and it'll be a few points each way.
Well, we talked about our predictions, but don't forget you can get your predictions in as well. Head to stcplay.gg and you can get your predictions in. We'd love to see them. Still time as well to get it in for Group 2. We're going to Spa very shortly, but do make sure you add your predictions in because we'd love to hear them. Going up to Spa next, we've got 2 rounds to Spa. We go to Hockenheim and we go to Monza again. Spa first up. Is this going to be... We've got 2 lots of Spa, so if a team, like you say, driver doesn't like it, they're really going to have to just stick with it.
Yeah, exactly. But this is BS Plus's hunting ground, right? I know they're zebras, and I know that's usually prey, but they are definitely going to become predators here today at Spa. Kaiki Oliveira loves this track. We saw him make some big gains here yesterday. Messed up the qualifying, granted, but charged his way through. Of course, I remember that 3 wide moment on the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes, and then managed to get the phase car going down into Rivage. Oliveira loves this circuit. BS Plus are going to be very, very strong. If they're not, it's going to be tough for them. And of course, we have 2 goes at Spa. So if BS Plus are able to hit the ground running, that's pretty much almost not necessarily 2 guaranteed races, but 2 races that are definitely going to be a helping hand considering only 1 team goes through.
Yeah, looking back at the results from yesterday, it was Beneke who got pole position at Spa. So if he can do that twice, that is going to help them. Yeah, it's going to help them a lot. So I think... Also looking at the tracks, how we differ. So we had obviously Fuji, Daytona, Jeddah, and Monza for the first group. The fact that we go to Spa twice, we've got Monza in there again, and then Hockenheim is a bit of a different set of tracks. And I think this group, with also how close it is, I think is completely open at this point for who exactly is going to go through.
Yeah, and then we go to Hockenheim, Monza, and Spa, and we've mentioned obviously Spa there. Hockenheim gave us some good racing actually yesterday, and I think we could expect more of the same today, especially as well. I mean, Monza, we just saw a good race, but Hockenheim is always one of those ones that could go either way, isn't it?
Hockenheim is always one of 2 extremes. Either it's a very, very good race right from the get-go, or it's really dull up until sort of that last lap or so. And that's nothing bad about sort of Hockenheim. That's just sort of how you have to race it. The drivers sort of say there's not really much that you can do around the vast majority of the lap, part and part due to sort of that dirty air effect. It's a term you'll obviously be more familiar with in sort of Formula 1, but definitely still more familiar in GT3 cars, being followed by, following behind another car. You have that hot air. We know how important keeping the tyre temps in check are. There are a lot of sort of medium to high speed corners, heavy braking zones here at Hockenheim as well, particularly that final sector through Mobile 1 into Sachs, then the little wiggly bits towards the final two corners. You are putting a lot of stress through both your front and rear tyres. If you're following a car, it makes it so much more difficult to stay close. But if you can hit the ground running from lap 1, have that run off turn 2 through 3 up towards the Spitzke hairpin, you can definitely sort of make some good progress.
Cam, we saw that the reason that Williams did so incredibly well is that first race they did where they got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is Spa going to be the same sort of thing? Is that easy to do that, or?
I would say it's not as easy of a track in some ways. Having said that, we saw a lot of overtaking at Fuji, but let's see the crushing of the keys. Of course, there's Dennis Schoeniger who got given both the keys from G2 and Team Falcons, and then this is just the I hope that neither G2 or Falcons are watching this, because I would certainly not be feeling too good at this moment. Look, he's
so happy.
Jeffrey Revo yesterday wasn't quite so keen for it as such, but look at that. He's actually happy. He's crushed the key there.
Maybe it's less the happiness and more just like this is pretty cool, like, because it is a fun little machine. Of course, this key that they're given, all participants and teams are given a very special key at the start of these games. And then the winner uses the key and puts it into a totem. And in ESL R1, we are one of the last to put our team totem into a team key, into the totem, which is really exciting. We get to finish the show.
Save the best for last, right?
Exactly. That's what I say. Anyway, so we will go racing very shortly in Spa. Obviously, there's a bit of a changeover at the moment, isn't there? Because we've gone from Group 1 to Group 2. So obviously the rigs need to be changed and everything. Are they racing on? They'll be on different rigs, actually, won't they? So they're just getting comfortable at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's the new teams coming in, so we've got to see the drivers present themselves. And I don't know if there's any advantage or disadvantage to be in the first or second group, because the second group actually arrived to the venue a bit later as well, so they've had a bit more rest as such. They didn't have to sort of get up early or do anything like that this morning. Those extra couple of hours may help. But yeah, for sure, obviously they've got to come in, they've got to get up to speed as well. They can't be too distracted from watching the final there with Williams and everything that was happening. They've got to come in, turn on and do their performance. You've got to remember they've still got 4 races to come and help their team.
And on that point you were making about how long they've had to sort of chill, that is both a really good thing for them, because of course they've had some time to reset, but also they've had so long to almost sort of psych themselves out. I know the longer you think about something, the longer you overthink it. You come in and actually you overthink it and don't do as well as you could.
Well, let's head over to our stage host, because Atik is waiting by to welcome the teams from the second group. Let's see who's going through.
As we continue our battle for the finals, our second group of teams are ready to give it their all. The pressure is on, and every move counts as they fight to stay in the race. Get ready for another round of intense competition and high-speed action. So let's get into it and introduce our second group, starting with BS Plus Competition. Known for their bold and unpredictable moves, have been relentless in their pursuit of victory. They're ready to take on anything that comes their way and make their mark in the finals. Coming up next, Mouse! After a tough start, have battled their way back with sheer grit and determination. They have proven they are here to win, and they are not backing down now. Coming up next, Apex Racing Team. with their strategic brilliance, have maneuvered through the competition with precision. They have shown they can adapt and overcome, and they are ready to outsmart the field today. And now, here we are with our second group. So drivers, take your seats, and you viewers, let's enjoy the race with our amazing casters.
It's time. It's time for Group B. It's time for Spa. Williams Esports already a last chance qualifier. Well, who out of BS Competition, Apex Racing Team and Mouse are going to join them. This is the circuit we'll be racing at. Deep in the Ardennes Forest, the rises and falls of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, ready to receive another 12 drivers as they get their journey underway towards an Esports World Cup Teams Championship final. And this, George Morgan, is the most unpredictable of the two groups.
Well, unbelievable really, Ewan O'Leary, that we've got Mouse in this all together. I mean, a team you would have fancied in that top four. It wasn't to be, however, but how about setting the scene at Spa-Francorchamps? We're heading to the rolling hills of Stavelot in the heart of the Ardennes Forest. Once again, a track that has brought us so much, action-wise at least anyway. Various different corners around this track layout, and naturally it's going to present opportunities to every single driver in amongst this lineup. It's going to be fantastic. PS Plus competition also surprising us in many ways. Florian Haspar, team manager, no doubt delighted with the performance from his team, especially Kaiki Oliveira, who has been taking victories in his own right.
Absolutely, and that wasn't really the case until the very last round of the online season
at
this
Spa,
year.
believe it or not.
Yeah, well, here he is again, and he'll be going round here again twice as well. There's a good point that Zach made on the desk a few moments ago about the fact that Kaiki and some of the other BS competition drivers as well have been enjoying Spa so far in this week. Kaiki Oliveira qualified there very well at the start of the Drivers' Championship final on Thursday. Drove pretty well there yesterday as well as that online round that I mentioned too. It's just such an unpredictable field though. Two teams, using BMW, one of the Apex Racing team using the Mercedes. Wonder how that will play into effect as well over the course of the 3 different circuits and the 4 races we have in this group.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the teams we've got, I would say, whilst Mouse, big shocks to obviously have them in this fight. You know, you wouldn't write off the likes of Apex Racing Team or BS Plus Competition. They've all got their heavyweights. If you look at Apex, they have got Kevin Ellis Jr., Jamie Fluke, brilliant on his day as well. We look at BS Plus, we mentioned Kaiki Oliveira, but they've also got some of the names that can easily step up. Ferris Stanley has been one of the talking points fairly recently. I mean, a couple of P2 finishes in his own right as well.
Absolutely brilliant. Ferris drove amazingly yesterday, and if you can repeat that again, then BS Competition will be well on their way. We have just, well, I don't think we've just received the reset points, but I'm going to tell you about them as well, just to give you a bit of an overview as to what's happening in case you've only just joined us at the Esports World Cup in ESL R1 competition. This is the second chance for the Teams Championship, so teams that finished 5th to 10th yesterday in the big group stage that we had over the course of 8 races, and now put into 2 groups of 3. This is the second of them. If these teams were to go through, Mouse would start tomorrow on 32 points, Apex would start tomorrow on 41, and BS Competition would start on 43. That's the situation they're in. Williams Esports already locked in, starting on 46, just a couple of points behind Guild, so on and so on. It is a long way, they're all a long way behind Team Redline, but things can change very, very quickly in the Teams Championship final because, of course, there are 2 drivers from each team out there on the circuit. That means the maximum you can pick up in one race is a huge 45. The minimum, just 1 point.
Yeah. And I tell you what, it's quite a gulf in between those two numbers as well. So all the more important and imperative to be towards the top. But naturally, whilst we saw Williams, should we say, dominate their run, of course, taking 3 wins out of the 4 races heading through the first group that we witnessed through the second chance phase of the Team Championship. This could be a very different set of affairs with these teams being so relatively closely matched, though Mouse we do consider to be the better team. When you've got names like Max Benneker behind the wheel, for example, you do expect him to perform. But when you've got Kevin Ellis Jr., who is oh so good in his own right, along with Jamie Fluke, you never know. And also with BS Plus Competition having such a grandiose level of form around this track, I think what's also going to be interesting here, Ewan, is the fact we've got 2 BMW teams
against a Mercedes outfit.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how that goes. We were speaking to Johan Harford earlier on about that, and he was saying it's out of the corners where the BMW can get a lot more traction from the torque that it has, etc. It is a powerful car, that is for sure. Of course, the BOP worked out by the drivers themselves. If a driver thinks that one car is faster than theirs, then they have to prove such, which is, I think, quite an interesting and good way of doing it. So it's certainly...
Puts the cards on the table, doesn't it?
It exactly does. I quite like it when it's put to the drivers like that and said, go on then, you prove you can do better.
Your point.
Exactly, yeah. At some point, I guess some may have had to admit in the last couple of months that actually the driver they were complaining about has just actually done quite well, because it turns out these drivers are actually quite good.
Yeah, well, they are.
Funny
well, they're here for a reason, first and foremost. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not here because you're not a fast sim racer. But already, we have already qualified 4 teams. Obviously, yesterday, Williams have joined them. This is now the next 4 races to decide the final team that will be heading into tomorrow's finals. Never has there ever been a more important time for BS Plus Competition, Mouse or Apex Racing Team to perform? And like we said, Spa, oh so treacherous. They're going to be coming here twice, as we alluded to. It's going to open up this second group, and it's going to finish this second group. But the question is, who's going to excel? Of course, you've got many overtaking points to be concerned about. Kemmel is, of course, an opportunity, but first and foremost, La Source, the trip out of turn 1. If you get a lovely exit, you can, of course, carry that momentum through up towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Kemmel also presents opportunities. We've seen many of the overtakes happening out of Kemmel into Lecom at turns 5 and 6, but then also you can switch back and take the place back at Malmedy through Brussels. But then you have the middle sector. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. The Lafanier chicane at turns 12 and 13 out of Pouon sends you through to Campus and Stavelo, where we have seen 2 wides from time to time, quite rare, but they do happen. And then we, of course, have the Blanchimont trip around turn 16 and 17 into the almighty bus stop chicane, heavy braking zone, and another pinch point for overtakes.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity around this circuit. It's an absolutely brilliant place to go racing, and it's just as well we're going there twice. We'll be going there again tomorrow, of course. There's a possible 9 races on the line to set up the Teams Championship World Cup winners at the end of tomorrow's action. But don't forget, don't come back to the same place, same time tomorrow to try and find us. You will have missed about half of it. We're going on,
Very
on air
early.
a lot earlier tomorrow, by about 4 hours or so, I think. So please check the times and make sure you join us for the very start tomorrow, because it's going to be absolutely wonderful to see finalist mode in action all over again, and for just the second time in a teams format. Team Redline got so close to winning 1 year ago, but it was Porsche Coander esports team, who have not been having a particularly good week so far, who have got the reigning champions marker on their back. They'll be looking to take this title 2 years in a row, if possible, and stop Team Redline taking both titles, as Kevin Siggy has already got the Drivers'
And it took him 9 races to do it too. Yep. We'll have to wait and see whether that is the same case for the Teams Championship, where we come to deciding that tomorrow. But very exciting. It has to be said, Team Redline are the optimal team. They have been absolutely sensational, not only in the run-up in the online rounds, because of course they were absolutely sensational all the way through. And I would say one of the eye catchers was Luke Bennett, actually, through the online phase. Went through and pulled off blanket podiums at Monza in the Teams Championship round 3 online. And then also, not forgetting as well, some decent podium finishes even prior to that, finishing 3rd in the final race at Orchard Road in online round 2. But it's looking at the performances in this LAN event that really caught the eye, and Redline certainly here to party. I would say the 1 weak link, though, could be Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Spin at the last race he did at the Hockenheim Ring yesterday. Took out both of the G2 Esports Porsches, who are now out of this event entirely. Of course, not because of him, but not entirely anyway.
Bad luck as well.
Yeah, a little bit of bad luck certainly involved there. He's certainly right on that front, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to them tomorrow. But let's focus in on today. 12 drivers over the next 4 races to set up the last 1 place in the Teams Championship final. It's time for us to make a call about who might win this race. Who do you want to go for?
Oh, I would say it's really, really tough to really gauge that one. Obviously, we've got 3 teams, like I said, who've got some fair prominence. But obviously, if you want to look at the form books, I suppose Kike Oliveira is the one to look at. But then again,
Max Benneker went very close to the end of our race at Spa yesterday as well. He was right in the mix of the fight, was actually battling for the lead yesterday.
Kevin Ellis Jr. is another one who was very near to a race victory on Thursday as he tried to get through on Kevin Siggy into the final chicane. Couldn't quite do it on that occasion. I'm going to predict Max Benneker though, because I haven't really got any reason. I just think he's going to win. So that's why I've gone for him. Have you not going to commit?
I'm not committing.
Okay, fine.
In my ever-longing duty as a commentator, I'm going to sit on the fence here, Ewan O'Leary. Ibrahim Khan at first, 39.068 in that first sector. That's 38.9 would be ideal around this lap, but around a 10th off, this isn't bad for Ibrahim Khan to set things up. Of course, Spa, one of the more I would say standard tracks that these drivers would love to master. Tends to feature on various different championships and racing series around the globe, no less than here at ESL R1 as well. Ibrahim Khan breaking down into the Lafania chicane now. You can be a little more aggressive over the curves, slightly raced, but not too treacherous. As you can just see there, using the muscle on that BMW M4 GT3. Now beckoning his way down in towards Campus and Stavolo. Be careful of the gravel though on the left-hand side. If you get into that, very easy to spin. Coming through Stavolo now 59.074 in that middle sector. That's not great. It has to be said, around 3/10 off where he would like to be, but Blanchemont's next.
Certainly is. It's going to be commitment down here and on the brakes into the bus stop chicane. It's absolutely required as well. Yeah, you ideally want to be in the 38s in the first sector, 58s in the second, but I'm afraid it's not quite happened for him, and so this could be a 2:14 for Ibrahim Khan, but let's wait and see as he makes his way out of the final corner. He's not delighted as he makes his way over the line. What's the time going to be? It is a low 14, a 14.0.
Yeah, around 4/10 off the ideal in the third sector. Robbie Stapleford up next. The Jester from Leicester makes his way through the bus stop chicane this time around as he heads out of turn 19 and makes his way in the BMW M4 as well across the line. Soon to join Ibrahim Khan. Goes faster than Ibrahim Khan. Moves into the 2:13s. Khan in the 2:14s.
And that 10th, by the way, came in the final sector because the first two were very, very similar. Here's Ferris Stanley, who, as we mentioned, was wonderful yesterday. Second place at the opening race of the day at Fuji. If he can put in some more of those performances, he will be right up there. Has been with BS Competition for around 2.5 years now, or just less than 2 years, excuse me. Putting himself to very good use here in BS Competition's ESL R1 threat. Over the line for Ferris Stanley, I'm afraid it's a 2:15.6. Issues on that first lap for him.
Yeah, quite a ways off, in fact, from where Robbie Stapleford is. Beyond a second, beyond 1.5 seconds. Very nearly 2, in fact. Johan Half up next, 39.106 in Sector 1. Around 2/10 off where he would like to be. 58.9 in Sector 2. Again, another 2/10 you could say have been lost there as well. The first of the Apex Racing team drivers to set a lap here in this second group phase. Johan Half goes faster than both BS Plus competitions, Ibrahim Khan and Ferris Stanley, to go second fastest and join Stapleford on the 2:13s.
Here's Christopher Danmeets, the least experienced on Rennsport anyway of the 4 Maus drivers. The former Redline driver looking to go against his own former teammates tomorrow if he can help Maus to a top of the table finish here this afternoon. Over the line for him, shaking his head. They're never happy, are they, sim racers? Over the line he goes now, and he will go 4th.
I could probably count on my one pinky finger the amount of times we've seen delight on the face of any driver here today. Max Benneker might be, though. 39.047 is very good. 58.904, 2/10 off, perhaps where he would like to be, however, but you never know. Third sector could be the one as he now heads through the bus stop chicane once again. The man who was dicing for victory here yesterday, now looking to perhaps unseat Stapleford up at the top of the timing tower. Certainly will, and goes beyond 0.2 of a second. Bang to the buck. 0.2 faster than Robbie Stapleford. Mouse on top.
That is exactly what Max Benneker can do, and he knows what success feels like in Riyadh, that is for sure. Here's Jimmy Antunes, who is making his way to the final corner. He's the least experienced of the Apex Racing team drivers when it comes to Rennsport. Now making his way out of the final corner. Here, wait for the expression. There's the shake of the head. They're really never happy. It will be near Danbeats, though. It'll be 6th place for Jimmy Antunes.
to start calling it a reflex if this carries on. Yuri Kazdorp, 39.037. Now, that's a very good first sector there for Yuri Kazdorp. 59.155, though, in Sector 2. So he has lost a little bit, around nearly 4/10 of the realm off where he would like to be coming out of the second sector. But you never know. Third sector could yet offer something a little special. Again, looking to head towards Stapleford's direction. Can he slot in behind Benneker coming out of the final? No, he can't. Sixth fastest goes behind Dan Beats.
Yeah, that's disappointing for Yuri Kazdorp. I think the final sector unravelled slightly there for him. Moritz Lerner in the low 39s and low 59s in the first two sectors as things stand. As things stand right now, that puts them on course for a high 13 if this final sector goes well, or a low 14 if it doesn't. Let's see, though. It should be inside the top 5 for Moritz Lerner, who makes his way up to the line now. And it's second place. Very good final sector from the German.
It's been a while since Moritz Lerner, I think, has managed to wear a smile on his face, but I think he can after that. That was a very nice run through the bus stop chicane. Kaiki Oliveira, a victor here around Monza, twice over through both the online phase and here in Riyadh as well during the phase of the Esports World Cup. Now coming through the bus stop as well. 39 flat in the first sector is good again. 58.9 in that second sector. That's only 2/10 off. A big run out of bus stop. Could yet add his name to the fold as well. Goes second fastest ahead of Moritz Lerner. And just look at that, mere hundredths off Max Benneker.
44 thousandths of a second separates Kaiki Oliveira from pole position. Another great lap from the BX competition driver. Now, Apex Racing Team have 2 drivers left and they need them both to do very well here. Starting with Jamie Fluke, a professional now for just around 4 years. He certainly knows his way round sim racing, that's for sure. Can he do anything here up towards the line? It's not been a great lap from him so far, and it's only 7th.
Well, when Apex require a result, Big Kev comes a-calling, and the first sector at 39.0 is very good. That second sector, 58.912, only 2/10 lost, though, in that second sector, based on what we believe to be the optimal lap. Coming into the bus stop now, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 bidding to be the fastest Merc in this timing tower. It could yet go faster than Benneker if he's tidy enough coming out of the third sector. Could he unseat Oliveira? Goes third fastest, does the ART man. Kevin Ellis Jr., 2:13.829. But no stopping the one, Max Benneker. He's on top once more here at Spa.
He is. 13.7 from him on that lap there is enough for pole position. And congratulations to Max Benneker, but it wasn't a big gap. Kaiki Oliveira and Kevin Ellis Jr. are right there with him. And the most interesting thing to me, actually, about that qualifying session is the fact that the 3 teams all represented in the top 3.
Yeah, which is always great to see. We said they could be evenly matched, and I think that qualifying session was definitely a sharp illustration of that. But we do have some qualifying results to take you through as well, folks. Ewan, over to you.
Here's Max Benneker. Yep, there he is celebrating. Looks like he's about to have a fight there, actually, doesn't he?
I think he might have one in a minute.
Yeah, maybe. 44 thousandths of a second, as I say, from Kaiki Oliveira. Kevin Ellis Jr., Moritz Lerner on the second row. Good qualifying from Lerner there. And from Stapleford as well. That's 5th place for him. And then the final driver within the 2:13 realm was Johan Harp. Then it is Ibrahim Khan ahead of Jamie Fluke. Christopher Danbeats and Yuri Kazdorp will make up a Mouse row 5 with Jimmy Antunes and Ferris Stanley rounding out the grid. Ferris Stanley, the only one to have had a real issue in terms of slowdown during that lap there. And from the looks, actually, of how far behind he was despite having a slowdown, he's actually not that far away, which suggests it was a decent lap otherwise. We know, though, he doesn't require good qualifying results to race well.
No, not necessarily. And I think that speaks volumes about a number of the drivers here in this grid. That you get some drivers that are good qualifiers, you get others that are good racers. I would argue that the strong majority of Apex Racing Team are better racers than qualifiers. But Kevin Ellis Jr., whilst obviously he's not on the front row, I'd keep your eyes peeled on him because I think he's going to be one to watch. Jamie Fluke can easily move his way up the order. I wouldn't count out Robbie Stapleford either, to be an outsider in this fracas that we're going to have here around Spa. But up at the top, no doubt, it's going to be Benneker who's going to be looking to lead from the front. And Mouse need this. It has not been an easy journey for them, one iota. And we look back at some of the results for them through the online phases, like it has not been an easy trip. Of course, Benneker was a victor at Orchard Road in the second round of the Teams Championship during the online rounds leading up through to Saudi Arabia here at Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. But since then, has picked up wins, more notably in the quarter
final of the final Drivers' Championship round at Spa-Francorchamps. So has won here already in the past, as we alluded to. Finished third in that round as well, looking back at the results. Of course, the victor that day was his arch nemesis, Joshua Rogers from Old, who, if Mouse do go through to the finals tomorrow, they'll be back up against him once again. But there's definitely form in the favour of Benneker, but what he really needs is the rest of the team to correspond.
That's exactly the point here. Max Benneker can't do it all on his own. We don't even have the 35 points for a win in play anymore. It's just 25 today, and so that's going to make things even more important for those who are not Max Benneker in Mouse to do well. Moritz Lerner started well by qualifying up towards the front there, but they need Kasdorp and Dambeats, tried to say their name at the same time, Kasdorp and Dambeats to do well too, as they weave their way towards the bus stop chicane. Ready for Group B. It's the Team Championship second chance here in ESL R1. And the first race at Spa about to get underway. Max Benneker in control of the field again. And it is Mao's teammate Moritz Lerner immediately takes to the outside to try and take some positions away into turn one. Benneker defends from the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. on the way into turn one as they try and make their way through. Oh, it's 4 wide and Moritz Lerner's in the gravel. He was pushed off there by Kaiki Oliveira, who going backwards here. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Arp are going to get hooked up here, and they're going to possibly get onto the back of Max Benneker on the way up the hill. Through they go, over the top at Radion. There's Robbie Stapleford as well. He'll have the help of Kaiki Oliveira and Ibrahim Khan, who's next up. But look at Kevin Ellis Jr. Huge speed on the way up towards Lecombe. He's going to get to the outside. Is he going to get through? He's late on the brakes. He's into the lead in race one.
I said keep your eyes peeled on Big Kev, and for good reason. He now leads here at Spa-Francorchamps, and Robbie Stapleford didn't do too badly either. He leads the BS Plus competition outfit, 4th place for him, with Oliveira getting stumbled right at the start, coming out of turn one. Unfortunately, an untidy exit after going onto the gravel. He was also joined by Moritz Lerner, who, after starting as high as he did, has now dropped to 11th. Drama at the get-go, but ART in a very strong position with Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Harth in the top 3.
Through Pouhon they go for the first time. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. followed by Max Benneker at the very front. Ibrahim Khan just getting hooked up to the back of his teammates here for BS competition. They've moved forward. Mouse, though, have moved backwards. Look at them in 9th, 10th and 11th.
Yeah, truly amazing scenes. Jamie Fluke certainly not out of it either. He could add yet another ART into the top 6. Of course, it's currently 3 BS Plus competition cars all in a row. They have 3 cars in the top 6 right now, so big points going their way if they can keep this up. But Stapleford, you can bet bottom dollar, has his eyes on a bigger prize, and that is where Johan Harth is currently sat, P3. A podium for Stapleford would mean a lot. Kaiki Oliveira is still very much there and in the mix. Did not lose anywhere near the same amount of places as Moritz Lerner did. Let's take a look at that start. There you can see it. Oh, you just see the front end of Moritz Lerner's mouse car came into contact with the rear left on Kaiki Oliveira's BMW, and also at the back, I think, was that Ferris Stanley?
It was, yeah. We didn't see this, but there was 4 wide going on there, and there's absolutely not space for them at all. Ferris Stanley getting himself into trouble. Here goes Kevin Ellis Jr. around the outside. This is a replay, by the way. I'm getting excited about it the second time as well.
It was brilliant.
It was. Round the outside he went of Max Benneker just 1 lap ago, but I have a feeling history might be reversing itself just 1 lap later as we go up the hill through Radion. He's almost too close here, Max Benneker. He's barely got anywhere to go, but he's not going to try and make the move right now. He's going to wait, and he's going to continue to split apart the Apex Racing Team drivers. Johan Hart's going to be in a bit of trouble here on the way down the Kemmel Straight as well, I would argue, because Robbie Stapleford has got the help of Kaiki Oliveira if he wants it. I don't think he's going to go for it into Lecombe this time round. Thought he would, actually, but decides to wait.
Yeah, he had the slipstream. Johan Harth sacrificing it somewhat, and the gap between Johan Harth and Benneker currently sitting just below 0.5 of a second. So the top 2 currently careering away in their own small pocket, I would say. Further back then, Johan Harth with Stapleford just in behind. Stapleford now 1.1 away from Kevin Ellis Jr. right at the top of the shop. But the BS Plus competition team still sat in a 3-car gathering in that top 6 and in control, I must say. Good race so far for the likes of Ibrahim Khan, who is just settling down. He doesn't need to really move a muscle here. His duty, I think, is to protect the BS Plus competition outfit, maintain the status quo of the 3 cars being as high as they are, to keep ART in in behind, because whilst they have 2 cars up at the top, at least they don't have the other 2 up there as well.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I'm not sure, we'll do some calculations in a few moments' time as to who might be where, but this is a very fluid situation in terms of who might be on top. At the end of this, Max Beneker's off through the purple fret. That was Beneker going very wide, and well, he needs to be careful on that front. If he gets too many, then he will be in trouble with the track limits, and so just keep it within the white lines and it'll be okay. Oh dear, teammates going side by side, Robbie Stapleford and Kaki Oliveira. Surely that was coordinated, but it wasn't coordinated very well, if it was at all. There goes Kaki Oliveira, who is the faster driver on paper, but what a weird place to exchange positions.
Yeah, that's cost them a little bit of time as well.
Loads.
I mean, I think they were just trying to obviously make the swap during the course of where Beneker might have made the error. Of course, Oliveira, it goes without saying, I believe, obviously, faster driver than Stapleford here in this instance. He is, of course, a former winner at this track, so obviously it could be the case that Florian Haspar is saying, well, let's release Kaiki, get Kaiki out there, drive the pace, try and close up to the back of Johan Harth, because we're sick and tired of seeing the zebra-painted cars sat in conjunction 4th, 5th and 6th, but now they're all rushing up through towards Laycom this time. Beneker once again riding that rear spoiler of Kevin Ellis Jr.'s Mercedes-AMG GT3, again siding on the line of patience, and probably for good reason given the fact we're only on lap 3 of 7.
Just peeked round the corner as if to remind himself what Lecom looked like, and then took back into line again and stayed in 2nd place.
Just wanted to see the scenery.
Exactly, yeah. Who can blame him? So Kaki Oliveira stays ahead of Robbie Stapleford this time, and now they begin to try and chase this man who we're on board with now, Johan Hart, who was quite ill yesterday. I was chatting to him earlier on. Still sounds terrible, but he said he's feeling better, and he is in 3rd place and clearly driving well as well. Not that he was driving badly yesterday, didn't allow it to affect him too much, but he's back on the podium right now. Here's a wonderful drone shot of that Mercedes. He's playing a very important part in Apex Racing Team's standing in this current group. It's delivering so far everything we dreamed it would. All 3 teams inside the top 4, all looking pretty competitive.
Yeah, running aboard here with Johan Harth, the 26-year-old from France. First ESL R1 race win came at Road Atlanta. Since then, he's never looked back. Obviously, the Apex Racing team have such a loyal string of drivers, Kevin Ellis Jr. being one of them, who came in from the academy and has since, obviously, become part of the furniture here at ART. And, in fact, joining their team back in 2017 as a 19-year-old, and then coming through the academy into their main roster. Doesn't he represent them well indeed, alongside the likes of Jamie Fluke, who actually joined us as a guest commentator back at the Full Season Major in Sweden last year, and gave us some expertise as to what was going on out on track. And again, another driver who has been successful here in this series, got quite emotional after his very own successes at Road Atlanta in the past. Professional sim racer for ART, alongside that as a driver coach in 2020. That was the reason he was acquired. And again, featuring here in what could be an amazing result here for Apex Racing Team should Kevin Ellis Jr. keep this up. But Max Beneker again generating that slipstream once more as we pan across up Kemmel once more with this fantastic drone shot here as the BMW M4 GT3 once again just releases the accelerator, back on the brakes coming through Laycom, and still Johan Harth watching on. There's the trophy. That's what they're fighting for, Ewan. It's a nice piece of gold there.
And that little triangle, of course, is where they put their key when they've won, whoever wins, of course. And they put the middle part in, then they take the outer bit out and put it on the big totem that we saw on Thursday on the broadcast, and we went and visited the day before. It's absolutely massive, probably about the size of 2 of me. And although that's not that. Thanks for that. And as we were saying, we're right down in the bottom right because we are the last one to declare our result. We've got to make sure we're quickly done in time for the closing ceremony tomorrow evening. Yeah. So that's why we're on air just that a little bit earlier. But at the moment, these teams are the ones trying to fight their way to even being with a chance at the moment of achieving that. Of course, they're not yet in the final. They've needed a second chance to get there, and it's 3 big teams at that. The Apex Racing Team, Mals and BS Competition, all searching for that position. We've got a waiting game here at Spa with 3 laps to go.
We definitely do. Of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. in the online rounds didn't have necessarily a great time at Spa. Actually, in his only effort, actually got knocked out in the quarterfinal phase, finished 11th during that, but out in front and looking as stone-faced as ever, just staying very relaxed and chilled heading in the final portions of lap 4, out in front. Obviously doesn't want to let the occasion get to him. This is a very important sequence of 4 races that these drivers have in front of them, and he can't afford to let the Spa Demons back in because, of course, we are going back there later on this evening. But as they head in towards turn 1 again, Max Benneker very deep on the brakes. Actually had to just break away from the back of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 in order not to go into the back of Kevin Ellis Jr. But no issues as it stands. Benneker still holds the fastest lap.
He does for now. Probably helped by the fact that Kevin Ellis Jr. is towing him around. Let's see if he decides to go for the lead finally now. He's getting so close every time, and he must know that this is going to be the chance on the very final lap, and so maybe that is why he's waiting. We've seen these two fighting for the win at Spa before this week, as we've got but side by side, but further back, by the way, Jamie Fluke trying to go down the inside of Ibrahim Khan. Apex Racing Team looking to move on forwards here, as Christopher Dambitz and Jimmy Antunes also going wheel to wheel on the way in towards Lecom. So those minor places, those 1 or 2 points here and there, also being fought over very hard.
Yeah, it looks like Khan might have defended as well and made sure that Fluke stayed behind, as we now ride on board with Max Benneker. You can see him on the right-hand side, still as pensive as ever. He knows when the time is right. He has done this so many times. Down through Pouon he will go, and then traipse towards the Le Fanier chicane. Lap 5 of 7, the midway point through lap 5 of 7. And well and truly beyond the midway point in this race too. Johan Harth as well, still not out of it. It's not out of the question that ART can go 1 and 2 here, but they're going to need some excellence here from Johan Harth. But the Frenchman has cleared Kaiki Oliveira to a certain extent, and Robbie Stapleford. And I'd argue that this does open the door for Jamie Fluke, because with those 3 BS Plus competition cars detaching, Ibrahim Khan is slowly detaching from Stapleford. That's going to leave him exposed to Jamie Fluke in behind.
Certainly is. We're seeing a front 3 right now get themselves away. Just wonder how this is going to play out. Surely Max Benneker's not just going to be allowed to stay second until the final lap here by the Apex Racing Team. Oh, he's getting closer into that bus stop as well. Maybe he's sizing up that opportunity, ready for the final lap here too. On board we go with Johan Hart now, out of the final corner, onto the front straight again. Benneker just taking a bit of a different line. Ellis Jr. being followed by his teammate, as you'd expect, into the first corner. Steady, that's very close in towards La Source. They all go a little bit wide on the way towards the Camel Straight.
Yeah, coming out of La Source, Max Benneker getting closer. Penultimate lap of the race in full swing now. We're coming up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Johan Harth now exercising himself a little closer towards Benneker, 3/10 away. The gaps are fairly equal between them. We've got some movements further back as well. Looks like Jamie Fluke's getting closer to Ibrahim Khan, as now we see Benneker. Will he plumb for the move this time? He does move alongside Kevin Ellis Jr. here as well. Here comes Johan Harth around the outside, coming through Lecom, looking to make an ART 1 and 2, and he's got the nose of the Mercedes in front as they come through Malmedy. Benneker will have the line, however, and muscles him off, and Harth is onto the gravel.
I'm afraid Max Benneker's going to have a case to answer there, because he didn't leave any space for Johan Harth at all, and so there'll be some discussion about that, I would have thought. Kevin Ellis Jr. will now run away with this lead as well. 0.8 of a second is not an unassailable amount of time. However, it is quite large with this amount of time left in the race. Just under a lap and a half to go. Can Kevin Ellis Jr. hang on, even after that big battle between Max Benneker and Johan Harth?
Well, with Johan Harth making that move, he may not have necessarily lost out too much, because what it has done, it has stretched that gap out to 0.8 of a second between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Max Benneker. If it stays like this, making the move up Kemmel is going to be easier said than done. It does mean that the win is planted firmer in the hands of Kevin Ellis Jr. and will do so further if he can increase that gap a little more. Johan Harth still remains relatively close to the back of Benneker's BMW, because it currently sits at around 0.6 of a second. So Harth is closer to Benneker than Benneker is to Ellis Jr.
Well, we know on the way in towards the bus stop, it is still possible. I don't think he's going to be close enough into Lecom, which is the real poster place to do it, if you like. But Benneker is going to have to wait for the very end of the race to do this, as we go on to the final lap. Race 1 in the last chance for the Group B teams. to get themselves into the Teams Championship final, and it started with a good ending here to the first race. Out of La Source they now go. Max Beneker is going to be too far back, surely. The action is going to be for third place, as Johan Harf loses so much time as a result of the battle with Beneker. We could see BS Competition gaining the 2 places on their own here on the way up the Eau-Rouge and riding on section. They go onto the straight. Look at Kaiki Oliveira. He's very close indeed to Johan Harf here. Robbie Stapleford's going to push his teammate to the 3rd place here. There he goes. Gets to the bumper now. He's going to try and go for himself here, surely, as Harf goes round the outside through the first part. Inside for the second, and it remains side by side into Mawadi. This battle will continue further as Kaiki Oliveira slides. He can't quite get the move done.
Yeah, Robbie Stapleford also can't move either because he's got his teammate sat right in front of him. Oliveira tried every which way, coming through Les Combes, switching round through Malmedy. He tried it down through Brussels, but Harf shut the door. He expertly defended, but in the process has lost even more time to Max Beneker. But Beneker only barely, just finding mere scratchings on Kevin Ellis Jr. right now. It's nearly 7:10 still. It's breaking below 7:10s to a certain degree, but no way near enough for Beneker to challenge for that elusive race lead. Ellis Jr. has driven impeccably for ART. They've got 2 cars in the top 3. This is major points for them. And also on top of that, Jamie Fluke got Ibrahim Khan.
He certainly did, but that's not over either for 6th position. There's a couple of points on the line there too. This is going to be quite close, especially between BS Competition and Apex at the end of this race, but I think it's going to go the way of Apex because of this man, Kevin Ellis Jr. Back to top form all over again. He was 7th in the full major at the end of last year. That's his best individual performance in a Drivers' Championship. That eventually means he has to do the heavy lifting for Apex as well, but that's exactly what he's done here in race 1 as he comes through to take his 3rd win of 2024 in ESL R1. Kevin Ellis Jr. delivers in race 1 of the last chance, just ahead of Max Beneker, and behind the battles were ongoing. There's Kevin Ellis Jr., elation flowing out of him. Max Beneker knows this is an opportunity missed.
It is. He had every chance, no doubt, but obviously I think the big catalyst in all this was Johan Harf, obviously battling with Max Beneker earlier on. But at the end of the day, Kevin Ellis Jr. had all the answers to the major questions. ART with a huge start in this group phase.
Few things being investigated, by the way, and we'll get them to you in the on the other side of the break, but it's Kevin.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Hello and welcome back. Of course, we've just seen the first race of the second group. We were out in Spa. We've already had 4 races and seen Williams crowned the team that will go through basically into tomorrow's final, and now we're looking to see who goes through from Group 2. And at the moment, Arjuna and Cam, it's anyone's game really, isn't it? Obviously we've seen Apex put it down as the winner in the first one, but we've got 3 more races to go, and it feels a little bit open, doesn't it, Arjuna?
It does. It was quite interesting in that last race, knowing that we have 2 BMWs and 1 Mercedes, that the Mercedes ends up coming out on top, right? Remember, day 1, 9 races, 8 of them won by a BMW, only 1 by a Mercedes. And that goes to something I was chatting with Kevin Ellis Jr. about just before that group went out on stage. They were feeling very confident about their chances at Spa, and that's where we're going to finish the group off as well. So we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the first race of Group B. And of course, chaos down at turn 1, Oliveira out wide, and this was something that really allowed Johan Hart and Kevin Ellis Jr. the chance to put the attack onto Max Benneker. That's what happened to Ferris Stanley down at the back.
Yeah, it just didn't quite go the way that Mouse would have wanted. Of course, Lerner getting involved with Oliveira initially, and then the 3 Mouses there, unfortunately, getting involved with Stanley. Then we go up towards the front, though, and this was a huge move around the outside from Kevin Ellis Jr. I'm surprised Benneker didn't defend that too much. And then, of course, we had BS Competition in that midfield trying to work their way up, just swapping positions quite a lot. And then, of course, the battles continued between Apex and Mouse. This seems to be maybe the top 2 that we're going to see throughout the rest of this group.
And also chatting with Mark Tranter at the Apex Racing team just before they went out on stage, teamwork was something that they were talking about. You can have some team orders, not sure where that limit really lies in terms of what the teams want to do in terms of trying to work together, but maybe that's why Benneker didn't defend so hard in the initial stage, right? He recognized there were 2 cars behind, and then yeah, it was a real intense fight. Both Hearth and Ellis Jr. trying to work their way forward, of course, and wow, this was some great racing. We know that through Lecom, through Malmedy, these drivers have tussled in the past, and I wonder what race control is going to be thinking about that little bit of contact.
Yeah, absolutely. Hearth being pushed out. Then he was under big pressure from Stableford and Oliveira coming towards that final lap. But fortunately, he was able to hold on. But Benneker might be looked at for that, because really that squeeze there was what helped him keep that position. So they need to be careful, because if they pick up too many penalty points, that could be what changes their day.
Race control's already said, no further action.
Oh, you're like our link to race control. Don't forget, if you've got a prediction, you can submit it below stcplay.gg. Do make sure you get involved and give us your predictions for today, and of course for the competition as well, because tomorrow we're going to see a team crowned champion. They're going to put their key into the totem of the Esports World Cup, and they are going to be put there for life in stone, and we can always look at them forever and go, actually I wouldn't say Team Redline, but we think it's going to be Team Redline. But anyway, you'll see tomorrow, of course, who is going to be crowned champion. So of course we go to the very famous track of Germany. Hockenheim is where we go next. We've just seen Spa, off to Hockenheim next. Again, a track we know incredibly well.
Flat.
Absolutely.
Flat.
Dead flat. Very narrow compared to some of the other tracks, which is quite a big important factor, especially in that final sector. We did see, of course, in the previous race here yesterday, Jeffrey Rietveld had that big spin at turn 1 that caused the contact with the 2 G2 cars. So it's very tricky, and something like that, a big crash, could affect the outcome of this group.
And race control, like we said, is going to be busy, knowing that these are 3 very, very closely matched teams in many ways. I'm just seeing the decisions. BS Competition, 4 penalty points from that first race. Apex Racing Team, 2 penalty points. So remember, that takes points away from the Group B standings as well. So the more penalties you rack up, the less points you actually have to fight with. So I think that's something you've got to keep in mind. And we've seen at Hockenheim in particular in the past, right? Not just down at the hairpin, but like Cam says, at turn 1, chaos aplenty.
Practice is underway for the second race, which is Group B out at the moment. Obviously, 2 teams have been eliminated already, and 1 team, Williams, has gone through. And now this is the battles to see who goes through from the second team as well. Mouse were struggling in that race, weren't they? Obviously, Benneker was kind of holding the fort for everybody in Mouse. It was quite surprising to see them at the back, wasn't it, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, qualifying did not go well. We had Dan Beats in 9th. We had Kastorp in 10th. Then, of course, Lerner got, it caught up with Oliveira at the start there, so he dropped down as well. So 3 of them at the back really is a one-man show for Benneker. We don't have that extended points for the win either today, so having a one-man band I don't think is going to be the way forward. So it's going to be tough for them to come back from that. And imagine if Mouse go out. That is just that would be such a big shock to not even be in the top 6 out of 12 teams.
And looking at the points after that first race, Apex with 47, Mouse 29, BS 26. That's with those penalty points factored in as well, right? So, like you say, one-man show. Even though Benek up there fighting to the front, trying to frustrate Kevin Ellis Jr., really not something that worked out there.
Kevin Ellis Jr. was not having any of it, though, was he? He was going to win that race. There was nothing stopping him from taking that win.
Yeah, that was an incredible move up towards the front. And as you mentioned earlier, they seemed quite confident. He had his teammate in half right behind him as well. I'm sure they were speaking on the team radio. So they were able to G themselves along. And if they can get up there towards the front again, I think that's going to be an amazing show. Because if they can try and get 2 wins out of the first 2 races, or at least have maybe a double podium again, that's plenty of points going forward.
And I think it's about mindset now, right? And it was really fun. Just before the walkouts, I was sitting in the arena. Lewis and Ewan shouted me out to give them a little bit of a wave. But I was chatting with Ibrahim Khan a little bit, and then Timo Bruckner, who is the esports representative for BMW Motorsports here in person. He walked up to Ibra, and Ibra had a tough day yesterday, feeling a little bit down, hard on himself, like many motorsports racers would be, real or virtual. And Timo just said, Ibra, I want you to do one thing today. Have fun. The pressure's off. And to have someone like that, right, who BMW is partnered up with 3 different teams here, right? Mouse, Redline, and BS. There is some weight of expectations. When you see someone come over to give you a chat, you might be feeling a bit nervous. I could see Ibra relax, and that's something that I hope all of these teams have been doing as well, trying to get their drivers into the right mentality.
You definitely have to, because we are racing over quite a few days, 4 days in total. So, of course, fatigue is starting to set in as we get further towards the end of the day. Teams will be back out in action tomorrow. The top 4 already having a little rest today. They're not out in action, but the 2 teams that have been racing today, basically, they will have to go again tomorrow and see if they can beat the teams that are already leading the way. Team Redline is the team that they all are trying to beat at the moment, and they are on quite a few points ahead. So obviously the competition's still massively open though, Cam.
Absolutely. It is going to be difficult, I think, for either of the 2 teams to get through to obviously Williams and whoever from this group, because they are coming in as 5th and 6th. The points will carry over, so Redline will carry that advantage that they got yesterday, but you still want to be in that position, because you can then get the opportunity maybe to scrape 3rd place overall, and of course, therefore, there's still more prize money for that. So still big pressure for these teams. Obviously, have fun, as you were mentioning, but still big pressure to try and get through. There's still an incentive to do that.
£140,000 is what is on stake, basically, up for grabs for the teams. And I mean, we've spoken about it before, $140,000 is a lot of money for these teams. And the closer we edge to tomorrow, which is the final, the closer they must feel like it's real.
And yeah, to what Cam was saying as well, right? That soft reset, Team Redline had 175 points after the first day of the team championship. That gets wiped down to 100 going into the start of tomorrow. Williams, having won the second chance Group A, they'll enter with 46 points. And because Group B slightly lower seeding after yesterday, the teams that were pulled out, whoever wins this group will enter with 43 points. So they have got to try and make up more than 50 points to try and close up to Team Redline. And we know Redline were very strong yesterday, couple of race wins and a couple of 1-2s as well. You don't want to let them run away and get into finalist mode, because then one win would seal the championship.
Finalist mode, of course, is 270 points for the teams tomorrow. We could see, though, Cam, you never know with sim racing. I always find, like, I always try and predict. Of course, that's what we try and go, well, we think this team is going to be strong. They could have a bad day tomorrow.
They could. I don't think they will, but they could.
They could.
And at the end of the day, when you have to be in a situation where you need to win a race to win the championship, it's not just done on the points. They have at least 3, if not all 4 of them, are those race winners who are able to to do that. And then let's see how the points look. This is obviously what Arjuna was mentioning earlier. Apex leading the way already by some 18 points up there from Mouse. BS Competition, they didn't necessarily look like they had a bad race there, but it was that obviously second place from Benek bringing Mouse just up above them.
And even those 4 penalty points, right, for BS Competition dropped them behind Mouse, but at the same time they're still 17 points behind the Apex Racing team. 3 more races to go, and I think this next one at the Hockenheim Ring is going to be key.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, let's head back over to Germany, shall we? It's time for Hockenheim. Let's head over to George Morgan and Lewis McLeod.
Cheers, Claire. And yes, we're straight into qualifying, of course, here, George, and I'm sure we're going to be having a lot of fun in it. Track position around the Hockenheim ring, pretty important.
Yeah, I would say so, and nothing more important than to stick your car up at the very top. Now, if we want to look at the previous form of Hockenheim, we can take you all the way back to the very beginning of the Drivers' Championship that we concluded with Kevin Siggy taking the win here in Riyadh. We went to Hockenheim for the round 1 of the online phase. Now, what I do want to say is that Benneker did take 2 wins during that phase, winning both his quarter-final and the semi-final. However, whilst Kevin Ellis Jr. did compete also and did very well, he came second twice. Bear in mind, he came second in the final race. Benneker, not so lucky. 12th place is where Benneker finished in that online final race. So unfortunately not able to take the round victory, but Kevin Ellis Jr. was a runner-up. I'm starting to see 2 giants collide here at this point in this, should we say, last gasp efforts of getting into tomorrow's final.
Yeah, indeed. And the BMW has, generally speaking, been the slightly favoured car for what a lot of people have listed it out as over the course of this week. And when we're talking favoured, you're not talking by much. It's like tiny margins, but it's just strong, basically everywhere. And obviously, it's a surprise that Apex have come out the gates so strong. Johan Hart will be the first driver then to cross the line. We'll talk about that just a little bit more as he crosses the line to set a 1:35.7. We're normally aiming for like a 0.3, 0.4, somewhere in that margin, so he's a few tenths away from where he wants to be.
Yeah, not a great first sector though for Jamie Fluke. 21.629 and would prefer to be around the 19.8s. There might have been an incident or even a slowdown at that point. 45.6 though in the second sector is more around the realms of where he wants to be, though ideally a 45.4 would have been better. Let's see what the final time is as he crosses the start-finish line. In comparison to Johan Hart, this will be significantly slower. 1:37.360.
Yeah, that slowdown's really cost him, as you would expect. Yuri Kasdorp then comes through. He's the next one to go. So a couple of tenths down in Sector 1, few tenths down in Sector 2 as well. This might end up actually being slower than Johan Hart, although to be fair, he's had, let's be clear here, Yuri Kasdorp's had a bit of a rough week. I know you've spoken about it a little bit as well in the previous race. He has had a rough weekend with illness and such. He has been looking a lot better. He was trying to throw a water bottle into a bin from about 10 metres away and almost made it stick. I was jumping in with the assist. It didn't work. But either way, he went into second place in his qualifying session with a 35.930.
Yep, dividing the 2 ARTs. Now, Max Benneker, who showed huge bouts of frustration after the result at Spa. Of course, it was Johan Hart who took the fight to him, and that essentially cut him off from Kevin Ellis Jr. up at the top. 19.8, though, at his home track is very good. 45.5 in the second sector is stellar. Coming across the line, surely he'll beat Johan Hart. He will. A 1:35.456 is a stunning lap, Lewis McGlade.
That will take some beating. It's not impossible to beat, but that will definitely take some beating from Max Benneker, and I can feel that his biggest fan, if you see her in chat, horses and Porsches, definitely the biggest fan of Max Benneker that there is possible. Straight through then onto the provisional pole position. Ibrahim Khan next up to come through, a couple of tenths down in the second sector, as well as in the first. It'll be around where Yuri Kasdorp was, so around that third position, maybe in fourth, as he slots his way into that third position, just a tenth clear of Yuri Kasdorp.
Yeah, Ibrahim Khan registering the first time for BS Plus competition. Christopher Dam beats the third Mouse driver to set a time. 19.9 in Sector 1 is not bad at all. 45.5 in the middle sector is also very good. So Christopher Dam bits at the very last time of asking here in Hockenheim. Obviously looking to try and push his way forward. Will go higher than Yuri Kasdorp with this very lap. Will go higher than Ibrahim Khan, you'd fathom. And does go higher than Ibrahim Khan. In fact, goes up to second ahead of Johan Hart, just behind his teammates.
That's good for Mouse to have a 1-2 here at the moment. Of course, still got half the grid left to go. They find themselves 18 points behind the Apex Racing team, who have had 2 drivers cross the line. Jamie Fluke will almost certainly be starting at the back, or at least towards it. We've got the 2 heavy hitters, the leader basically for BS, and then the leader for the Apex Racing team coming up next. Kaiki Oliveira then out through the final corner. The first sector's not great, the second sector's okay. Could be good enough for second for Kaiki Oliveira. It's not even that, he's only good enough for fifth.
Yeah.
Bit of a shocker, 4-10s lost in the first 2 sectors, unfortunately for Kaiki Oliveira. Kevin Ellis Jr., victor at Spa last time. First sector isn't the best. He's 2-10s off of the realm from that. Another 2-10s lost essentially in sector 2 as well, so needs a huge third sector. This will potentially be around the Kaiki Oliveira fray, though could yet go better than him. And Ibrahim Khan, should the third sector be brilliant, comes across the line. Where's Kevin Ellis Jr. going to go? Indeed, he'll pop ahead of Johan Hart, his teammate. Third place for Big Kev.
Yeah, that's actually pretty handy for the Apex Racing team to have an up there. Ferris Stanley, who's been fresh off a couple of very impressive results yesterday, to kind of put them almost in contention to moving in through the top 4. They weren't that far away, realistically speaking. We'll have Stanley, then Stapleford, then Lerner, then Jimmy Antunes, as we'll see Ferris Stanley across the line. Is he going to be around where his teammates is? Just behind Kaiki Oliveira, or just ahead, rather, of Kaiki Oliveira.
Yeah. The Jester from Leicester comes up next to 20.0, 45.8 as well. Certainly less than funny in that middle sector, but needs something good in the third sector. Of course, Stapleford, though, impressing back at Spa last time out. Started strongly and did manage to move up the order somewhat. He would love a big final sector to alleviate some of the pressure. Could yet find himself joining his teammates at this rate, maybe slotting in behind Ibrahim Khan as he crosses the line. In fact, it's worse than that. He goes behind Yuri Kazdorp.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know what the midfield is. Sorry, was it the Midlands? Yeah, he doesn't know what the Midlands is because he's not even
I know someone else who doesn't know where it is.
Yeah, clearly, apparently not. Well, look, I will be clear, Robbie Stapleford doesn't think that Birmingham's part of the Midlands, but we'll gloss over that one. We'll have a proper Midlanders back on the broadcast after you've departed us. Moritz Lerner then, of course, through the final corner. First sector's pretty decent. The second sector's pretty hot on it. Could be a 1-2-3 here for Mouse if Lerner hooks it up through the final sector. As he hits the line, it's exactly what it is. Sets the exact same lap time as his teammate Christopher Dambitz. This is a big one for Mouse.
This is huge for Mouse, almost replicating what Williams did in the opening round at Fuji in Group A, but the only thing they're missing is Yuri Kazdorp. Jimmy Antunes coming out with an okay first sector, 45.7 though, and the second sector is not brilliant. Would have ideally wanted to find another 3/10 on that, but the Mercedes certainly not excelling against the power of the BMW for Team Mouse. Jimmy Antunes for ART, however, will jump ahead of Robbie Stapleford. That's 10th place for him, but no one could stop the mountain that is Mouse. Max Benneker on top.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, the Gamers 8 champion then on top here, and he needs to do a lot of work for the team. He needs to lead them through. I mean, to be fair, the fact that they're 18 points off of the Apex Racing team, and they had that drama at T1, of course, where Moritz Lerner was dropped on the order. Great qualifying lap, by the way. I think that's really good for Moritz, the fact that he set a good quali lap in Spa, had the issue at T1, and has set another good qualifying lap here. It's really good form for him.
Yeah, signs of bouncing back, essentially, and that's exactly what they need. But obviously, Mouse proving to be mighty at this point. Of course, though, we can take you through the qualifying results, Lewis.
Yes, certainly so. Max Benneker then makes it a 1-2-3 for Mouse. Benneker, Dambitz, and Lerner. This is fantastic for them in qualifying, as the Apex Racing team will line up 4th and 5th with Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart. A trio of the herd as Ibrahim Khan, Ferris Stanley, and Kaiki Oliveira in 6th, 7th, and 8th. They'll be disappointed with that, that's for sure. But we get to Yuri Kazdorp there in 9th, Jimmy Antunes only in 10th place, Robbie Stapleford in 11th, and Jamie Fluke with a slowdown penalty starting from 12th and last. Again, the Apex Racing team, they are the points leaders in this category. I will remind you once more as to how they stand coming into this race. Of course, they're in warm-up at the moment, don't panic, that's why the car's driving around. The Apex Racing team come into this on 47 points. 18 points behind that is Mouse. They are on 29. And then on 26 points, it's BS Competition.
Yeah, it was a well-planned, wow, I mean, they just performed, didn't they? It was Johan Hart, obviously Kevin Ellis Jr. providing all the goods, however, but Johan Hart's battle with Max Benneker proving to be the catalyst to Kevin Ellis Jr. collecting that race win. It made his life a lot easier. Obviously, it pushed Benneker back to around 0.8 of a second, coming through the penultimate lap, and then obviously it teed up Kevin Ellis Jr. to have that clean air. No concerns of Benneker in behind, despite Benneker managing to close up by another 0.2. It was not enough to rein in the Apex Racing Team Mercedes, and we saw the frustration on Benneker's face. He wanted the win. It would have put Mouse in a prime position, especially after such a solid qualifying session. And like you so rightly said, having Moritz Lerner up there in qualifying, such a good sign for Mouse, and now they've got him again.
Yeah, indeed. Now, obviously, we'll roll our way into the race. Overtaking around here is quite difficult. I wonder if Mouse will try and play any games to try and get Yuri Kaz up further up the order, or whether they'll sit there and be like, look, we've got a 1-2-3 here. Let's focus on protecting that. Yuri can do what Yuri does best and try and work his way up the order.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, BS Plus competition, they're not out of this. Bear in mind, though, there are still stewarding decisions that have played quite the factor against BS Plus competition. No doubt Florian Haspar has probably played a role in saying, listen, lads, let's calm down a minute. Let's just focus on what we can do in the next few races. I mean, having Kaiki Oliveira in your team is a big boon. We saw what he did for Furia last year. He was a victor around Spa earlier on in this campaign around the Esports World Cup. He's done that twice, in fact, if you factor in the online round. You never know. I would never write off Kaiki. He, of course, featuring in around the realms of 7th to 8th, of course, alongside his teammate. Watch out, though, as well for the likes of Ibrahim Khan, who will have a chance, but at this stage, they've got to try and break down this almighty Mouse lineup at the front.
Very quickly then, does Max Benneker take his 22nd victory?
Who knows?
Oh, you absolute
I refuse.
wimp, George Morgan.
I refuse.
Get out of here. Max Benneker then will lead us up towards the line, but it'll be big communication between the Mouse team as Benneker, Dambits and Lerner will take us across the line to begin the race. Of course, Dambits is going straight around the outside, looking for his first victory, by the way, in ESL R1. He's gone very wide. Could well receive some form of warning or even penalty from race control if he doesn't give this one straight back up to Benneker. It'll be Dambits leading into the second corner, straight around the outside. He's going to go. It's a 1-2-3 still for Mouse. The big move comes in from Ibrahim Khan, almost alongside Kevin Ellis Jr. for P4.
Yep, great start for Mouse, though Dambits might yet be caution. Benneker now moving alongside his teammate, looking to take the swap back, but we still got side-by-side action further down the order. As you can see, Johan Hart as well as Kaiki Oliveira going wheel to wheel. It's near enough 4 wide. We got a plethora of them. It's a scrum heading down towards the hairpin, and in the mix of it, we got Kaiki Oliveira in the heart of it as well. Jimmy Antonez being forced off slightly wide, but now rejoins the circuit. He's okay, but it's all about Khan and Hart heading down towards the arena corner, in towards the next left-hander once more, side by side again. Oliveira coming in round the outside, looking to add his BS Plus competition. BMW up the order into P6. He'll cement P6 for now after getting the line on Johan Hart, coming in towards the main arena section now.
Yeah, indeed. Great stuff from Kaiki Oliveira to have snuck his way through. Fantastic effort, but as much as I will say, the race lead has switched over side by side behind that as Jimmy Antunes and Ferris Stanley go side by side in the more typical BS competition livery, of course, the white, blue and grey, trying to take on the Apex Racing team. I mean, Apex Racing team in BS competition have good history of going into battle. I distinctly remember, I think it was it the VCO Esports Racing League, or it might be the Esports Racing World Cup. We had some Formula 4s racing around here, and it was a competition where BS competition were going up against the Apex Racing team. It was absolutely fantastic. So they've got some history going toe-to-toe round here. Alas, at the moment, it is looking like advantage to neither of them because it's Mouse who have the control of this race.
Yeah, but never say die, says Kevin Ellis Jr. He's on the tail of Moritz Lerner here, coming out to the first few corners, and Hockenheim ever so flat, but it does encourage wheel-to-wheel action, especially down this portion of circuit around the Fame. Parabolica, Spitz Curve coming up next. A move down into the hairpin at turn 6 could be on the cards. Kevin Ellis Jr. deciding against it, but Lerner goes defensive, so it might encourage Kevin Ellis Jr. to go around the outside. May as well release the brakes ever so slightly and then put his foot back down again as they now look to round turn 7 into Mercedes at turn 8. But still, Benneker leads. Dambits in second, Lerner in third. Look at the gap, though, between Khan and Ellis Jr., though, however. It started to stretch. It went beyond 8 tenths just briefly only a moment ago.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, some of these are going to be a bit like an elastic band. They're going to chop and change all the time. But I will say Kevin Ellis Jr. will feel hungry to work his way past. He's leading the Apex Racing team. He led their squad to victory, of course, at the previous race at Spa. They'll be racing at Spa at the final race of this group. This group gets Spa twice. A bit of an oddity, but that's fine. As Kevin Ellis Jr. will try and find his way past Moritz Lerner. I mean, it's not going to be an easy overtake for him. He's got to get past Lerner, get past Dambits, get past Benneker. And this is what we were saying earlier. It's quite hard to overtake around the Hockenheim ring. So that one's a bit of a tick in the advantage for Mouse. But also, they're in the position where they can control it at the highest slipstream point in the circuit going around the Parabolica. And the BMW is pretty handy in a straight line as well.
Yep, certainly is. Plenty of power, packs a punch, does the Mouse BMW. Obviously, the BS Plus competition also sharing that same machinery. And unfortunately for Robbie Stapleford as well, of course, didn't didn't start at the back. He's now down to 12th. Obviously, Jamie Fluke getting the upper hand on him. Yuri Kazdorp still in 10th. Ferris Stanley, 9th, just behind Jimmy Antonez as well. So it's very much a BS Plus competition VART scrap from P's 5 down to around P's 9 as well. But once again, Kevin Ellis Jr. on the attack. He might go for the move this time. Moritz Lerner going very defensive to the inside. And now Kevin Ellis Jr. really does force his Mercedes through this time. Though, obviously, though, with Moritz Lerner having the run coming out of turn 3, or should I say turn 4, and then on the or out of turn 6, I should say even.
My goodness, you can't count.
I can't count at all. Into the middle sector, still Lerner defending. Kevin Ellis Jr. though around the outside of Mercedes, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. He's going to use the Mercedes at the Mercedes Arena to the inside as we exit it up towards the Mobile 1 curve. He's going to try and get past Moritz Lerner here. He squeezed him out wide as Moritz Lerner did on the exit of the hairpin. The pair of them just brushing each other a little bit. I'm sure there might be a couple of reports thrown around each way, left, right and centre. But at the moment, it is still advantage Moritz Lerner. The problem for Lerner, though, is that as the battle happens, he's getting pulled off the back of Dan Bitts and Benneker. And so that's the real problem for Lerner here, is that he's going to be a sitting duck by himself.
Yeah, absolutely right. Next time I'll pack my abacus for corner numbers as time goes on. But yeah, at this moment, Kevin Ellis Jr. still right in the rear of Moritz Lerner's BMW. Now, Lerner definitely more concerned because he's breaking away from Dambits and Benneker. So that will put him at risk heading around the Parabolica because he won't have as much of a slipstream as what he would have had before. So this does put the BMW in somewhat jeopardy. Kevin Ellis Jr. once again probing as he now makes his way out of turn 3. He'll come out of Einfahrt Parabolica into the Parabolica itself. A run around turn 5 could yet present him with a P3. We'll wait and see whether that move can be done. He's getting closer. Lerner once again moves to the right, drifts to the right in a bid to try and defend the place, but Kevin Ellis Jr. will have more of a nose in front this time, and it's going to be a lot harder for Lerner to shake him. As they come out of turn 6, they're going to run wheel to wheel into Mercedes curve, Lewis.
Yeah, I think he might have this one. He'll have the outside for the kink, sure, but he'll have the inside line going into the Mercedes Arena section. I'm pretty sure Kevin Ellis Jr. will fire this one in hard. The outside line to the Mercedes Arena section can work, though. A little bit of contact between the pair of them brings Kaiki Oliveira closer and closer. They leave the Mercedes Arena section straight around the outside. Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go with a brush of contact. He's the one moving up to third. Still side by side up to Mobile 1. Got to be brave here to send it in straight around the outside. Can Kevin Ellis Jr. hang on? He will indeed do so as we head down into the Sachs curve, and that should be the move complete. More contact between the pair, though.
He nearly left the Mercedes open a little bit and encouraged Lerner to potentially make a move up the inside in what would have been a sensational switchback. But we're also riding on board with Kaiki Oliveira, the 29-year-old from Sao Paulo in Brazil, hunting down after Lerner in his own right. PS Plus competition's highest competitor in this leaderboard as they round turn 1, this time at Nord Curve. Another straight to take on the run down towards turn 2. Kevin Ellis Jr. with a lot of track to find to catch up with the front two. Mouse still in a very strong position, but Lerner in a major dogfight right now with Kaiki Oliveira hot on his heels.
And the major thing here is Kevin Ellis Jr., every position he makes up where he gets past a Mouse driver, it's not only the points that he's gaining himself, it's points he's taking off of Mouse. So it's double the advantage in that. And especially here, he will want Kaiki Oliveira to make his way past Moritz Lerner. Lerner sends it to the inside of the hairpin, at least to fill the mirrors, cannot complete that move. And Kaiki Oliveira straight to the outside. He'll get up towards that sausage curve as we head down towards the king. Taps on the brakes. He wants to drop straight back in behind.
Yeah, brave move from Kaiki Oliveira to release those brakes as he did. He thought perhaps that Lerner might have had him one and done, but Lerner, I think, left and extended just a little bit. It invited Kaiki to come back in. Unfortunately, there was no room for a move, but further back, Hearth and Khan are going at it once more. ART against BS Plus competition. They're going to run wheel to wheel coming out of Mercedes. And there you can see going wide, majorly wide, in fact, was Jimmy Antonez, but he's found Khan nonetheless. Side by side, they come through in towards the next left at Sachs curve as we now watch this fight still brewing up towards the higher end of this top 6. But now, at this stage, I think Hearth may have done enough. So is Antonez.
Yeah.
Khan has dropped to 8th.
Yeah, indeed. Hearth and Antonez, they both teamed up there to effectively double team Ibrahim Khan to drop him down to 8th position. So things not looking so good for BS competition as they drop down now to 8th and 9th. They could be staring at dropping potentially out of contention to move through. Shake of the head from Kaiki Oliveira as he knows he's not close enough coming down to turn 2, and the important bit from that, it's not only that he's not close enough coming down here, he knows he probably won't be close enough coming down into the hairpin at the exit of the Parabolica, so things maybe not looking so good for the BS competition team, who, like I say, they might be staring at third in the group right now.
It could be. Stapleford, though, has just jumped Kazdorp, so that's something.
There's a point.
He's gained a point here at this point for BS Plus competition, but you're absolutely spot on. This is not a good scenario. Might be shaking his head not only due to his own situation, but due to the situation surrounding his entire team right now, because Khan, Stanley, both losing out. Khan losing out 2 places to Johan Harth and Jimmy Antonez. He's now down in 8th, so ART strengthening their hold at the moment. It does look like it's going to be a Mouse-ART battle over this group victory to join Williams, to then later join the top 4 in the final tomorrow. But there is still, I would say, another 4 laps to take us through before we then find out the answer, at least at the end of race 2. We still have 2 more races to come after this, but Beneke in full control. Dan Bitts having probably one of his best drives I think we've seen in the ESL R1.
I've got to say, yeah. I mean, look, the fact that he is in contention for a victory. We've had a couple of brand new winners today. Of course, Jakub Masiewski and Dom Blyer, both first-time winners. Christopher Dambitz would, of course, be another one. He'd be the 37th winner in the ESL R1. It means that almost half the drivers that have taken part in the ESL R1 would have taken victory, because we've only had 81 drivers. That said, I'm going to say right now, I don't think René Lanta will allow Christopher Dambitz to go for anything on Max Beneke now.
He's got bigger fish to fry.
I think Dan Bitts is finishing this race in second, and I think we're going to see a 20-second victory for Max Beneke.
I wouldn't write off Morris Lerner regaining third, though. I mean, he's still not far behind Kevin Ellis Jr., and we know what that BMW is capable of. He's within, at the moment, 0.5 of a second of Kevin Ellis Jr., and there's no chance of Kevin Ellis Jr. getting slipstream of Christopher Dambitz at all. The gap has significantly gone out by around, well, he's out to 1.5 seconds, put it that way. So he is pretty much in no man's land as far as that's concerned, and Lerner might be just, you know, using the side of caution, maybe just using patience at this stage. Doesn't need to make the move just yet. He can wait a few laps, maybe doing it on the final lap around the Parabolica.
Yeah, indeed. So like I say, it is close for the race leader, but it's just not really going to come down. You're absolutely right, though. Moritz Lerner is knocking right back at the door where Kevin Ellis Jr. is sat right now. There will only be 3 laps left to go, and we'll see that straight line speed advantage. Kaiki Oliveira is still sat there, though, so it is the trio fight between the Apex Racing Team Mouse and BS competition for the final step on the podium. Johan Hart's just a little bit too far off the rear of it. 1.3 seconds behind the Brazilian at the moment. There is a look into the eyes of the Frenchman, who's able to pull out quite a bit of a gap on his teammate. It's up to 0.8 of a second. The thing is, that could leave Jimmy Antunes just a little bit, you know, by himself in a 2-way scrap, of course, between himself and Ibrahim Khan. Ferris Stanley's also in tow for that. Of course, they've got Jamie Fluke at the back end of it, but yeah, he could be leaving his teammate high and dry there.
Yeah, could well be. As you now watch the battle still brew onwards. We're currently watching Jamie Fluke right now, chasing after Ferris Stanley. 0.3 between them as they now rush through towards the Parabolica section. Again, this battle alive and well. BS Plus competition and ART have met increasingly over the years. Now, once again, though, we're going to see this squabble continue, heading down in towards the hairpin. As they head down now, wheel to wheel again as they bang wheels. Now this is between Ibrahim Khan, Jimmy Antonez, Ferris Stanley as well. It's getting a bit waspy coming out of turn 6 there, Lewis.
Waspy is an interesting word to chuck down to it. And you know what? I don't necessarily disagree. It's all just a bit carnage filled, a bit elbows out for no reason there on the departure of the hairpin. It just looked a bit weird as we look back up to Moritz Lerner, still sat 0.4 behind Kevin Ellis Jr. It is, we were talking about this before, and I still argue this is probably the hardest circuit to overtake at least what we got. I know you generally lean towards it being the Jeddah Corniche circuit, but we can get quite a lot of overtakes down to the final corner and down to the first, whereas here at the Hockenheim Ring, it's just that hairpin is the main overtaking opportunity. It's quite easy to cover off.
Yeah. I think the one great bit of news is this looks likely to go all the way, I would say, at this point, given the fact that we do have Monza and Spa coming up. What a couple of tracks to decide the outcome of this next group.
very wide there from Kevin Ellis Jr. Now, is that the frailties kicking in, Lewis?
Oh, you just turned in too early and absolutely slapped the sausage curb on the inside. Looked like one of your lines when you've been driving. Just went a mile and a half off the circuit. That was not a great
rude,
line.
Lewis McGlade, rude.
Well, I mean, look, I think it's more rude towards Kevin Ellis Jr. because let's be honest, he sat there thinking,
What, comparing me with him?
George Morgan's much worse than that. Like, to be fair, at least Kevin Ellis Jr. hit the apex. And I'm pretty sure you weren't committing any crimes.
I need to hire a detective
apexes.
for mine.
Goodness me, you were nowhere near any of them. Spa has quite a few. I don't think you hit one.
No. It was a struggle.
Oh yeah, no, I remember you all. I remember giving you some advice as well going into a Rouge.
I get charged search fees for apexes.
Yeah, indeed, it's not a pretty sight. Jimmy Antunes, though, speaking of search fees for apexes, Jimmy Antunes has dropped down the order, and so the Apex Racing team, they are going missing in this race.
They are. Johan Harth is currently their second highest driver in this field, and obviously part of that midfield scrap, unfortunately for Antunes, has continued to fall down. Ferris Stanley has somehow clawed his way up to 7th, as now once again Kevin Ellis Jr., I think no doubt feeling the strain, has got quite the gaggle of cars in behind. It's Moritz Lerner and Keke Oliveira, and Lerner obviously very wary that Oliveira's in behind. Surely the next lap, the final lap it will be, will decide as to whether Kevin Ellis Jr. retains 3rd place or whether he loses out to Lerner or even Oliveira.
Yeah, indeed. 2 laps to go in this one. And again, this could be a big swing. It's their halfway point in this group. After this, we'll be talking more and more about, how many more points they've got left on the table. Remember, the maximum points that a team can score in a given race is 74, which means that because you can score a minimum of 6, if you don't count for penalty points and all that such, it means that effectively you're looking at a team needing a 68-point lead to take it before the final race, which is obviously what happened with Williams Esports and their fantastic performance earlier on today. That's not happening in this group. There is no way anyone is going to win this group and take it before we get into that final race.
Yeah, absolutely right. Dambit's actually flittering on the 1 second gap between he and Benneker. So Benneker now careering away, and it looks like he's making safe the victory. Not that it was ever in question, given the fact that it's both mouse cars up at the top, but Kevin Ellis Jr. still under strain and under pressure, because there you can see Lerner in front of Oliveira, who are currently riding on board with, coming out of Mercedes, and then heading down the straight out of turn 10. Mobile 1 curve will be coming next, and Lerner knows that the clock is ticking, and one final chance now will soon arrive for Mouse to make it a 1, 2, and 3.
I just don't think it's happening. There isn't the opportunity left for Moritz Lerner. He'll need to settle for 4th place. Risking it for 3rd just isn't worth it right now. Mouse haven't scored too well in the first race, but they are scoring well in this one, as out through the final corner it is Max Benneker to take a 22nd victory in ESL R1. Christopher Dambits, though, round of applause for him. What an unbelievable drive to 2nd. Kevin Ellis Jr. rounds out the podium for a quality score. 4 Mouse, absolutely impressive.
We have not seen a single Christopher Dambits podium in the online season. That will be one of his very few, if not his first. And obviously coming into this has done exceptionally well to garner more points for Mouse. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, back on the podium twice in, well, once after the other, twice in succession. Incredible effort on part of Kevin Ellis Jr. for ART, but it's Max Benneker back on top after losing out narrowly at Spa.
Dambits has had just 5 top 6s before this.
Wow.
None of them being a podium, so ticks off his first podium. And to be fair, it wasn't that far away from beating Max Benneker. So as much as he never really would have got the opportunity, Rene would never have allowed that one to have happened.
No.
So impressive, though.
Fantastic effort. And I'm sure after that, it'll open up the bottle of confidence within him. You never know, we could see him challenge at Monza at the Temple of Speed. That'll be coming up next very shortly. But the big question is, and I would say, it's definitely in the hands at the moment between ART and Mouse. But we'll be right back very soon after the break.
Where did the Spring Major take place?
Munich.
Spot on. Tell you what, I hit the blocks. Bam. Munich, Germany. That is correct.
Munich.
Oh, major. Oh, God.
He's off to a crack.
Oh, God. Ignore me.
You were there as well. You were the only one going, yeah.
Sorry. Forgot about that one.
I can tell you that the answer was Munich, Germany.
In Riyadh, guys.
The last one was in Riyadh.
The last one, it wasn't in Riyadh. No, it was Munich. Unfortunately, Munich, Germany.
Munich.
Correct, Dara. Great start. What game was Crimsix previously the most successful at in the world?
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, yeah, for sure.
Spot on. Brilliant.
Roblox.
Roblox. Crimsix are Roblox. Could be. I mean, I can tell you it's Call of Duty.
Yeah.
It's the foremost.
Difficult question.
Any of you know?
I have no idea.
I don't know. No idea.
It's Call of Duty. Unfortunately, it's Call of Duty.
Really?
Yeah.
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
I did hear Call of Duty in the distance. Someone said it first. Was it you, Dennis?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are. Congrats. Yeah, well done, Dennis.
Well, another race under our belt and another one that has left us very confused as to who is going to go through to tomorrow's final. Arjuna and Zach alongside me. Of course, it was another race where we're not entirely sure who's going to win this one, are we, Arjuna?
Yeah, and that one with Maus really bouncing back after what was a bit of a shocker of a first race of the group, if we're being honest. That, I think, has really swung the momentum. Monza and Spa still left to come. Oh, I think this is going to be fun, Zach.
Yeah, I think so. This is one of those groups, isn't it? We knew coming into this today, really, that obviously Group A, Williams were clear favourites. And then Group B was kind of like, well, you can make an argument for BS, you can make an argument for Maus and for Apex. Obviously, Apex really got things running very nicely at Spa. Now it's Maus that have taken the helm. BS need a response, otherwise they're in trouble.
Let's have a look at the highlights from how it was Beneker who managed to win eventually after getting pole position in the first race.
And well, track limits at turn 1 were a talking point. George Morgan might still have some troubles finding the apex. Some of our drivers also struggled to find the track limits, but some of the fighting that we saw really instigated by the Maus trio up front, pressing Kevin Ellis Jr., who, let's be honest, was doing the best that he could given the challenge from around him. Although, let's be honest, I think the BMW straight line speed up to the hairpin, it was always going to be a bit of an uphill battle, let alone the fact that he had strength in numbers working against him.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with Maus, of course. You can see making the most of any opportunities, getting the up and under through Spitz care, and just you've got to have that forward thinking, don't you, to set it up, read the situation, understand what's going to happen, and then prepare. Understandably, taking a back seat when the gap opened up, straight through nicely. 2 positions, thank you very much.
And that look from up above, by the way, not only showing us the importance of staying out of trouble sometimes and backing up a corner, also shows why we love BS competition so much sometimes, because you can always tell which one of their cars is which, because they've got 4 different colors.
Yeah, every commentator's nightmare when they're all the same. Let's talk a little bit about Max Beneker, shall we? Because obviously pole position in the first race in Spa, but it was Ellis Jr. from Apex that managed to beat him there. This one, however, he was like, absolutely not, pole position to a win.
Yeah, Max Beneker, of course, Gamers 8 champion. He knows what he's doing. He's referred to as 10K Beneker back on other platforms as well because of his sheer skill levels. Coming into this, that was his 22nd win of ESL, his 3rd of the week. A really impressive record racked up against the other drivers.
Yeah, and he's also one of those drivers that, now that he's got the teammates working with him, right, that's something that will also fill his confidence up going into those next 2 races. He knows he can perform, but he's going to need his teammates as well. And given how that first race had gone, Apex really stealing a march on both BS and Maus, we're going back to Spa as well. So let's say we repeat that result, Apex as well getting a bit of a buffer there. This next race at Monza, if Maus can stay out of trouble, repeat that result, they'll be in a very good place.
Well, we're going to keep giving our predictions here, who we think is going to get through to tomorrow's final. But don't forget, you can get involved as well with stcplay.gg. Get your predictions in. We would love to hear from you. Let's talk a little bit about Christopher Dambit, shall we? Because it was a really impressive performance from him. It's when Maus really need to be stepping up. And he did. He did exactly what he was told to do. He managed to get a 1-2 from Mouse, holding off Ellis Jr. importantly for Apex behind. It was a good performance.
Very much so, and especially when you think off the back of yesterday where Maus are on that really critical, hang on, there is a chance that we're under threat here. Thankfully, obviously for them, that wasn't the case. They managed to scrape through, and it was a case of, right, guys, that was close, right? We cannot let that happen again. We are a team that should be up there, pretty much favourites for this championship, and yet we nearly were knocked out on day one. We cannot let that happen. We need to come back firing. We need to be a team. We saw in Group A with G2 how much an unravelled team cooperation can really hamper your experience. Maus, though, got the ground running and really smashed it in Hockenheim.
And Danbeat's a driver that, let's not forget, did compete in ESL R1 at the end of last year with FaZe Clan, so he's got some more experience than some of the newer drivers to the series. Take, for example, Virtus.pro, where all of their drivers had no experience of wrench ball. Other thing that Danbeats did in the off-season between the fall season last year and the spring season this year, competed in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland that me and Lewis were commentating on. So, you know, that was where we also saw, go back to Max Benneker, a really strong season from him. And you've got to think, the drivers that have done more driving on Wrenchbot in the off-season and driving other cars as well, maybe they've got to grips with the physics model a little bit better to help their understanding of the GT3 cars.
Let's talk about BS competition. Oliveira, I think, is the standout at the moment at that team, and for that one he qualified 8th and made his way up to 5th. Important points at this point.
Yeah, very much so for BS Plus competition. Of course, we're halfway through their group. They've got Monza and Spa yet to come. Kaiki Oliveira, of course, has taken a win thus far this week, of course, at Daytona. He knows how to overtake. He was the MVP of yesterday, and what that means, he was able to make the most positions gained. So he definitely knows how to race, a very strong driver. But again, it's a 4-man team. It's not just Kaiki Oliveira driving one of those BS Plus competition BMWs. He has got other drivers that equally need to step up and start performing. They cannot get away with 3rd, 4th and 5th. They need to get some wins.
Yeah, and I think that's where you have to wonder as well for Kaika. He's had a relatively long week so far, right? He was one of those drivers in the second chance race on day 1, then got into the Drivers' Championship, 9 races there, 10 in total. As we take a look at some of the highlights that we've seen so far in the first 2 races, of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. making his way to the front at Spa, Franco Schomp, Johan Harth showing some impressive speed as well. Yeah, I think right now, like we were saying slightly earlier, very finely poised between all 3 teams.
Yeah, exactly. It's so close, so competitive. Exactly what we expected from this group. 2 BMW teams, of course, of Maus and BS Plus and the Mercedes. So even in terms of the balance of performance and the car strength, it's all fairly equal. Couple that with, of course, 12 of this competition's best drivers across the 3 teams, and you have got a very firework-prone group.
And you talk about fireworks, race control still sorting through some of the incidents from the last race, which is why we have a bit of a hold right now just before we get racing for the 3rd race in the group. That was the contact, though, between Benneker and Hart that really was one that we were wondering about. This was also then Ellis Jr. trying to hold on to a spot inside of the top 3 as they swept their way into the final sector at the Hockenheim ring. Always got to be very careful when you straddle that curb on the outside, but Ellis Jr. showing that experience and the, I don't want to say cool head, because sometimes Kevin Ellis Jr. can be a bit of a hothead sometimes, but this was where I think we have seen the maturity and someone that's definitely showing himself as one of the best in ESL R1.
Yeah, he's been really impressive, actually, Kevin Ellis Jr., hasn't he? And we saw him afterwards, I think, for the last race. He was very happy, obviously winning, but that's, again, we're talking about the race control and putting penalties in. You may think, oh, well, it's worth taking a risk if you're not winning at the moment, but it's absolutely not worth taking the risk, is it, Arjuna? Because at this point, you can have, you know, points removed.
Yeah, like you say, let's say Williams were running 1st and 2nd in that 3rd race in Group A that we were talking about. If they had got a 20 penalty points, for example, suddenly the situation looks very different. So those penalty points definitely something to keep in mind. Some drivers have seen the stewards already multiple times today, something else to just remember. But yeah, we look at Monza madness. Oh, race control will be busy.
Oh, I would not want to have their job, let's put it that way. It is one of the worst jobs in sim racing because no one is ever happy when it comes to sim races, especially at Monza. Of course, turn number 1 being turn number 1, the Retfield chicane, particularly, of course, in a group this competitive where points mean prizes. It's going to be fireworks. It's going to be feisty from each of these guys. Qualifying is going to be so important. I'd say you either want to be pole position or P12.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
You thought about that, didn't you? Took a moment.
No, I was thinking back. We used to start last year across of the ESL R1 competitions after the spring season. We started with this great montage, and what did it include? Moritz Lohner absolutely chucking it down the grass into turn 1, lap 1 at Monza. So hoping we don't see that one again. He's in a BMW this time, so we definitely won't see a mirror incident. But again, having all 4 of the drivers is going to make it such an intriguing draft battle as well, right? Because you've got all of these corners, you've got slow, medium, and high-speed corners as well, connected by straights, connected by slipstream, and so teamwork and working together surely going to be crucial.
So, obviously, cars out at the moment for practice. They're going back to Monza. We've already been to Monza today in Group 1, and that was, if I can head back now, to win... Can't see who won now. Matovic, I think. No, what's his name?
McCormack.
I can't read my own writing.
Wow.
In fairness, that doesn't say McCormack to me.
It very much says McCormack, and you've even put a W next to it.
I have put a W.
So you could have just said Williams.
It's been a long few days. Monza, of course, it was McCormack, and it was a really good race actually. Now I do remember it. Now I've written, I can read my own writing, but I think around this track, though, it's going to have to be, again, teamwork making some sort of... And you mentioned qualifying. We're not sure whether it's best to get pole position or it's best to, you know, kind of dot yourself around. What would you say, Arjuna?
Pole.
Is it pole? But then where are your teammates? Have you
Second, third, and fourth, please.
Yeah.
Is that the best in Monza? But from the start?
Yeah, because you got to remember that this is where Moritz Lohner actually took umbrage with Lewis at one point, where Lewis, and I think even myself at one point, were arguing that qualifying is maybe not as important as some would suggest. And Moritz went, no, it's so difficult to overtake in a field as competitive as this. If you start in 7th spot, remember, in the regular season, you have to finish inside of the top 6 to move from the quarterfinal to the semi-final and semi-final to the final as well. So you want to make sure you're up as close to the front as possible. And while you can fit 3 cars wide at Monza, let's be honest, it's not the smartest thing.
No.
So at this point, obviously, we are on the penultimate race. We then go to Spa. Are nerves going to be jangling at this point?
Yes, I definitely would agree. I mean, when it comes to Spa, it's a circuit in of itself that encourages really close racing, very, very similar to Monza, what we saw at Spa earlier on, what we've seen over the week. Remember Kaike Oliveira yesterday sending that move 3 wide. That is an example of when that goes well. Remember Beneke in the Drivers' Championship very early on, taking it 3 wide, completely ruined his own race and really hampered his chances going forward. So Spa is one of those circuits where it can really go one way or the other, especially when only one of these 3 teams are advancing. 2 of them are not going to be taking further part in this competition, and that is going to be their place finalized. These drivers are going to start to take risks.
Yeah, we've already lost G2 Sim Racing and Team Falcons today. They had their keys absolutely obliterated earlier. They were squished by the big machine, and they join, of course, Virtuous and FaZe that were out yesterday. We've got one more team to go through. We saw Williams go through earlier this morning in the first group. And where are we at with points? Have we got points in front of us? We're not sure at the moment.
Race control
is still making us wait at the moment.
We have
That's okay.
5 post-race penalties. Now, I will say all of them, so 5 penalties for 2 drivers.
Okay.
Ibrahim Khan has got 3 penalties post-race. Jimmy and Tunis has got 2 penalties post-race. So most of that contact also may have been between the 2 of them. So I think they'll have some more fights, hopefully, for the rest of the day that we've got in store.
Okay, so until Race Controls gives us any more feedback about who is leading the way, again, it's still very open at the moment. But I still think when we get the results through, it's still going to be incredibly close, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, those penalty points are not going to help at all, especially when we look back to yesterday with hindsight as to how close the margins were. 2 or 3 penalty points here or there, especially when you've got some of your drivers racking up 2, 3, 4 penalty points for a singular incident. That's then when things get really troublesome, because 2 or 3 points is, you know, a top 8 finish, which for some teams is quite respectable. So, yeah, it's going to be keeping yourself out of trouble while also maintaining some good speed.
Well, it's time to go to the penultimate race, of course, of the day. And then we finish off on the final race and we'll see who goes through to the final. So let's head over to our casters. Of course, we've got Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary.
We're very much looking forward to it as well. It's the second race at Monza here this afternoon, and it is the 7th race of the evening. More importantly, race 3 in Group B about to get underway with a very interesting situation arising indeed. This time in Group A, we didn't know which team would be up yet because Williams Esports had actually just lost a third of their lead. However, there was a big leader. There certainly isn't in this group.
Yeah, indeed. Then after this race, they were confirmed as going through as the top. You're absolutely right. In this group, at the moment, they're still doing some points adjudication stuff because Jimmy Antunes has actually picked up another penalty point. Apex Racing Team are on 72. They are now 15 points behind Mouse at the moment. I will say, shout out to Ibrahim Khan, who's the highest point scorer.
Of penalties?
Of penalty points, yes, absolutely. Sorry, so he's scored more penalty points than he has points. I think he's going to invert his pro after this. But anyway, we'll take a look at qualifying, of course, because they're on board with Ferris Stanley to head round Curva Grande.
Yeah, 6 points to Jimmy Antunes just from that previous race, and for Ibrahim Khan, 7 as things stand, but things are not quite sorted just yet, as we say, so we'll wait for confirmation before we talk about them properly. Ferris Stanley then, sliding over the curbs at the second chicane. He needed 34 there in that first sector, really, here at Monza. He wasn't quite able to achieve that.
No, I mean, look, let's be honest, I think the second sector might be a bit slow. The exit from the Roger did not look particularly ideal. Takes a lot of curve on the inside at the second Lesmo as well. We'll get the second sector split as they come to the end of the Seraglio straight, of course, rise up under the banking, of course, at the oval, and then they'll cross the second sector split. They're aiming for a 35.2 in the middle section. It's going to be slower than that, that's for sure. I'm thinking, to be fair, 4's actually surprisingly all right, considering how big that slide was.
Yeah, it's all right. He's be hoping to... Oh, he's got to slow down, and there's the frustration. Ferris Stanley knows that that's going to see him towards the back. I'm afraid we've already seen that from him in Spa. I think he was only able to finish 11th as well after an incident early on in that race too. Now he is going to be at the back for race 3, I'm afraid. It's going to be up to Kaiki Oliveira next, but this is hardly going to be a benchmark to shout about.
No, certainly not. So Ferris Stanley will come through the final corner and will set a time that will be far, far, far away from the 45.3s that we're normally expecting to take those top honours. It's probably going to be a 48. Yeah, you go 48. Well, that's quite satisfying to look at.
Sort of.
Try and say it, though.
I was just pausing to try and decide, and actually, no, it isn't. Anyway,
why not?
I don't know, just not doing it for me. Anyway, Kaiki Oliveira into the final corner right now. He's managed to 34 in that first sector, which is what you need, and maybe a couple of attempts away in the middle. If he can stay in the mid-45s here, he'll be doing well as he goes over the line, and he does okay, 45.7 so far.
He's not happy, though. I would love one of those BS competition caps, though. I love the underside of it. It looks so good.
You've got a scarf. What more do you want?
I want a cap.
Oh.
That's exactly what I want. What do you mean? I want caps, I want scarves, I've still not got a BS t-shirt as well. I've got a few ones that I'm quite looking at thinking, I could do one of those. And speaking of a team that's not giving me a t-shirt, here's the Apex Racing team out through the final corner. It's Jamie Fluke behind the wheel. Sectors are quite close to what Kaiki Oliveira has set. Let's see what he does across the line. 45.7 is the benchmark, and that is the time that he sets, but it's just not quite quick enough to get ahead of Oliveira.
Max Benneker going to be next up. He's been so strong for Maus so far today, as he always is. Can he pull his team into finalist contention? We've had confirmation of the points, by the way. They come in with a 16-point advantage as far as the points I've got in front of me go right now. We'll have another look at those, though, in a few moments' time, because Max Benneker is coming up towards the line. What can he do? Will he be on pole for this race? He might well be. 45.5 is going to be hard to beat.
Yes, indeed. Well, as like I say, plenty more to deal with in the session, though. Plenty more heavy hitters. Max Benneker towards the top. No one shocked by that. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, is one that could beat him. First sector's not great. Second sector's pretty decent. But I just don't think it's quick enough to beat the 5.06 that Max Benneker set. Into the parabolica he's going to go and out towards the line. I think it's more likely to be a 0.6 than a 0.5, if I'm perfectly honest. It's definitely not going to be a 0.4 with those sector times. As he crosses the line, it is indeed a 0.6. That's why I'm better than you, apparently, at least according to me, and not Dareth Thacker.
At least according to me. Ibrahim Khan next up. There is the focused eyes of the red driving BS commentator. What's the better way to say that? Drives he drives a red car anyway. That's what I was trying to say there, pretty uselessly. Anyway, thankfully this lap's about to be finished. He's getting up towards the line. Should be towards the back end, fourth maybe at the end of this. Will he get past Jamie Fluke? No, not quite. Not even in the 45s, I'm afraid.
You were struggling with English there, and
He
that
was
is
struggling
out
too.
and out the best commentator in sim racing, struggling with commentary there. That's fine. Moritz Lerner then, who's actually set a couple of good laps in his qualifying session so far, could well be launching his way up onto the front row with this. First sector's pretty decent, second sector's pretty decent. It's slightly faster than what we've had from Kevin Ellis Jr. so far. This could be a high five indeed, and there could be some high fives between the Mouse team if this is the case. Let's see what Lerner does across the line as he crosses it. Oh, it's just a little bit slower than Ellis Jr.
Well, that's okay for now. Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to be difficult to beat, of course. Christopher Danby's put in a great lap time in qualifying during the Hockenheimring round, and if he can replicate that, then he will be doing just fine. He comes through the final corner right now. First sector not quite in the 34s as we've been looking for. A couple of attempts away in the second as well. It's going to be right in the melee of 0.6, 0.7, maybe a little bit further behind that. What's the time? It is 0.8 for Christopher Danby.
Yeah, indeed. But then Mouse, you know, they need to score a few decent points here. As much as you know they've scored well in the previous race, it's certainly not over for them. They only hold, what was it, a 14-point, 15-point lead as to what I'm trusting your maths. So 16 points. It's fine. I can do maths. It's fine. I can read it. As Benneker will come through the Benneker. We're both struggling here. Jimmy Antunes will come through the final corner. The sectors aren't so great. That second sector's pretty decent though. As he crosses the line, it's only good enough for 6th place. I'm so sorry.
I mean, 0.06 of a second faster, though, and it would have been good enough for 4th. So it's very close at the moment. There's Yuri Kazdorp, the final of the Mouse drivers, now to come across the line. There he goes into the final corner. I'm afraid the middle sector's letting him down a little bit here at the moment. Let's see if he can get anywhere near his teammate Danby. He's already shaking his head, as they always do. That's just a signal, really, that they finished their lap rather than they've had a bad one, because everyone does it. Over the line goes Kazdorp. That was a bit more anger from him, actually, this time. 45.9 in that lap.
There, thankfully, Yuri Kazdorp is a bit bigger, so he can't headbutt the wheel like Kevin Siggy did the other day. Robbie Stapleford, the next one to come down into the final corner. That first sector is definitely on the slightly more lacking side, about 3-4 tenths off of where we'd want. The second sector a couple of tenths back. It's going to be closer to where the Yuri Kazdorp and Ibrahim Khan lap times are, somewhere around the 8th, 9th, maybe even 10th kind of area as Stapleford crosses the line. It is going to be into 10th.
PS competition looking like they're going to be 10th, 11th and 12th here. Oh, no, they're
Slow
not,
down.
because Johan Huff's got to slow down. Never mind. So it's going to be between him and Ferris Stanley for 11th. But other than that, it is going to be BS competition right at the back. Who's had a better qualifying out of this one then? Maybe Maus out of those who are fighting for the transfer spot. I think BS competition are starting to find this a pretty tall order, actually. And so they may well be out the running, although certainly not mathematically. It's about Apex Racing Team and Maus, but Johan Harvey's going to have to do it from the back.
Yes, indeed, of course. Qualifying comes to a close then, and like you say, Benneker back on pole position. And like I say, he's looking for back-to-back victories here. He won in the race a little bit earlier on, the one that we've just had, and could well be winning another one. That said, it's not going to be quite as easy, as he doesn't have such a clear run. It's not a 1-2-3 for Mouse now.
If he was to have an individual total, he would be at top of the tree as things stand, with a second and a first so far, and so far a first in this qualifying session as well, so clearly doing a very good job for Maus. I think the difference between today and yesterday, though, is that he's actually got some help. I mean, they got 1, 2, 3 in qualifying during the Hockenheimring. They've got a couple of drivers up there in the top positions here as well. Let's have a look at the qualifying results from that session. Max Benneker, no surprise, on pole with a tenth of a second back to Kevin Ellis Jr. Moritz Lerner right up there to support him. He'll be hoping to be of a bit more of assistance than he was at Spa. Kaiki Oliveira is right there again, though. Those two will clash again, no doubt, as Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antunes watch on from the third row. Christopher Danby and Yuri Kazdorp make it an all-Maus row 4, ahead of an all-BS competition row 5 with Ibrahim Khan and Robbie Stapleford, then Johan Huff and Ferris Stanley, the two drivers to have gotten a slowdown.
Now, obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr. will go on the attack for the race lead, but let's be honest, as they're getting ready in the practice session at the moment, I've just run the numbers. If they are to finish the race as they start, which, let's be honest, they're not going to,
No.
it would be a 28-point advantage for Mouse heading into the final race of this group. So things are looking good for Mouse. but I don't think that Max Benneker's going to have an easy run here. I can see Kevin Ellis Jr. 100% coming through to take the victory here.
And by the way, that gap is slightly larger than the 16 points they've currently got. We've had that. We've got that confirmed now. We absolutely know 16 points is the margin.
We can do maths.
By the way, just looking at the penalty points at the moment too. Apex Racing Team have got 8 penalty points. That is effectively, they've effectively doubled their gap by getting penalties.
And how many penalty points do Mouse have?
No.
Not a single one. And that could be the deciding factor here. You know, but by staying clean, by keeping out of trouble, I think that's one of the things, right? When Yuri Kazdorp didn't qualify so well at the Hockenheim Ring, I think the most important thing is that he doesn't pick up penalties whilst coming through the order. No risk. And that will be one of the things that the race managers, or the team managers rather, are trying to control there, because you could be scoring no points, but you could have a few penalty points which affect the team. They don't just affect you, they affect the whole team.
Or overtaking 9th place from 10th is no good if you get 2 penalty points, because that's actually -1, even though you've gained a place. So yeah, you know, it is a balance to be weighed up, and actually it might be better to just stay where you are, to be honest, if you're further down towards the back, if you have your teammates up there. So far in this session, none of the teams really have all of their drivers right up there. It's going to be a very interesting race. The Apex Racing Team, the only team to have 3 in the top half, but Mouse have got all 4 in the top 8. Pick the bones out of that one. We'll wait and see how they end up after 9 laps here at Monza. It's race 7 of the afternoon and race 3 here for Group B. Mouse and Apex Racing Team especially hoping for a place in the Team Championship final tomorrow. Up towards the line they go. Max Benneker on pole for the 2nd race in a row. Now looking for another race win as we get the green flag at Monza. And we are racing again already. The Apex Racing Team looking for places as going to the right-hand side and left-hand side go Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antunes. They can't find any space, though, on the way towards the Retofilio. Down the inside goes Jimmy Antunes. It's free wide for 3rd. Oh, there's contact with his teammate. And spinning around goes Moritz Lerner in front of his own teammates and other Apex Racing Team cars as well. Max Benneker has a 2-second lead in 2 corners.
And it's a 1-2 for Mouse as well. Robbie Stableford's come out of nowhere to grab to move up to 3rd position. We were looking back through the history books. Robbie Stableford had a podium before. It was in the first ever race that he did in ESL R1. He could be on for another. I think Oliveira might sneak his way through to grab this one. What a crazy start of the race. It was just carnage at T1. And Max Benneker has taken absolute advantage in all that. The Apex Racing Team, though, look at them. 5th, 7th, 10th and 12th. Their chances of going through to tomorrow's action could be over with that.
And if Yuri Kazdorp can hold on for 2nd place, Mouse could be all but confirmed as the transfer spot winners here from Group B. What an unbelievable start. We'll get a replay a little bit later on where things have calmed down slightly, but this race is going to be absolutely on here. The battle for 2nd place is going to be just as interesting as any battle for the race win we've seen so far today.
Can I just say, by the way, you obviously wouldn't have seen it at home. The speed Ewan O'Leary jumped out of his seat at all that action down at T1 was absolutely incredible. I think it was the fastest thing I've seen all day.
Quicker reaction time than they've got.
Absolutely. Jamie Fluke obviously joining in this fight, and how much weight is on his shoulders to try and grab some decent results here. I mean, he'll be sat there thinking, look, I need 2nd place, not for me, for the team, as Oliveira is going to work together with Stableford. Is he going to let him go, or is it going to be 3 wide down at a T1?
Well, they can't both get down the inside of Kazdorp here, so they're going to have to choose, and Stableford's the one to go for it on the inside line. Oh, Kazdorp's going to get just about enough room on the inside there. Here goes Stableford on the exit, and Kaiki Oliveira is going to help him all the way. Here they go through Curva Grande. They're on the inside line together. Can they get through together here on the way towards the 2nd chicane? It's a long, long way round for Yuri Kazdorp, and surely he's not going to be able to stay alongside. Here goes Jamie Fluke as well. Late on the brakes for Kazdorp, but not late enough. And not late enough either for Jamie Fluke, as Kazdorp gets the line slightly wrong through the 2nd chicane. BS Plus Competition are now 2nd and 3rd.
Look, I think BS Competition are almost certainly going home right after this. I don't believe that they're going to have enough points somehow to scrape their way through into the finals. But what a show they're putting on. Absolutely fantastic. They are not going out quietly as they move up to 2nd and 3rd. Ibrahim Khan as well is not too far away to maybe move himself into it, and they can orchestrate that if they play their cards right. It's not going to be easy, though, go as Yuri Kastorp hangs on to 4th spot. Jamie Fluke sat on the rear end as we stare forwards from Kaiki Oliveira and over his shoulder.
We've got this train going right the way down to 10th place, by the way. Only Christopher Dambits and Jana are out of contention here, per se, out of the slipstream range. So we have got one long line here, and a lot can still change. You say BS is definitely going home. They can pull off a surprise for sure, but they can still do it. The Apex Racing team need to come from behind in this race as well. I can't imagine how Kevin Ellis Jr. is feeling as well. Jimmy Antunes and he made contact in that first chicane.
Smart move here. They know that Kaiki Oliveira is the faster here. Robbie Stapleford's done his work to get himself up into 2nd position with the assistance of Kaiki Oliveira, and now it's about holding the double podium for BS competition. Smart move there, and well done. Obviously strategic. Actually, no, I'm giving credit to Felix Van Delft. Damn. But
well,
obviously,
Felix.
yeah, well done, Felix. All right, fair enough. No, honestly, superb stuff from them as we stare at our race leader. Well, he's got a boring race in.
He's got a very boring race ahead of him, but I'm sure he will not mind as he goes on his way to a 9th victory in ESL R1 throughout 2024. That's the 2nd most of anybody. I'm sure I don't need to ask you who is first. This is the STC replay from turn 1. I mean, is it? Well, is it actually Antunes? It might be Oliveira that taps Kevin Ellis Jr. around, and then look at that for Dambits and Lerner. Let's have a look at this.
So there's contact there. No, you're right.
It's Oliveira.
But
wow.
then it's like, is he being pushed into it by all the others?
I don't think so.
I will say that is a super messy one. I think you might be right. I think it might be a bit more on Oliveira than anything else. We'll stare right at the back, and you just get completely blocked back here. All 3 of the Apex Racing Team cars are on the same part of the circuit, and there's just nowhere really for them to go. Ibrahim Khan makes contact with Ferris Stanley, comes back across the node of Hearth. Yeah, and that's
quite clumsy. He did the hard work, and then span around right at the very end there. So we have a look at the key of one of the teams. Can't tell who's who from the hands. It's BS competition, I think.
No, it's Max Benneker.
Why has he got BMW gloves?
Because he's in a BMW and Mouse are a BMW teammate.
Oh, fine.
If you paid attention, they went off to DTM, to the DTM opener at the Lausches Ring, where they were at, and of course they had a little bit of a. Well, they've had a lot of fun. BMW are spoiling their teams. I've seen some of the activities they've been up to on social media. Fantastic stuff. If you want to see that, go and follow them all on social media, and also ask them, nag them, hope for some more team gear for me. I will take it.
Here's Ibrahim Khan and Jamie Fluke. Ibrahim Khan trying to hang on here, or get ahead, I should say, of Jamie Fluke, who's going to get the assistance now of his teammate, Kevin Ellis Jr., if he can get to the rear. And there they go. The Apex Racing Team Mercedes will help each other now. Round Curva Grande, and Ellis Jr. might well try and hope he can go through too. No, he's going to leave it up to his teammate. Squeeze. He gives exactly a BMW's width on the outside, just Jamie Fluke, and here goes Kevin Ellis Jr. looking to the inside of Lesmo 1. Can he get his nose here? Oh, not quite. He wasn't laced enough on the brakes, and here goes Ferris Stanley. Not quite.
Yeah, Scotsman on Scotsman action there as Ibrahim Khan was able to fend off Kevin Ellis Jr. But that was a little bit dicey there. Big slide coming out of Lesmo 2, coming in from Ibrahim Khan. Jamie Fluke must have just given about enough space heading into the braking zone, into the Rogia, and was able to fight his way through inside the top 5. Apex Racing Team, they'll be desperate to score as many points as possible, but I do believe that their chance of getting to the group lead, they might be going up in smoke here. Benneker and Kastorp finishing in 1st and 4th, if they can do so, would be a very, very big move for them. They'll be outscoring the Apex Racing Team handsomely at the moment.
Yeah, that will be 42 points for them, whereas the Apex Racing Team will be scoring way less than that, that's for sure. So Mouse will be almost confirming themselves in, although not quite, with this race result here. One more to go at Spa, of course, in Group B, as we go on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. They need every single point they can possibly muster here. Apex Racing Team, as he gets closed in on here, just Kev by Ferris Stanley, that is, just behind him. And Ibrahim Khan looking at Jamie Fluke as well. The straight line speed of the BMW's really rearing its head. And same for Moritz Lerner as well, who tries to get past Jimmy Antunes with no success.
I have checked, by the way, the points, although to be fair, it has just switched around, so whatever. Just a second ago, anyway, the points between Mouse and between the Apex Racing Team, if things were to finish as they were currently running, or as they're switching up now once more, would have been 40 points. And that is for the advantage to Mouse. So things are looking good.
Side by side up ahead for Jamie Fluke and Ibrahim Khan again. And here goes Kevin Ellis Jr. This time he's got his man. Although low. Jamie Fluke goes wide. He's probably helping his teammate here. And there they get into line. The Apex Racing team working together. But what more can they do in this race? None of their cars are in the top 4. That's where they need to be. And there's a 2-second gap from themselves to Yuri Kazdorp to catch up to now.
Yeah, none of those, I don't believe any of their cars will be in the top 4 because I think that gap is just a little bit too large. Yuri Kazdorp, whilst he might not be the fastest peddler in the entirety of ESL R1, he has got more than enough speed to keep a 2-second gap over 4 laps of racing, although he has been quite ill, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Robbie Stapleford, who comes on to 3rd position as well. If those two battle, it might slow them down, but Yuri Kazdorp, if I'm Rene Lanta, who's obviously the team manager for Mouse, I'm telling Yuri, honestly, mate, don't fight. We're scoring more than enough points compared to the Apex Racing team right now. You fight, you can bring them back into it, and they can outscore us. Or, well, not really, but you know what I mean?
And Lerner is just causing as much of a nuisance in this group as he possibly can. He was never going to get down the inside of Jimmy Antunes there, but he was alongside briefly. He can't really overcome the lack of slipstream that he's got at the moment and the lack of friends in this group, but the fact that there are no Mouse drivers in this group is for once actually a good thing because they're all up the road, other than Christopher Damage, of course, who's a few seconds further behind. There is the look from the front left of Moritz Lerner's BMW as he tries to catch up to Jimmy Antunes in 9th position. He's also in a situation here of not really needing to fight too much with those around him. He can just hope that Kazdorp and Beneke stay in the positions they're in, and that'll be fine for Mouse.
So it'll be 36 points at the moment between Mouse and the Apex Racing team if things finish as they stand, courtesy of a couple of moves. But obviously, there's a lot longer left to go. It'll be 128 points for Mouse and 92 for the Apex Racing team. That said, I haven't checked any of the penalties. We only have 1 penalty, and that is the first penalty for Mouse in this. It'll be a 1-second post-race time penalty for Moritz Lerner, which also gains them 2 penalty points. So it will be ever so slightly closer than that. So take the 36 points, take 2 points off it, so it'll be 34 points between the top 2.
Well done to those of you who got that at home, who can -2.
Thank you. I'm smart.
Out of Ascari, you're not at home. Out of Ascari into.
I just got the most disappointed look from your biggest fan. My goodness.
Can't think who that might be. Robbie Stapleford trying to stay ahead of Yuri Kazdorp then. In towards the final corner. Stapleford's got that wrong, and so he's surely going to be gobbled up on the exit now. I would agree, actually, that Kazdorp doesn't need to make a move at all here. However, he's got the opportunity and doesn't, so that's the most obvious indication to us that he is doing as you recommended, staying behind and just making sure the front 4 stay clear.
Yeah, let's see if he makes a move down into T1. He might have a look here, but to be honest, I just don't. Yeah, I think he's just sat behind. He might go for a move on the final lap when he knows where the gaps are, but at the moment it's about not risking getting penalty points. His teammate is in the best position. He's obviously just stroking at home at the top of the field, and of course is looking in a very strong spot indeed. Max Beneke, very powerful in this one. Yuri Kazdorp in 4th. I just don't see him getting through onto the podium purely because I don't think he needs to.
I think he might try on the final lap, but before then, certainly it's going to stay away. Here's Lerner and Antunes into the final corner. Very late on the brakes from Antunes, who's round the outside and through. Well, staying through, I should say. Lerner gets the exit, though. He should be on the inside for Lesmo 1. If he can just keep his nose alongside, he can get late enough on the brakes. Well, it was quite close, but Jimmy Antunes hangs on round the outside to 9th place. Every single point will matter here for Apex and Mouse, of course. When you lose 1 point to your championship rivals, it's not actually the gap that extends by 1, it actually extends by 2 as your rivals also gain a point.
Yeah, 1 point gain for you, 1 point lost for them. That is the big advantage. Moritz Lerner will have a look. As we were saying about Yuri Kazdorp earlier in the previous race, if you're in one of these low down positions, don't risk a silly move. Again, at the moment, you are scoring handsomely, and if you go from him, if you point out earlier, like 8th, 9th, 9th, 10th, like that, it's only gained you an extra point. If you make a move and make a mistake in it, you'll cost yourself you know, for one, you'll get a penalty, which might mean that you lose the position anyway as we head down side by side with the Parabolica. But you could also get a 2-point penalty as well. Good move from Jimmy Antunes to hang on round the Parabolica. Ibrahim Khan, though, will dish out slipstream one way or the other in this group, and I think it might be the Mercedes that will hang on.
It will be. He decides where the slipstream goes, and so it's going to go to Jimmy Antunes, although it's not very strong because they've lost so much time battling that actually they've barely got any slipstream anymore. Here goes Moritz Lerner down the inside on on the brakes again. Into the Rettifilio chicane. Oh, careful. He very nearly span around. I mean, he would only lose his place to his teammate, I suppose, but even so, they really don't want that.
Yeah, but it's still, again, when you're doing things like that, you're risking a penalty. That's the big thing. And don't get me wrong, I get it. There's 35 points between them, but it's just not ideal.
Kasdorp has got through on Stapleford.
Absolutely.
That's not... that wasn't in our plan for Mouse, but he's done it. And so up to third place for Kasdorp. It's even more puzzling, actually, not least because of the tactics that you were talking about and I would go along with as well. But it's also the fact that surely if he's in front now on the penultimate lap, he's just going to get a drafted back past on the final lap. He's just gone into the gravel out of Lesmo 2 as well. Stapleford's going to be right there on this last lap.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, he'll be sat there, and I think Stapleford might be a bit more hungry to go for something because he's got nothing to lose in this. So, yeah, bit of an oddity in that one. With a couple of position switches, Moritz Lerner has got past Antunes, and of course, Yuri Kasdorp getting through in the third spot, although those two have switched back around in ninth position. We'll come back to that in a mo. It was 41 points between Mouse and, of course, the Apex Racing team. Looking everywhere at the moment is Robbie Stapleford, but he's going to be getting ready for a move coming down into turn one as we begin the final lap. Max Benneker 4.4 seconds clearer, Ewan.
He is a long, long way out in front. Kaki Oliveira is quite a long way out in front of these guys too. It's been another exhibition from Max Benneker. Further behind, the battle for third ensues again. Down the straight they go. Yuri Kasdorp tries to hang on, but Stapleford gets to the inside. Not only for the Rettifilio chicane, but for the Curva Grande if he needs it. Oh, they're off. They're both off. Both through the chicane. And how's that one going to be decided in race control? Because both of them have technically broken the rules. Yuri Kasdorp has kept the place.
It's about who instigated the contact in that, whether you'll say that Robbie Stapleford was too deep on the brakes, whether you'll say that it was too early returning from Yuri Kasdorp. I mean, I'm not going to lie, if I'm Yuri Kasdorp, I'm still asking the question, why am I even fighting for this anyway? Who cares? We're outscoring them. We're outscoring the team we need to outscore. We're battling with BS competition who aren't our target in all this. I don't know, it seems a little bit unnecessary to me.
Well, it is 3 points. That's the difference up here. It is 3 points, and you know, penalties are generally less than that. Not to say he's just going to batter someone out the way, because that would be a lot of penalty points. But you get what I mean.
My goodness.
Out of Lesmo 2, they go into Ascari. It looks like these two are going to have to resolve it on the circuit.
I'm starting to get the feeling that you were a bit of a dirty driver back in the day.
Absolutely
not. Driving. It's been a bit interesting. Yeah, as we head through the Ascari chicane, I get the feeling that you would take someone out. And not for dinner.
Needs must. Anyway, Max Benneker into the final corners. He's actually slowed down quite a lot on this final lap. He's not running out of fuel or anything. He's just showboating a little bit, really, and enjoying himself because it's another top 2 finish, but more importantly, a race victory at Monza for Maus and possibly a ticket to the team's championship final tomorrow. Max Benneker doing his job almost perfectly as the run to the line for third brings Yuri Kasdorp on the podium as well. Maus in prime position to get into the final.
Yeah, indeed. And again, it's yet another victory for Max Benneker. I mean, look, he's been fantastic. It's his 23rd victory. He's third on the all-time winners list, is Max Benneker. He's still a couple of wins behind Sebastian Jobe, who's now on 28. There is a look at Yuri Kasdorp, and to be fair, he's only had 4 podiums before this, so he'll add to that one.
Looks a bit frazzled, doesn't he, really, after that race? There's Max Benneker.
He's a little bit ill still.
Is he?
Probably.
Still recovering, yeah. In case he's not been with us, was really ill before competition started. Didn't make the Drivers' Championship final, but before his competition started yesterday was really, really ill, actually, and is getting a bit better now, but as you say, there'll be a bit of a hangover from that for sure. A little bit of a time for a break then for these drivers before heading towards Spa. Maus in prime position, but certainly not home and dry.
Exactly. They are in what would be a comfortable spot. They know they'll only need a decent result. However, it was Spa where Kevin Ellis Jr. was victorious earlier.
Well, that is that. Race 7 of the afternoon and race 3 of Group B is now complete. Maus on top with another Max Benneker victory. What's going to happen at Spa? We'll be back very shortly with the final race.
what was the combined prize pool for ESL R1 at Gamers 8 last year?
1 million.
1 million. Spot on. 1 million. You guys are on fire.
Million?
It was spot on.
I think $1 million.
Spot on, Daniel. Yeah, spot on. It was indeed 1 million.
$1 million.
Spot on, Dara. 2 for 2. He's on fire. What is the name of our lovely host and presenter?
Just
No idea.
George Morgan.
Sort of, but that's not the answer we're looking for. I agree, but it is in fact somebody else. Can you guys say who it is? No?
Veracity.
Not Veracity, is it?
It is, yeah. I tell you what, she'd be devastated if you couldn't remember that. I mean, goodness me. Yeah, she'd be telling you boys off. Tell you that now.
George Morgan.
That's got to be George Morgan.
Thank you very much, but it's not me, unfortunately. I'll take the compliment.
You're not presenting and hosting, no?
I'm not presenting or hosting.
ESL.
Not quite. It's actually Jasmine Kanuga, aka Veracity, of course, our presenter of the ESL R1 show.
George Morgan.
That's incorrect. It's Jasmine Kanuga, aka Veracity.
Well, we have just one more race to decide who gets into the team's championship tomorrow to join the other 4 teams who have already qualified and could be crowned champion tomorrow. Welcome to ESL R1. We're at the World Cup, the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay with us one more race to get everything finished for the day, basically, and then we get into the final tomorrow. So it's very exciting, and we've still got so much to talk about as well. We've just been out in Monza, Benneke's day once again. I mean, we said about this, didn't we, Cam, that this basically is about teamwork. However, we're seeing Benneke win a lot of points here for Mouse. Let's try it for you instead.
Absolutely. He's doing a lot for that team. Benneke, of course, our Gamers 8 champion from last year. Coming into this, of course, just got his 24th win of ESL. He'd only just got his 23rd and his 3rd win of the EWC. He's now added 1 to each of those tallies with a sensational victory actually at Monza, making the most of the carnage. What did me and Arjuna say last race, Claire? How important which position was?
Pole position.
Pole position. Where did Benneke start? Where did he
Pole
start?
position.
Where did he finish?
First.
By about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
That is how important pole position is.
Let's see how Benneke did it, though, because let's quickly have a look at the highlights. Cam, do you want to talk us through this one?
Yeah, this was just a messy turn 1, wasn't it? Cars going all over the place. Oliveras spinning around. Yeah, it's not the easiest situation, especially for the Apex car here. Tried to get through on the left-hand side. Just an absolute car park. Cars going everywhere. So messy as the drivers fight for these last few important positions before we get into the final race. But what this led us to was a very open battle. We're going to see here actually 3 wide once again. Oliveira in the middle, not really much that he could have done. And just, it's such a shame, Zach, isn't it, that we get into these tight situations sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's Monza T1 though, isn't it? And understandably, I mean, things happen. The drivers just have to try and predict it. Unfortunately, some of them try and see it as an opportunity as opposed to an opportunity for you to maybe be a little bit more cautious. Of course, we did have some fantastic battles all the way through the field. Of course, the Ascension trying to fight their way back through as Apex to maximize their points, particularly a little bit lower down. Ellis Jr., Antunes, Loner and Danby, it's the 2 receiving cars in terms of the carnage for Mouse and Apex, both of which probably the favourites at this point to go through in the group. So points were key for those, especially after a rough start.
Yeah, and we saw just the guys, they were squeezing each other left and right. Saw obviously a double overtake here from the Apex cars. They got past car, and then this was down in towards the final lap. Stableford on the inside was Kasdorp, who broke later. Stableford managed to get ahead at the Apex. Contact front to rear. Stableford couldn't make the corner, and that is still currently just under review from the race control. So we have to wait for an exact final confirmation of who got that. But it was a nice battle either way between those two. But of course, ended with with that contact at the final lap.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate one, of course, especially for Robo Stapleford. Of course, he's had a podium before. He was searching for another one. There you can see Ferristani getting a little bit frustrated, finishing down in P7, which for him is quite uncharacteristically low, especially for BS+. But just wanted to touch more on that sort of Stapleford Kasdorp incident. At the moment, of course, the stewards are reviewing it. We're waiting for the finalization in terms of any penalties or further action. So I have got little asterisks next to their name in terms of the provisional race results for them. But Kasdorp was a little bit too far behind for my liking.
Yeah, so he initially broke later, but then he must have bled off the brake pedal because it was Stapleford who managed to get himself ahead by Apex, and he was pretty much ahead because it was literally corner to corner, it wasn't side to side. So of course the pressure being put on his rear left, he wasn't able to turn to the right. So hopefully we'll get a result from that soon.
Absolutely. We'll keep you updated as soon as we find out what race control decides. We've been talking, obviously, predictions over the last few days, but you can get involved as well. You can head to stcplay.gg, get your predictions in, because we'd love to hear them. Cam, remind me of your prediction for...
Vitality, wasn't it, for the overall?
And
but
then...
for this group, I can't remember what I said.
We'll make it up. It's all right, we won't look back.
Mouse.
I think mine was Mouse, so yours couldn't have been Mouse.
Oh no, I wasn't on. I wasn't on at the time. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it was you three. I think you got stitched up a little bit with the picking.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go Mouse as well.
Okay.
I was, well, to be fair, actually looking back in hindsight, Apex wasn't a stitch-up, in all fairness, because they're actually doing really well, especially kicking it off at Spa. I'd say it is between themselves and Mouse, but honestly, BS Plus have struggled. I mean, initially I was going to go with them until our junior was like, nah, I'm going to go for BS. So, you know, sort that out. But in the end, I'm the one laughing, I think. I think we're the ones laughing at our junior. BS Plus, just weirdly. I mean, their pace yesterday was so strong.
Yeah, just looking at the results before this race, I mean, yeah, they were basically half of the points of Apex and Mouse. So they were struggling in those first couple of races. But it is a team game, and I mean, I was mentioning that obviously maybe a one-man band couldn't do it. Beneka has won the last two, but even then I think BS are struggling just from that sort of average performance.
So we head back to Spa for the final race of the day, where we will decide who from Group B goes through to the final for tomorrow. And if we look back to Spa, which we had 3 races ago, it was Beneka on pole position, but it was Ellis Jr. who won out there. Now, Kevin Ellis Jr. has been showing a lot of strength out there. In the race that we just had, he got into a bit of a bad luck, obviously, was caught up, and I think that spin... was he the one that was turned around completely, facing the wrong way?
At Monza?
Yes, Monza.
Yes, he was one of them.
Yeah, one of them. But he managed to fight back to 5th place. He's really showing quite a lot of strength out there, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially coming off sort of the back of yesterday. I mean, he's always had some really strong pace as Ellis Jr. He got that pole position at Daytona. Obviously, the suspected ABS issue sort of robbed him of that. And but even then, from that point on, he's just, again, had that pivot point, bounced back really well. And then into today, Apex have been really strong. I mean, I didn't really tip them to be the leaders of this group in any way, at any point, based on their results of yesterday. I mean, yes, Mouse struggled, but I sort of expected them to bounce back. Apex have sort of been just decent, not really stand out at any point, but into today, they've got something right.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I'm looking at Mouse at the moment and thinking we're waiting for race control to give us the standings and where everyone's at. But not that I'm very good at maths, but it seems like Mouse might be leading the way.
Yeah, it does look, it was still waiting for the results to come up. There were 16 points ahead, and then obviously Beneka managed to get that. And I didn't actually realize Beneka's got pole position in all 3 races so far in this group. So he is absolutely storming through. But also we do have Kevin Ellis Jr., who's also got 3 inside the top 4. So it's very close between those teams.
It's incredibly close. We don't know how this one's going to end, and we will find out together, collectively, and find out who and which team is heading into the final tomorrow. Let's head over to our commentary team. We've got George Morgan and Ewan O'Leary.
Thank you, as always, Claire. Always a privilege, and we are back at Spa, which is also a grand privilege. I tell you what a circuit this is, and what a way to host the final race of our last chance qualifier for tomorrow's final. We've already seen Williams go through, and now the battle will commence between Mouse and ART over who will figure in tomorrow's final and lift that trophy aloft. Ewan O'Leary alongside me, George Morgan with you as well. Ewan, we're in for one tasty finish to tonight's action.
We certainly are. Spa always delivers, and we are going to have another fantastic finish to this championship as well. This is Group B of the team's second chance, of course. Just one team can get themselves into the team's championship final because there's only one space left within that final. Already got our 5 teams selected. Whichever team gets through, it is going to be a tall order for them to win the trophy itself and take home the prize money. However, getting into the final does come with it a decent amount of prize money itself. And of course, because this is the final race, we'll be looking at that battle for second place in the group as well, as that has about $4 on the line for it too.
Yep, big bucks at hand here in Riyadh, and we'll be looking forward to seeing who can achieve that. But all eyes on Max Benneker so far. Has been absolutely sensational in qualifying. We'll be bringing qualifying from Spa very shortly, but however, whilst he has won the last 2 races, he did not win the first one. And where were we? At Spa. It went to Kevin Ellis Jr. And essentially that has placed ART well within the fight, but also as a team, they've been fairly consistent, Ewan.
If Apex Racing Team are going to go through, Kevin Ellis Jr. has to win this race, or someone. I mean, if it's someone else winning, then Kevin Ellis Jr.
Doesn't have to be Kevin.
No, it doesn't. But you know, it's be a good start for somebody to take the victory, and I think somebody will, and I think that somebody will be Kevin Ellis Jr. I've already said to you before we came on air. That's my prediction. So I'm putting my hat in the ring straight away. It's just one of those circuits he's really good at. Sometimes you just get that. Maybe he can't even explain it himself, but he just seems to get really hooked up round here. He really enjoys it, clearly, and he's very strong with it. So looking forward to seeing what he can produce through this race.
Yep, the 26-year-old certainly caused a stir, didn't he? Let's take you through the results of the second chance so far, or the standings, I should say. Group A, we've already confirmed that Williams are heading through on 204 points. They blitzed it, didn't they? Obviously, with their drivers taking 3 wins, with Dara McCormack taking 2. Dominic Blyer took 1 at Jeddah, with Jakub Matuszewski obviously taking up the sole win for Team Falcons. They sit on 117 points. They finished second in Group A. Mouse on top in Group B, 91 points against 131. The 91, of course, belonging to Apex Racing Team. Quite the mountain to climb for ART. It's not out of the question, but it's very far out of reach.
It is. The minimum you can score in one of these rounds is I think it worked out 6 points. Yeah, it's 6 points that you can get. Maximum 674, and so that just puts into perspective that 40 to make up is actually going to be quite a tall order indeed. You are going to need probably a 1-2 for the Apex Racing Team, certainly a 1-2 for BS Competition, maybe even a little bit more than that. And I think Apex are probably the only ones who could really say we could have a go with that. Round here at Spa last time, they finished 1st, 3rd and 6th. That gave them the lead after the first race. However, they lost a load of points at the Hockenheim Ring to lose their lead, lost 24 more points at Monza, and now that's given them this mountain to climb.
Yeah, not only was it Max Benneker securing his first of the 2 wins that he has already laid down, but also Christopher Dambitz took his first ever ESL R1 podium, which no doubt has fed his confidence as well. So I'm expecting Dambitz to cause quite the stir as well. It wasn't out of the question in qualifying either. We are seeing some improvements from Dambitz. We haven't necessarily seen that kind of form from him in the online rounds, but maybe some things are starting to turn. It only takes one great result to really change a mindset. But Mouse currently holding all the cards. It would seem very unlikely that they would lose out at this point, but we all know at Spa, variation, we spoke about it time and time again, it is a roller coaster circuit of sorts. You climb uphill going through Kemmel, and then you head downhill pretty much. After Kemmel, after you reach the top of Kemmel, you head down through Puon, and then you start the descent back down through towards the eventual bus stop chicane. But as we're now watching practice in full swing, very imperative that these drivers use this time wisely. Obviously, every single driver representing their teams are going to be out on track challenging for those last-ditch points. Obviously, for BS Plus competition, this is more for pride at this point. Obviously, with Kaiki Oliveira being the sole victor across this week. Obviously, Ferris Stanley putting in some great races this week. I think Florian Haspar, the team boss, I think will take solace knowing that they've got a good foundation here at BS Plus competition.
They absolutely do. I was so impressed with them on what day was it yesterday? Friday. Thank you. Thank you to myself. They were so close, actually, to making it through in the top 4 immediately in the group stage. Only 8 points away from doing so. You know, 1 or 2 results that you could look at and think, if we'd just done a bit better there, then maybe we could have made it. But you know, every team will have that what-if moment, I think, at the end of Friday. So think really impressed with the way that he went through. But I think when you do finish 5th and 6th in that group stage in this format, you do kind of expect to go through. Maybe this is a little bit different because Maus are such a strong team that had a bad day on Friday, let's put it that way, and were so close to being eliminated, only 11 points above the cut line from being eliminated entirely. That would have been a huge, huge story, something that we've never really seen before, such an upset in this team's championship. That didn't quite happen in the end, but they've performed a lot better today as far as the ordering goes from the Friday's competition. They have done the best, and they've overperformed the most as far as that goes. It just shows that today has been a new day, and they've really taken it as that and performed very well to put themselves in a comfortable position.
Yeah, I would say both BS Plus competition and Team Falcons have been the outstanding teams. I would say the rising stars, should we say, moving their way into the midfield. I mean, Team Falcons, there was an aura of mystery around them over the first day. Of course, whilst obviously they're synonymous with competitive esports, they are, of course, the club champions here at the Esports World Cup. But this is their first foray into sim racing as a whole, joining the ESL R1 Championship. And I must say, they have not disappointed by any means, entering this title race, finishing the way they did, second in the second chance as far as their group's concerned. Obviously, now we're seeing the similar type of results here from BS Plus competition, who probably we shouldn't be necessarily too shocked about, because their very nature, their very background, their foundations revolve around sim racing. So there is still I would say furthermore to come for BS Plus competition, especially with the BMW affiliation. I can see that going from strength to strength, and they've got a great driver in Kaiki Oliveira to help them out along the way too. But ART coming from very similar humble backgrounds, of course, don't necessarily have the resources to necessarily fight against some of these top flight teams, but they are still nonetheless a Mercedes partnered team, a Mercedes outfit. They've got some passionate individuals who are dedicated to the cause. Jamie Fluke, who has been here for so many years, Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. When we talk about Big Kev joining the Apex Racing team back in 2017, Jamie Fluke would join a little bit later, 2020, becoming a coach and a professional driver for them alike. And then you can't also forget the likes of Jimmy Antonez as well, and not to mention that, I mean, there are a whole host of drivers that certainly put on quite the display. Johan Harth, also the Frenchman, another one to watch, and is certainly an outstanding competitor who has been absolutely superb in prior events alike. But his first ESL R1 race, incidentally, Johan Harth, came at Road Atlanta. Unfortunately, we don't have that on the calendar. ART probably a little dismayed at that, because it was the one track that really stood out for them.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm quite disappointed as well. We're missing Road Atlanta, but there you go. We can't have them all on every day. After all, we've got more tracks now in Rennsport than we can actually use in a single day, where we've got the 8-race format. So we do have to pick and choose these days. But we've had some fantastic racing at some new circuits as well. We've had Jeddah and Fuji earlier on today. We'll be seeing both of them again, depending on how long we go for. We'll be seeing them all again tomorrow. All 6 tracks that we're using here in esports in the Esports World Cup this week are being utilised in ESL R1 here over these 4 days. Just see the drivers ending practice now. It looks like qualifying is about to get underway. The big question has to be here: can anybody beat Max Spinnaker?
Well, if you come to the Esports World Cup, you'll be able to meet Max Benneker, that's for sure. But yeah, no, you will not be meeting him just yet. But the other drivers might get a chance to beat him, that's for sure. But it's going to be a very tricky task. We all know what he's capable of, and he has one mission on hand, and that is to take Maus to the top, to take Maus to tomorrow's final. First and foremost, though, we have got Kaiki Oliveira, the man from Sao Paulo, 29 years of age, of course a winner around Spa back in the Drivers' Championship final online round, and he took victory there. He then doubled it when taking a victory here at Riyadh as well, Ewan.
Yeah, he's done fantastically well this week. That second win at Daytona, by the way. He's going to look to double up here at Spa as well. He's had a God, I'm starting to struggle. He's had a good last few weeks.
Find it, Ewan.
Kaiki Oliveira. Come on, one more race. He's had a good last few weeks as Kaiki Oliveira, that's for sure. 39-0 in Sector 1 for the BS competition. Man, that is pretty good, especially considering how low into the 39-0s that is. We know he's good in qualifying here. He was in the top 3 after qualifying in the 5th race of the afternoon. That was race 1 of this group, and he's in the 58s here in the middle, Sector 2. This is a good lap from Kaiki Oliveira. He's just psyching himself up for this final chicane, and he could well be in with a very good lap.
Yep, Sector 1, very respectable. Needed a little bit more perhaps in Sector 2. A 58.9 is not outlandish, but 58.7 would have been a lot nicer coming through the bus stop chicane this time around. Like I said, the man from Sao Paulo debuting in ESL R1 for Furia, his home team last season. A little bit of frustration on the face of the Brazilian as he crosses the line. That's a 2:13.758, 35.8 in that final sector, 3/10 off where he would like to be.
That's not bad, though. That could be good enough for a good starting position for Kaiki Oliveira, and BS Competition really do need it. Starting 50 points behind Maus in the all-important transfer spot at the end of the day. Ferris Stanley's middle sector is quite electrifying as well, but his first may well just be holding him back here slightly. Let's see if he's hooked up the final sector here. I think he'll be behind Kaiki, but not too far behind. It's a 13.8. This is a good start for BS Competition.
Yep, 2:13.866. Looking at the first two sectors, it was 4/10 off, unfortunately, for Ferris Stanley. Robbie Stapleford, the jester from Leicester, suffering in that second sector with that 1:01.585. A 58.7 would have been, should we say, electrifying. This one certainly is not that. So the jester from Leicester having a bit of a joker through Sector 2, looking to make his way out of Sector 3. We'll soon see where the time sits. But obviously, it's not going to be competitive with the likes of the fellow BS Plus competition drivers that are currently standing in front of him. Indeed, it is a 2:17.665 and 4 seconds off his fellow teammates.
Jimmy Antunes in the 39s and the 59s, which means he'll be a couple of attempts away. I think this at the moment is on course for 3rd place as things stand, but he's still got a couple of corners to go. The bus stop chicane, and he's got that round quite nicely, actually, in terms of an exit for the front straight, and the short burst to the line. Over the line he goes, and it is 3rd place, a 14.0.
Yeah, could not quite crack the 2:13s, 2:14, just outside it by 47 thousandths or so, 48 thousandths if you're picky. Christopher Dambitz, who we saw really phenomenal effort back at Hockenheim at Ring, and now back once more with a 39.0 in the first sector. That's not bad whatsoever, almost akin to what we saw from Jimmy Antunes, 58.9 in Sector 2. That's around 2/10 off where he would like to be, but Dambitz coming up towards the line. This could go higher than Antunes here at this point, and a big punch from Dambitz. He does succeed ahead of Antunes.
That puts him in the ballpark, and that's all Maus really needs here. No disasters in qualifying, and they'll be okay. Here's Kevin Ellis Jr., who has to pull out something special, and that middle sector certainly is. 58.8 is very strong indeed. He'll be right around Kaiki Oliveira's time as long as this final couple of corners goes well. Round he goes. The burst up towards the line. A look up to the top left. He doesn't yet know. Is it good enough for provisional pole? It is no, not quite. Kevin Ellis Jr. second for now.
Yep, 600ths faster than Ferris Stanley, but not quite good enough against Kaiki Oliveira. Despite him loving Spa here, Kevin Ellis Jr. not pulling down his best lap. His teammate Johan Harth setting a 39.126. That first sector not great. 58.785, though, is pretty much in the ballpark in Sector 2. Needs a big Sector 3 to cause a stir, to maybe jump Dambitz as he comes up towards the line. Can he? Yes, he can do more than that. 2nd place.
Fantastic lap from Harth. Wasn't quite expecting that, and he thinks he could have got provisional pole there as well, because he actually had disappointment on his face over the line, but then again, they all do. Moritz Lerner goes towards the final couple of corners now. Then I'm afraid this is a couple of attempts away. This will be a step back, I'm afraid, outside the top 5, I would imagine, for the Maus driver. Whenever he's qualified well, unfortunately, he's got caught up in incidents on the opening lap, so maybe it's a good omen if he starts further behind. It'll be 6th place for now.
Yeah, I think the only thing letting down Johan Harth's lap, I think, was that first sector. It just fell apart slightly, but he really dialed it in the second sector. That's where he got it back, and obviously the third was good too. Ibrahim Khan, 39.041, 59.086. It's not going to be anything necessarily special, but it's going to be right around, I think, the Jimmy Antunes area, maybe a little bit higher than that. We will soon find out as the BMW M4, a grimace on the face of Ibrahim Khan as he now steps up towards the line. It is higher than Antunes, goes 7th fastest ahead of the ART.
And now then, up to Jamie Fluke, and it's a good middle sector from him. He needed it after his first sector, though. Is this going to be a lap like Johan Harth's, which is really coming back to him towards the end? It's looking very good for ART as of right now, but don't forget, we've got Max Benneker and Yuri Katstorp still to come. That's a very narrow line on the way into the bus stop chicane. Not sure he's quite got that right, but let's see. No reaction. Stone-faced, looks up to the top left. Where's he going to get to? It's 6th place, excuse me.
Yeah, well, Mouse have already got 2 cars in the top 7. They've got Dambits in 5th. They've got 2 more to come, and that will round off this qualifying session. First up is Max Benneker, 39.0. In Sector 1 is Stella, 58.799. Is not bad either. This could yet knock Kaiki Oliveira off the top spot. This looks like a lovely smooth run out of bus stop and a nod of the head. Benneker knows he might have found it here. Comes across the line. Not quite. Barely. Oh, yes, he has. 2:13.540. A stunning lap by over 0.2 of a second.
That will not be beaten. That is surely not going to be beaten by anybody here. Max Benneker's got pole position for the final race. He swept all of the qualifying sessions, pole in all 4 races of this group. An astonishing effort from the Mouse driver, who at times has not had too much help around him. Yuri Kastorp was already disappointed with himself going out of the second sector, where he was a couple of attempts away. This will be further down towards the back row, I think, for Yuri. It is indeed 11th position, but it doesn't matter because Max Benneker's on pole again. That middle sector was one of the best sectors of driving we've seen so far this week.
Well, brilliant as ever, Max Benneker, and it's maximum qualifying position for him right now. P1, that's not a bad place to start, and it's been the trend through the last few races that we have had, including a trip to Spa earlier, where of course he frustratingly lost out. He was very frustrated, in fact, after Spa-Francorchamps, but now has the chance to come back and right the wrong from earlier on and close out what would be potentially Mouse going into tomorrow's finals. Qualifying results here: Max Benneker, your fastest man; Kaiki Oliveira in 2nd place; Johan Hart 3rd; Kevin Ellis Jr. in 4th. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to wrap up a 2nd win at Spa. Ferris Stanley, another good qualifying, 5th; Dambit 6th; Fluke in 7th; Lerner 8th; we've got Khan in 9th; Antonez 10th; Kastorp 11th, and the jester from Leicester, Robbie Stapleford, down in 12th, looking to come back and potentially try and lift himself up after the slowdown in his qualifying lap. But we've got the drivers going out for free practice at the moment, getting set for yet another furious race. And if the trends are to be believed, if we can take the last 2 races at Gospel from pole to victory, the money has to be on Max Benneker.
You say that, but he'll have a lot of challenge from Jonov and also from Kevin Ellis Jr., Kaiki Oliveira as well. All of those teams, both of those teams, I should say, over the Mouse, needing a good result here. Very good result needed for those two. If ART can get 1 and 2, then all of a sudden they are in the range of maybe doing something. Although with Max Benneker up towards the front, it's going to be so difficult to get past Mouse.
Yeah, 1 final spot remains in tomorrow's final. We've already seen 5 cars confirmed, or 5 teams confirmed, I should say. Obviously, Williams joining the fray. We've already seen Guild go through, Redline, Vitality, and obviously with Williams heading through, joining the top 4 as well after a really sensational week. It's now a chance for Mouse to cement their legacy and join them too. Obviously, we would have expected Mouse to perhaps even place themselves at the very top of the list too. They should really, if you consider the quality of their talent, they should be up in the top 4, really. They would have felt that they shouldn't have had to gone through this phase, but here they are, nonetheless. It's integral that they're able to bring their very best here in this very final race. And obviously, I've got 3 words for you at home. Are you ready? Question is, Ewan, are you ready?
I think so. The question is, am I ready to form the words that will take us through the next 7 laps?
It's been a long day. I think
it has, yeah. Thanks. But don't forget, we're back even earlier tomorrow. We've got potentially 9 races ahead of us. We'll see whether we need all of those before crowning a team's championship final champion, if you like, on Sunday. So we're looking forward to that, but it's time to decide the 6th and final team. The odds are certainly stacked in the favour of Mouse. There's no doubt about that. 40 points over ART, 50 over PS Competition. Can they hang on?
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out, and now's the time as we now get set to finish, bring an end to tonight's festivities. 1 final place up for grabs. It's Mouse versus ART. Can Benneker bring once again further brilliance for Mouse, making it 3 in a row, a triple crown of sorts? 3 would be the dream to succeed and move to tomorrow's final. Let us know your predictions are in the live chat as well if you're tuned in on social media too, as now they put pedal to the metal and it is go, 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 go. And just look at this. At this stage, Beneker out in front. Oliveira also getting a good jump as well. Wheel to wheel between the two BMWs. Hart and Ellis Jr. figuring in the back. Look at this from Johan Hart getting a lovely run out of turn one. He's going to run wheel to wheel with Oliveira coming up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. But back comes the BMW, the power favouring the BS Plus competition machine as now they cruise over the hill and head up through Kemmel. It's Beneker who leads.
Half shaking his head because Beneker gave Oliveira the slipstream, and the Brazilian now returns the favour with some bump drafting too. Great teamwork from non-teammates, bizarrely, and the Apex Racing team are third and fourth. Worst news for them is that Jimmy Antunes and Jamie Fluke both had an incident on the front straight before they barely got over the start-finish line. They'd crashed already.
Which is not ideal at all for the ART push towards getting a spot for tomorrow's final. It places it right in the hands now of Mouse, who have got 3 cars all in 5th, 6th and 7th, and there's only 2 ARTs in 3rd and 4th, that being Johan Hart and Kevin Ellis Jr., but never count those drivers out. Both Johan Hart has been successful. His results have been fairly consistent, to be fair, but Kevin Ellis Jr. is obviously the one to watch based on previous form at this very circuit. But Kaiki Oliveira, who also has form on top of Max Beneker, he has won here before and he sat in 2nd place.
Mouse have navigated this first lap very well to keep Max Beneker his lead and to get their other cars into 5th, 6th and 7th position. And so for this to be ripped away from them late on here would be absolutely cruel, and one of the biggest turnarounds we've seen in ESL R1 Team Championship competition. Apex Racing team are the only team that can really do anything here. 3 teams are 3 points is probably all that Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antunes can muster here. It's up to Johan Hart and Kevin Ellis Jr. to get a 1-2. It's down to them.
Yep, Johan Hart made a slight headset adjustment there. A little bit of exasperation on his face as well. He knows they have a big task out in front of them. Obviously, it's integral as far as they're concerned that they give a grand performance just to close out this championship. But obviously, as things stand, only having 2 cars in that top 6, whereas Mouse have 3, and on top of that, hold 1 driver at the very top of the order. Max Beneker, not only with the lead, has just gone through and obviously secured the fastest lap at the same time. We're on lap 2 of 7. Kaiki Oliveira sat in 2nd place, still hovering in behind. Whether he'll plumb to make the move, I'm not quite sure yet. Might not deem it necessary, but Johan Hart might deem it necessary because he sat in 3rd and will have no qualms about trying to make the move for 2nd. He does have a look. They make contact up the road through Kemmel Straight now, and this time around the overspeed might favour Johan Hart. Will he filter in the back of the BMW belonging to the Mouse team, or will Kaiki defend the place as they now run wheel to wheel? They'll rub the paint off each other. The Mercedes and the Beamer ART trying to flex and Malmedy with Johan Hart at the wheel. The young Frenchman, 26 years of age, around the outside of Sao Paulo's Kaiki Oliveira, who is now trying to push him back, retains 2nd place.
Well, that was pretty important, and Max Beneker could be away with the race win now as a result. If Oliveira continues to defend, as well he might, then there could be trouble for everybody else trying to win this race. But Oliveira defending well there, not allowing Johan Hart to get through. And also very interesting, Max Beneker giving the slipstream again to Kaiki Oliveira. He knows who he wants to win that battle.
Yeah. They can almost see their own reflection in that trophy we just briefly saw on the right-hand side. But unfortunately, the further they drop down, the further and further that dream disappears. And now, as we look, Kaiki Oliveira holding on to 2nd. Johan Hart knows that he must get past this BMW. BS Plus competition, might I add, already know that they're probably not in this fight, so Kaiki Oliveira might not necessarily be too concerned about stopping Max Beneker right now, instead favouring a BMW victory.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we've seen on almost all occasions in this group. Ever since there's been a BMW in a last chance group like this, we've seen it win all but 1 race. Kevin Ellis Jr. round this very circuit in race 1 was the only other driver and only other manufacturer to do so. And at the moment, it's looking like that streak is not going to continue. Here is the look back from Kaiki Oliveira, right the way back to 9th place now. It's all one long line.
Yeah, coming out of La Source now on lap 3 of 7. We're just before the halfway point. As soon as we break out of that middle sector, we will hit the halfway point. Beneker has cleared away by nearly 9/10 now, and that's certainly a time gap we shouldn't be too unfamiliar with. He stretched it further back at Monza. It went beyond 3 seconds, I believe, if I'm quite right, as they climb up through Kemmel. In fact, it was more. Was it 4?
Yeah.
4 seconds. Unreal. Further back, Johan Hart now. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming into this. A replay. And this is of the start. And Max Benneker, of course, with the jump. Very late on the brakes from Johan Hart. Actually tapped the rear of Max Benneker. But in the process, actually, I think it actually stopped him. It was almost that Benneker provided the brakes. This is what happened to Fluke and Antunes. Deary me.
As well. Ibrahim Khan is the red BMW. And look at that. He's trying to stick his nose down a gap that's not there, I'm afraid.
Race control might look dimly on that one.
I think so. We will wait and see on that front. But yeah, for me, Ibrahim Khan has put his nose alongside Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antunes when he really shouldn't. This has been going on while we've been watching the replay. It's become a battle for second place. The race winner's gone to Max Benneker, surely. It's door-to-door between BS Competition and Apex Racing Team, who basically now are fighting for second in the group. There's $4 on the line in terms of difference between those positions. And Oliveira in his defensive second place goes round the outside and holds on from Johan Hart.
Yeah, but they can't afford to forget about the trio of mouse cars that are sat behind either Christopher Dambitz and Moritz and Yuri Kazdorp. If they're broken loose, then they can furthermore add to that mouse points collective. Therefore, for them to secure their place into tomorrow's final, though Max Benneker might have already seen to that, as now Keke Oliveira's in trouble. Johan Hart, the Frenchman, around the outside, coming through Blanchimont, very brave. Actually steps over the white line slightly, but it won't be too much of a concern. The heavy braking zone into the bus stop might yet carry him through. The run wheel to wheel, over the curbs they'll go. He got a little bit unsteady coming out of the first half of the bus stop chicane, and unfortunately for him, Johan Hart that is, he suffered momentum loss coming out of the final corner.
Well, I would have given it a go into La Source, and he will. He'll bump Keke Oliveira very wide, and so they get alongside briefly. But the Apex Racing Team Mercedes now are going to get hooked together, and surely they're going to draft past Keke Oliveira. Although the torque and the acceleration of the BMW again keeping them at bay for now. Up the hill they go, over the top at Radion. Look at the Frenchman now gaining, and now he'll switch to the inside. Gifted the inside by Keke Oliveira, who might well get passed by 2 Apex Racing Mercedes.
We saw the Red Line Express back at Daytona. It's the ART Express this time. And we just see Johan Hart move into second. Keke Oliveira losing 2 places as Kevin Ellis Jr. follows his teammate through, and that is teamwork in a nutshell. They're now sat in second and third now, ART. A huge levy here in this leaderboard. They've managed to move on up. Johan Hart taking further points, as is Kevin Ellis Jr. Keke Oliveira now at the mercy of fellow BMW compatriots Christopher Dambitz, Moritz Lerner and Yuri Kazdorp.
An update from race control, by the way. We have had a penalty for Ibrahim Khan for that start lap incident, or start finish straight incident, I should say. 4 penalty points given to BS Competition. Would you believe it? Now Ibrahim Khan has contributed 12 penalty points to that team.
He's picking up the wrong points, Ewan.
He certainly is. Maybe on minus, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's after a different championship trophy. The wooden spoon, perhaps. As we now watch Max Benneker career away, 2.8 now. It could yet go beyond 4 again if it carries on the way it is. We are now past the halfway mark, well and truly. Lap 4 of 7, of course, and very soon it'll be coming down to the few laps remaining. Of course, we are on pretty much 3 laps remaining as it stands. Keke Oliveira losing a little bit of tread to the ARTs in front. In fact, they're both benefiting off the slipstream from each other right now. Johan Hart towing along Kevin Ellis Jr. as they rush down towards bus stop. And the hooves are still stamping there for Keke Oliveira. He is getting closer and closer. This fight is not over yet. We'll now begin the next lap now, which will be lap 5 of 7. Benneker taking them through. He's nearly 3 seconds clear and showing no signs of stopping.
Yeah, you may be wondering where this Max Benneker was yesterday. Well, he was performing yesterday, let's not forget. But I want to remind you of that incident at Jeddah at the start of race 3 yesterday. A huge pile-up. Max Benneker was the first to go round and the first to really block the field here effectively. Now, that put him way down in that race. Effectively, he couldn't maximise his his sort of driving performance, if you like, yesterday, as much as he has done today. That's why they were in so much trouble yesterday compared to what they're putting on today, which is actually a very good showing, and maybe this extra day of competition will help them going into tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Rene, the team boss, is going to be absolutely thrilled at Mouse right now, but the fighting still continues for third place. Johan Hart and Kaiki Oliveira going at it, and there's 2 Mouse cars in behind. Make that 3 with Yuri Kansdorp as well. Oliveira going very deep at Brussels, as does Johan Hart, who looks to try and squeeze his way through now, putting that front nose onto the side. Or should I say it's actually Kevin Ellis Jr. No, it's not Kevin Ellis Jr.
It's
to
Hart,
apologise. It is Hart. I'm absolutely right the first time. Johan Hart just losing out narrowly, but he's managed to clamber onto it back through Puon. They'll go side by side. They've been side by side through the entirety of one sector. Make that nearly half a circuit as they now come down in towards the Lafanier chicane. Oliveira trying to go later onto the brakes. He's got a little bit more track to utilise, and unfortunately for Hart, he couldn't quite find it.
And now he goes for it again. Hart, does he into Stavilo? No. He'll decide to stay behind. This battle, though, is going to continue right to the very end. For some reason, Kaiki Oliveira has been able to defend from Johan Hart a lot easier than he was able to defend from Kevin Ellis Jr. And so now this has allowed the invitation of pressure to get onto the back of the Frenchman, who's going to the outside of Blanchimont. This could be something special. He's already tried this once, and he's going to do it again now, with Christopher Dambeats right in there too. This time a little bit less successfully. He'll look back down the inside again, though, into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, Dambeats, the German, now in behind these two, and might get a run here, this time on Johan Hart, who's under a little bit of jeopardy, got caught sideways a little bit coming out of the final 2 corners here at Spa. But coming through the bus stop chicane and out of turn 19, it's Oliveira, who's now managed to consolidate third place. Johan Hart in 4th, but has got greater concerns because now Mouse are well and truly in with a shout. Just look at that trio of red sat behind Hart's Mercedes, and that's not a pretty picture if you're the 26-year-old Frenchman about to come up through Eau Rouge and Radion once more. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. Benneker out in front by over 3 seconds now. Oliveira also at risk because Johan Hart is on the climb, Ewan.
He doesn't know where to go, though. And he's going on the outside. Christopher Dambeats with his teammates behind him. Go straight through on Johan Hart. He didn't know where to go there, the Frenchman, and I think going through the camel kink there, I think that Christopher Dambeats just got onto the left-hand side and prevented Johan Hart from getting a proper slipstream. That allowed Kaiki Oliveira to move onto the racing line onto the left, give the slipstream to his fellow BMW, and again, Apex continue to drop down the field.
Tightens the grip for Mouse on this position for tomorrow's final, as it stands with Benneker being where he is, as well as Dambeats now moving higher than Johan Hart, means that they've got well and truly the number of points surely that they require to move ahead into tomorrow's final. Johan Hart still hovering all over the back of Christopher Dambeats, and in a little bit of contact heading in towards the Lafanier chicane. Kaiki Oliveira has got a few tenths in his favour just up the road ahead of these two. Of course, still holding his position in third, but at this point, Dambeats, I don't think it'll be long before he closes that gap and essentially brings down the attack. Let's not forget about Moritz Lerner and Yuri Kansdorp in behind these as well.
And Ferris Stanley and Robbie Stapleford are here too. Now, don't forget, this is the final race of the day at the moment. Maus are extending their advantage over the Apex Racing team, who are extending their advantage over BS Competition. It's all a square as far as things go in the championship, but the racing is electrifying, and Johan Hart has been involved in almost all of it. Dambeats defends, Hart sort of defends from Moritz Lerner as well. It's a traffic jam into the bus stop.
Yeah, and you can just see what Dambeats, I think, is trying to do. He's trying to invite Moritz Lerner and Yuri Kansdorp into this too. Very, very high IQ racing here on part of the Mouse team. We've obviously seen some stellar results on their part. Obviously, Benneker's done well. Talk us through it, Ewan.
Very late on the brakes through turn 1, and so Moritz Lerner's going to be right on the back of the Frenchman, going down the hill in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Surely now the Mercedes is going to be going backwards.
Well, he could yet, but you never know. He's sandwiched right in between. He will have some form of slipstream off the back of Christopher Dambeats, but just look at the climb here from Moritz Lerner as he looks to burst up the straight here at Kemmel. But Johan Hart, I think, has the advantage as they now come out towards Lake Com. But will this be the chance here for Lerner to now gamble on the back? No, he he lifts off, and now Hearth goes side by side here with Dan Beats over this position in fourth. They're going to run wheel to wheel. Hearth with the upper hand coming through Malmedy. Brilliant from Johan Hearth. The tenacity of the ART man. A little bit of contact as they run over the curbs, but Hearth defending to the inside once again solidifies the position in fourth place. A little bit of a gap to Oliveira now, but he's got fourth, and as far as he's concerned, that's all that matters, at least for now. But we are on the final lap.
We are on the final lap, and this is pretty much going to secure the championship positions that we had going into this round. Mouse can't be caught with Max Benneker cruising home to another victory. Apex Racing Team also can't be caught because they're ahead of most of their rivals in most cases for PS competition, so it's all square as far as the championship goes. We've just been enjoying the racing for what it's worth. This battle for fourth place has been fantastic, and there's probably one more chapter in this story at the final bus stop chicane.
Yeah, it has been a truly turbulent day, full of action, surprises. We've had many, but one thing that should not surprise us is Max Benneker. 3 in a row, looks to be in prospect. A man synonymous with sim racing, the German, 30 years of age, and still going strong. It all began, if you remember, back in the F1 Sim Racing Championship in 2017, but since then he's hit the heights, coming through the bus stop chicane. Furthermore, he's lifting Mouse aloft and taking them to the final. It's Max Benneker who wins at Spa, pole to victory once more. 3 in a row, the triple crown of sorts. A valiant drive from Kevin Ellis Jr. to come across the line in second, and Kaiki Oliveira in third.
He looks across just to make sure that his teammates have done their job too, and they absolutely have. He could see the smile of Yuri Kastrup next to him. Christopher Danbeats allows himself a smile as well. They know they are finalists of the Esports World Cup Team Championship, beating the Apex Racing Team and BS competition as well. A fantastic drive from Mouse all day long, especially Max Benneker, who's going to need to do something similar again tomorrow if they are to be in contention for $140,000.
Brilliant job from Team Mouse, and Rene, their team boss, absolutely delighted. It's been such a journey on part of Mouse, but they are back again at the top, where they're oh so used to, where they should be. It's been a tough season for the likes of Moritz Lerner. Yuri Kazdorp has had his challenges. Dan Beats has risen to the occasion, but they called upon Benneker. And Florian Haspar, of course, coming across to congratulate them. Fellow BMW team, of course, Kazdorp.
Despite getting a fist bump, well, Florian Haspar tried to give him a hand. That was quite awkward, but never mind. Yeah, very gracious of Florian, just going over and congratulating them. Kaiki Oliveira doing the same as well, I think, there, or just to the Apex Racing Team.
Well, we also saw Michael Preston, obviously one of the team bosses at Williams, coming across just to send his congratulations. Of course, Williams and Mouse will be going through to tomorrow's final, joining the 4 that are already up there. We're in for one very special day tomorrow, folks. You do not want to miss a thing. If anything like we've seen today is going to at least allude to anything that's going to happen tomorrow, you do not want to miss it. Credit to all the teams that have taken part. We've got to allude to the brilliance of Team Falcons this season. Apex Racing Team take a bow as well. Jamie Fluke giving Johan Hearth a hug. Dara McCormack, of course, also showing his respect to the ART team. They have such a close relationship as both Mercedes teams. And Jimmy Antonez obviously looking ever so solemn. You can understand, as well as Kevin Ellis Jr., who has worked so hard, a winner at Spa in race 5. He can obviously, say that he has done absolutely everything he could. Both Spa performances on part of Kevin Ellis Jr. were sensational. So Apex Racing Team should not be so forlorn. They have done a great job. Lewis McLeod, of course, our fellow commentator, he just could not miss out. But there we go, absolutely sensational. Still a lot of celebrations happening down in the arena. Moritz Lerner with a big smile on his face, truly electrifying. Ewan, what can we expect tomorrow?
Lots of good action, I think. In the championship final. Yeah, that's what we generally get, isn't it? And so, yeah, we are going to see that, I would have thought, throughout tomorrow's racing. So really looking forward to it. I think Miles are going to be a lot stronger of a force tomorrow than they were yesterday. More like today. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can now head down to the arena for an interview.
From Morgan 1 to Morgan 2, what an amazing performance again by the triple times champion again. Benneky, what a performance.
Yeah, very happy to stand here now, being able to be in the final. 4 pole positions today, so for me personally, very great, but also good team effort. I mean, I can't do it alone, so very happy for the team, especially that we make it into the final and beats BS and Apex.
Yes, you have been extremely consistent, not just in the team ones, but you're individually such a champ, always carrying most victory. And of course, it's teamwork, and we said it many times, as long as it's teamwork, you guys always and never really fail to impress us. For tomorrow, what does Mouse and what does Beneki have cooking for the finals?
Well, tomorrow is very different. I think the competition is much stronger than what we had today. Also, we just have 2 drivers in the race, so that's going to be a bit of strategy. Yeah, we are quite far back in the points, but we will do our best to shock people again.
You'll do your best, and you mentioned something that I want to follow up again before we have the keys crushed. And speaking of keys, it was either crush or be crushed today, but Beneki and Mouse came out on top to qualify for the final day with that lovely key, so it's not getting crushed. He's going to be crushing keys himself, but from the last person now, Beneki, which team do you think is going to make the biggest threat, and which team do you think tomorrow is the biggest challenge? Let's not say threat, let's make it as a challenge. Who do you think is going to be the most interesting team to compete against tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that Team Redline has a big driver advantage. So let's see what they can do tomorrow. Maybe they crumble and everyone else has a chance again. So I expect a close fight, especially on these tracks we have. You never know, you know, Daytona, Monza, there's so much shit going on. You never know.
I hope you guys are ready as Beneki. And now, gentlemen, please handle your keys, and Beneki, handshakes.
That's yours. Give me your key.
I'll hold this one for you.
Moment from Beneka, wasn't it? Impressive to see from Beneka there. He got 4 pole positions and managed 3 wins, only stopped once by Kevin Ellis Jr. I mean, what a performance. You saw there, even though he knows he has to race tomorrow and he's got to race against the likes of Team Redline, he looked kind of chilled and relaxed, didn't he, Arjuna?
I think he also goes into tomorrow knowing he's done the best that he can, right? Like you say, 4 pole positions. Mal's on a real disadvantage in the team championship fight, knowing that they'll enter with 43 points as opposed to Team Redline's 100. It's going to be a really long day for the drivers. Should be a fun day for us, though.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Beneka, just want to talk about him quickly because he's been there this week, right? He's not necessarily been one of those standout drivers for the most part. I mean, yesterday he managed P4 and P3 in his 2 races over the qualifying stages, which aren't bad, but they're not quite 3 wins in a row.
No, that's a good point. I was trying to think, sorry, as I was looking down, I was looking at my 4 out of 4 for Beneka, and I was actually just thinking, that's still quite impressive. At this point in the competition as well, all points are so important as well. And it was almost like Beneka said, hang on, I can do this for Mouse. I'm going to do it alongside my teammates, but I'm going to be the standout here.
Yeah, I maybe disagree with Zach a little bit there, especially knowing, you know, given the drama at Jeddah to recover to where he did yesterday, that was so impressive. And in the Drivers' Championship, he was up against the Team Redline drivers for the most part. In the hunt, got second at the end of the day as well. So again, I think we've really seen a lot from Beneka, the lead standout for Miles, and challenging the BMW supremacy that Team Redline have had, right? And so, you know, we'll take a look at some of the highlights that we've seen over the 4 races in Group B over the course of our post-show. And, well, let's be honest, plenty of chaos, Zach.
Yeah, that happened. Ibrahim Khan going between the 2 Apex cars. And I've got to be honest, I mean, in fairness, he didn't do anything to go left or right. It just sort of ding-donged and happened. But why would you even put yourself in that situation to begin with is what I would ask. Like, why would you not have the forward thinking to say, probably not a good idea?
Especially after what happened at Monza, right? Let's be real. It's a couple of races from Monza madness to Spa insanity. I know it doesn't alliterate as well, but whatever. Of course, the draft, though, was what we were kind of talking about. And we see right now the Apex teammates working together. What happened at the end, though, was so fascinating when Johan Half pulled out of the draft, thinking that he was going to be able to get the run. And then, bam, Christopher Dambeat says, no, I'm not going to help you. I'm going to pass you around the outside instead.
Yeah, a little bit of a stab in the back, maybe, from Dambeats, but there's no loyalties, there's no obligation. This is that there. Dambeats obviously staying to the left. Half just then gets completely freight trained, thinking, where's my push, guys? What is going on? through goes Downbeats, and crucially, Oliveira was unchallenged, keeping him, allowing him to keep that P3.
And one thing to note on the draft, don't think we've touched on this too much, but about 0.8 of a second where you start to get the hole in the air, the suck as some of the kids would call it. But then as you get closer, it's really around 0.3, 0.4 of a second where you find that advantage. Reading the lips of Johan Harth, I can tell exactly how he's feeling. But Max Benneker, again, I'll just reiterate, not to throw Zach under the bus too much, but I really think 3 days of competition so far, he's been one of the most consistent drivers. He's done amongst the most racing as well, right? By the time we finish off the team championship, he, Dara, McCormack, maybe a couple of the other drivers that have competed on the 3 days so far, will have done going on almost 20-something races.
So here are the race results then. It is another win for Maximilian Benneker. Impressive performance. It was 4 pole positions for the man. You quite like his stance there, don't you, Arjuna?
It's impressive, isn't it?
It's a good stance. Kevin Ellis Jr., another impressive performance from him. And of course, Kaiki Oliveira rounding up the top 3. We should talk about Harth at this point, I think, because he battled incredibly hard out there with Oliveira for those positions. It really showed, didn't it, Zach, how every single point is so important to each team.
Yeah, exactly, because, I mean, at the end of the day, even though Mals were favourites, BS Plus and Apex Racing, there is still a $4,000 prize money difference between finishing second in the group and finishing third in the group. So even though BS Plus at this stage were maybe thinking Mals are a little bit out of reach, 4K at the end of the day is still 4K. However much that is relative to them as a team is completely different, but you're never going to say no to an extra little bit of cheddar cheese if the opportunity arises. So Oliveira, sort of starting that Oliveira Express, he had about 6 or 7 cars backed up for the best part of the race.
Yeah, he did.
Him and Harth had such a good battle, but the crucial thing was, Arjuna, it stayed respectful.
And Johan also someone that, by the way, I mentioned it with Yuri Kastrop, also a little bit under the weather. So glad that we saw something from him where he was able to perform, much like with Yuri Kastrop yesterday, right? And so that's one of those things that we talked about, adapting to the rigs. It's also adapting to your own personal body, right? And some of these drivers have physical coaches helping them out. Some of them are mental coaches working with them as well. So I'm very intrigued going into tomorrow. These drivers in Group B, it's 10:15 p.m. They'll get back to the hotel at 11. They've got to be here 10 a.m. for the start of the team championship. It's not a lot of sleep. And we mentioned Porsche, they're off exploring, having a day off. Are they going to be more well-rested heading into the first race of 9?
We will find out. Porsche Coanda obviously joining the other teams. We've got Redline, Team Redline, Vitality, we've got Guild, and of course we've now got Williams and Mals joining the team. The two we're losing, BS Plus Competition and Apex Racing. Very shortly they're going to have their keys crushed. It's brutal, isn't it?
With them, their dreams as well.
Yes.
Absolutely savage. It is. Oh, it's heart-wrenching, really, when you sort of have to, when you see them take it, especially Kaiki handing it to them. A driver like Kaiki handing away his dreams. I mean, he's one of those drivers that always has a smile on his face, is always so positive and upbeat. No matter when you speak to him, he's always happy, no matter what. So for him to give that up, it's just, that's brutal.
I'm wondering which keys they want to keep, right? Because there's that element that we've seen of some of the other esports where there's a lot of intense rivalries between some of the drivers, right? So think about Max Benneker. He's had plenty of rivalries with Josh Rogers in the past. Could that be something where if Porsche Coanda win and Mals maybe don't, do they keep Mal's key? That's something to keep in mind as we take a look at the points. All 3 of us predicted in the start of the day that the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, they would be the favorites to advance from Group A. Maybe no surprise there. It was Group B where I think we were a little bit more divided, where Mals, Apex, and BS Plus, we thought any one of the 3 could come out on top.
I seem to remember, I might have to look back, but I seem to remember that I chose Mals. So I've got nothing else to say on that, just gloating, really. But yes, it is Mals who leads the way for Group B. They will head into the final tomorrow. 180 points to finish there. It is 270 points to get to finalist mode for tomorrow. And Williams, of course, on 204 points. So actually, Williams scoring more points than Mals there.
Yeah, but they'll get reset, don't forget, for tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Williams being seeded in Group A will have 46 points going into tomorrow, whereas Mals, it's only a 3-point difference at 43. May not seem like the biggest deal. I think the biggest worry, though, is that, you know, Redline going with 100 and a couple of race wins. 270 is not far away, and let's be real, Redline have won the most races across of the Esports World Cup. If they get into finalist mode, might not take as long as it did in the Drivers' Championship to crown our champions.
I don't think so. I think it's done in 5-6 races most. I've got to be honest. I mean, Redline have 4 drivers, 3 of which have already won at least a race this week. Jeffrey Rietveld, he's there. He's not quite had that sort of clinical cutthroat winning mentality, but he's definitely had the pace. And even if he's just there, top 4, top 5, scoring points, and then gets to finalist mode and it's Job that then takes the victory, that's all they need.
Yeah.
But the important thing for Redline is they've got 3 drivers that confidently can win, which for most of the other teams inside the top 6 isn't something that they can say.
Yeah, they had 3 drivers that were fighting for the Drivers' Championship. They had Luke Bennett, obviously Kevin Siggy that won it in the end, and Sebastian Job, who was given a few chances to try and wrap it up, but unfortunately it was his teammate who took it down to the 9th race and managed to win it there. But it is an incredibly strong lineup. I mean, as we said, they all are race winners from their own driver championship yesterday.
And I guess the other thing to remember is today race control was very busy. We had all 4 of the teammates on track at the same time. That's not the case tomorrow. 6 teams, 2 drivers from each on track at the same time. And so, Zach's predicting will be wrapped up maybe around race 5 or 6. And so when you're deciding how to allocate your drivers, now you've got to think, if Redline can calculate that they expect to be in finalist mode by race 4 or 5, you want to make sure you have Sebastian Job in that very next race. You want to make sure you have Kevin Siggy as well. It's not to say that Luke Bennett or Jeffrey Rietveld are slow by any means, but it's about making sure you've got the right drivers at the right time.
So strategy is incredibly important coming into tomorrow, Zach.
Oh, absolutely. That team game, I mean, especially sort of that team dynamic. We've seen today how easily sort of teams in cooperation can crumble. Earlier on in the day, of course, Group A, G2 Esports really struggled to sort of have that cooperation. Redline are not one of those teams. Just, from outside looking in, they're bulletproof, right? They don't really have any blunders in terms of team clashes, but also, as we touched on, they're such a sort of a family, right? They've got such a vast community. They all get on well. They really do such a good job of working together as a team. And that translates onto the racetrack. So they're going to work together to get those points. And then when they're in finalist mode, they're going to smash it.
Well, so this is the key crushing that we are going to see.
Oh.
I mean, Bennica is ready, isn't he, to... Which one? I couldn't quite see which one he's crushing first.
Pretty sure that we've already seen the Apex one crushed, and this is BS. But we saw a wry smile from Bennica. Will we see it again? Will we see it again? Oh, surprise from Max this time. But I've got to say, that is cool. You can see it's actually broken apart this time. That is incredible. They did let our friend Banks, stage host for many of the Esports World Cup tournaments, run away with one of the keys. The only reason he was able to do that is they had turned off the machine, so I think he didn't hurt himself. We'll have to see if we can get over there as well, Zach.
So you guys have been deciding what your Kidia moment of the day that is, and I never know this because I like you guys to tell me what my play of the day is. Here we go.
Yeah, so this was back at Hockenheim. Of course, Johan Half battling away with the Maus car. This was a fantastic battle all the way through.
It was Kevin Ellis Jr. that was fighting here in the hope to try and prevent Maus from taking a 1, 2, and 3, and maybe quite fittingly, it was into the Mercedes-Benz arena that we saw the aggressive nature of Ellis Jr. really rise to the front, right? A little bit of contact on the apex, but then the long way around, Zach, it was a great opportunistic move to stick the landing and make it happen on the curb.
Yeah, and then Mobile 1 is exactly where things get spicy. Such a tricky corner by yourself, and Ellis Jr. launches the move to the outside in a sector where it's so difficult to keep the tyres in check. The commitment it required inside for Sachs curve, little bit of banking on the inside, got it stopped. The switchback was nearly there, but the Mercedes was through. Fantastic stuff from Ellis Jr., and that was important. In the end, not enough to topple Maus, but a good move nonetheless.
And showing Ellis Jr. was the driver to take the challenge to Bennica for the most of the day, right? He took the victory at Spa, definitely showed how strong his Mercedes was. But yeah, unfortunately not racing tomorrow. It's Maus and Bennica. Looking forward to the schedule we'll see for tomorrow.
Bennica looks very excited about tomorrow, doesn't he? Well, let's have a look at how our schedule is running tomorrow. It is our final. We are going to be crowning a team champion, and we start in Jeddah much earlier, 10:30 in the morning, local time. So do make sure you join us then. We're going Jeddah, Spa, Hockenheim, Daytona, Monza, Fiji, Jeddah, Fiji, Daytona. But if you are like Zach, we may finish around Daytona or Monza.
Yeah, I mean, Monza or Fuji, I think, is probably more realistic. I mean, to be fair, Daytona, Monza, Fuji are 3 circuits that really lend well to the BMW and really lend well to teamwork. So I think that's where Redliner are going to start solidifying things. Jeddah may be a circuit that lends itself more to the Porsche, so we could see Coanda get off to quite a good start. But all in all, I think the consistency of Redliner is going to get them, at the very least, into finalist mode by race 4 or 5.
I'll make a prediction right now.
Go on.
If Redline get into finalist mode by Monza, they win. If Redline are in finalist mode by Fuji, they win. If it's Jeddah, then I start to wonder a little bit more if we're going to 9 races.
Okay, interesting, interesting. Who do you think is going to be the toughest competition?
That's a really good question, because there are 3 teams that advanced from yesterday that we aren't sure about, let's be real. Porsche, Coanda, and then the 2 Audis, Vitality and Guild. Those are 3 teams that no one, I think, would have really expected to be right at the front of the field. They're the ones that will be taking the challenge initially to Redline above the Mercedes-Williams and Mouse teams, just because of how the resetted points have all shaken out, right? So I think we all predicted Redline. I'm not expecting anything different. I do think Team Vitality will be the ones to watch, though.
Well, we are going to find out tomorrow. We will see a team crown the champion. Will it be Team Redline, or can one of the others manage to take away some of their points and become champions here in ESL R1? We will find out tomorrow. Make sure you join us from 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you then.
go.